Okay. So what's up, everybody? What's up? Welcome. Today I wanted to talk about, I know what the title is on YouTube. It's supposed to be about Somalia. So that's what the topic is. But before I get into topic, it would be helpful if there actually were people from Somalia here, because I only know about Sadbari. I only know about that period, but last time I checked, the drought was in Somalia and Kenya. It wasn't just Somalia, but I guess Somalia, it has a bigger impact. Well, northern Somalia, not all of Somalia, obviously. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about that real quick. And I haven't talked about it before, not because I didn't know, but because I was like, why would I talk about something I don't know, right? But whatever. I'll start talking about it now. All these, and I agree with what a lot of these Pan-Africans said. Are you really Pan-African if what's happening in Somalia is not brought to your attention? Like, I'm not saying that all these Pan-Africans should do videos on Somalia. That's not necessary. But these Pan-Africans not making posts about it, not doing anything about it, I find that to be very, very interesting. Don't talk about your Pan-African, but you're always talking about Nigeria. Like, I don't do that. So before we get into the topic, though, I wanted to talk about actually, kudos to Nigeria. This happened a while ago, but I just didn't feel like doing a video on it. So Nigeria has banned foreign models. It's October now, so I think that ban has already taken into effect. Very big deal for obvious reasons, because Nigeria is estimated population of 200 million. So if Russians are salty that they can't be in Nigerian posts anymore, that's kind of their problem. You know what I mean? I don't even know why Nigerians decided to pander to everyone so much when no one panders to Nigerians. Like, people like Nigerians, I don't know, but no one panders to them for sure. So I'm not sure why Nigerians always pander to everyone else. It's kind of weird if you ask me. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and wait a little bit to finish setting up my equipment. So I'll be back in like 3 minutes or something. Let me play something.
Baku, mienu, miensa, POP, yanko. I want your love. I want your love. Bibi mami bibi. Oda mi dina mini. Jimmy di mami jiwuni. Sawudomia, you and me yensi ni domo. Mini wuna fate, makama ketina matabe. Hey, worry, kami ama, meba uama. Oh, nyami ane, say I see your baby, oh, mini ubeko. Yes, love it. I want your love it. I want your love, I want your love.
Sanaba, Medenda, you my heartbeat, Makumemu, instrumental, your lips, your hips, mental, or central, the start pen pulse, or drop my throat in sempa. You the apple on my eye, I know they lie, nay, and the central, but fast forward, ya worry. One to three, we marry. Tell my boys, we just they carry. Big shouts to our manager, Gomen. I beg, make them know. We run coast to coast, we run them shallow.
I want your love. I want your love. Love. I want your love. I want your love. Just the two of us. We be true lovers. Your family this, my family that. We go do for us. Loving me, I'm loving you. Falling away, I'm falling too. Your heart is calling away, I'm calling too. No had I known, now I know, now my own. Hey, I worry, Yami Yama, me da Uama. Oh, Yami Yama, say I see your W. Nene will be come. Love it. I want your love. I want your love. Love it. I want your love. I want your love.
All right. Oh, okay. So I wanted to talk about the Siad kind of a little bit and then get into the drought, right? So another YouTuber talked about this, and as he was talking about this, we heard people say, why don't other Africans do something about it? And I was like, why would other Africans do something about this? Other Africans don't care about other Africans. They don't. Like, and because this is the thing, right? This thing is happening in East Africa. So if East Africans are not doing anything about it, what do the rest of Africa have to do with this? Do you understand me? Like, I would expect at least that region to care about this, but they don't. So where does other African come into this at all? But okay, so they don't care. So Somalia has gone to Turkey. Somalia right now is getting help from, I believe it's the UN, who's giving them grains to help with this. But the problem is because of the Ukraine and Russia war, um, they've redirected the help to Somalia to Ukraine. So Somalia is getting less grain than they were supposed to get. And this has caused a lot of people to die, a lot of people to livestock can't keep up. Some of them have been trying to move to other parts of Somalia, but they're just really weak. Um, they have been malnourished for a long time. And in one of these videos, I'm gonna see if I can find it, but one of these women, right, she buried like four children she's already buried, and now she's asking for more help to save her last child. It's just so sad. She went to the doctor, and the doctor was like, oh, we don't have enough supply. So can you imagine? It's like you want to help your kids, right? You want to help yourself even. The hospital doesn't even have enough medicine to administer to you. This is just like this is impossible. This is just impossible. And then people ask, well, why don't doctors stay in Africa? Yeah, a doctor's gonna stay somewhere where you're getting paid less, which is fine. Hospitals are not supplied. And you want someone to deal with that stress. Yeah, that's not a good look. Some people love their country so much that it's not a big deal, but many people cannot deal with that type of stress of people coming in every day and you can't serve them because you don't even have the product, you don't even have the equipment. Or if it comes to other things, it's not really the doctor's policy, right? That you should pay before they treat you. That's the hospital's policy. So I've heard some people be like, "Oh, well, why don't these doctors just have a heart?" They can't do that. That's not part of the policy. So even if you know somebody is, let's say, dying of cancer, there's nothing you could do about it. Like you just have to. I don't know if you guys know, but in some African countries, if you're seeking medical attention and you don't have money, you kind of just have to die. Like literally. It's like you just have to know that your life is over. There's nothing you could do. Because if the doctor's telling you, right, that they need money to operate on you and you don't have that money, what's the other option? You guys don't know how people I personally know who have died just because they didn't have the money to take care of themselves. But yeah, let me go back to the Somalia drought thing cuz this is really sad. It's the videos are just wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let me see. I'll play BBC News for right now, just to give a different perspective.
Anywhere in the world right now. We have an extended report tonight from Somalia, where hundreds of thousands of people, many trapped by conflict, are facing extreme hunger and death after the worst drought in 40 years. Now, the Republic of Somalia, here in the Horn of Africa and the eastern part of the continent, has a long history of droughts. But the climate shocks are becoming more frequent and they're leaving less time to recover and to prepare for the next. The situation is made much worse by the presence of Al-Shabaab insurgents. They control quite a few parts of the country and they are making humanitarian work pretty much impossible. It's estimated that more than half the population affected by the current drought live in these very areas, and the situation here is getting worse and worse. A full-blown famine where households have no food, children suffer malnutrition, people die every day from starvation, is now likely, say the experts, within a matter of weeks. Our Africa correspondent Andrew Harding reported on Somalia's last famine back in 2011, in which 250,000 people died. He sent this report from Baidoa, that is a city at the heart of the current crisis.
In a crowded hospital, the familiar and unbearable signs of famine. Gaunt faces, silent with hunger. Weak mothers willing weaker children to cling to life. Somalia has been here before, but in isolated Baidoa, doctors and nurses are bracing themselves for new depths of catastrophe.
In your life,
Have you seen things this bad before?
No, the worst.
This is the worst.
Yeah.
The worst drought in 40 years as climate change ravages the Horn of Africa. 3-year-old Ali has been brought in with swollen limbs, a sign of severe malnutrition. He has measles too. His mother watches in silent dread of losing a third child. So this woman here has lost 2 of her children, 2 girls, in the last week. And already the hospital is struggling.
Sometimes we are lack of the supplies.
You lack supplies.
Yeah.
That must be incredibly frustrating.
Sure. When it happens, it's actually terrifying, actually, because people are dying and you cannot support them.
On the dusty plains around the city, more families arrive each hour and set up camp. Many have trekked for days or weeks. Across Somalia, 1 million people are making these journeys, bringing little with them but stories of dead cattle, dead crops, and a rural way of life that a changing climate will no longer tolerate. Fatima walked for a fortnight to get here. She carried her 3-year-old for days, but the child died of hunger on the journey. We had to leave her by the roadside, she says. We had no strength to bury her. We could hear the hyenas closing in. Officially, no famine has been declared yet here in Somalia, but today, right now, 300,000 people are living in famine conditions, with another 2 million on the brink of famine. So it's hard to imagine a situation more desperate, more urgent, more compelling. There is help arriving here in Baidoa and plans for much more, but it's too slow.
The things we are doing now, we needed to do 3 months ago. So in reality, we are behind. I think something catastrophic will happen in this area.
Catastrophic, you mean famine spreading?
Famine is spreading.
But drought is not the only challenge. Somalia is at war, a long fight against a formidable Islamist insurgency. There's fighting going on today just down the road from here. It's part of a conflict that's been devastating Somalia for the past 3 decades. And of course, in a situation of drought, it means getting access to rural communities is not only much more dangerous and more expensive, it's also sometimes simply impossible. In some areas, pro-government forces are taking ground, rescuing trapped communities. But Baidoa itself remains more or less under siege, a precarious place of refuge. And while the men fight, it is Somalia's women who soldier on. Fatuma Omar recently buried her 10-year-old son Salat in the camp just here beside their makeshift tent. It's not much of a grave, but life has taught Fatuma resilience. She has 4 more children to look after. I cannot grieve for my son. There's no time, she says. I need to find work and food to keep the others alive. Listening to her is 11-year-old Diro. But the mention of his favorite brother is too much for him.
That heartrending report from Somalia by Andrew Harding. Well, Andrew is in South Africa tonight, in Johannesburg, and he joins us now. Andrew, you mentioned the...
Okay, so you guys just seen a bit of that video. Now, okay, so the point of Al-Shabaab is running that area so other Africans can't get there. Fine. What's the excuse of other Africans is not giving them food? They already know that, especially, and I'm specifically talking about people who are right beside them, like Kenya. Kenya's too busy talking about water borders, okay? Taking them to court for water disputes about colonial things. Okay. And I mean, Kenya can do something, but they're not. I think Ethiopia could do something too, and they're not. So it's not just about sending troops. It's where's anything? Like, why does Somalia have to go to the West for food? Now, the biggest culprit, obviously, in this is the Somali government. I don't really like it when Somalis talk about their government because, bro, what is your government doing? This is not the first drought you've been in. Like, well, what was the difference between this and the last time? So this is African degeneracy right at the top. Like, don't get it twisted. It's not other Africans' responsibility to help. They can help, kind of, but the biggest responsibility relies on the Somali government. Now, you ask them about this, and the Somali government tells you, oh, we have Al Shabaab, we have this, we have that. First and foremost, I don't know how you deal with terrorists, but I have an idea. Most terrorists I've seen don't have a lot of money. Pay them off, move on. So when they keep giving these excuses of Al Shabaab, maybe you should actually have a conversation with them. Send a diplomat over there and maybe come to some type of agreement. I don't know. But just saying Al Shabaab alone, it's not an excuse, you know what I mean? Dubai is finding ways of growing food on a desert. So Somalia, this can be done. No excuses. Why aren't Somalis returning back to nah no well, okay, so even though Somalia can't be compared to a lot of countries, it's not safe. In I think Hargeisa's fine, Mogadishu is okay. Somaliland, that isn't Somaliland different from Somali? So Somaliland seems to be okay. Why Somalis are not returning back? A lot of Somalis I speak to are the actual refugees. So why would they go back to a place that is dead? Like, nothing was going on for them. So I don't blame Somalis for not really having the deep dying love for Somalia, because what has Somalia done for Somalis? Like, if we're being honest here, what has Somalia done for Somalis? Not much. So, I mean, you can't really expect them to have a dying love for Somalia, especially if they're not in there right now. Okay, let's see. Wait. I don't even know what you were talking about. The EC only care about exploiting Congo. Exactly. Not just Congo, but more so Congo now. All Africans must embrace our not. What? Okay, whatever. I'll just ignore that. So, what Somalis themselves are doing about it is nothing to do with Ukraine. Somali had this problem for centuries. They now they now know the land better than anyone. Oh, they know the land better than anyone else. They could use some parts to grow their grains. I absolutely agree with you. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just that area, because Somalia is very dry. So I think it's something to do with that area. That's actually so sad. Okay. Africans must increase healthcare accessibility throughout Africa. That's been a long debate for years now, but I see. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of make some excuses for Africans. Africans, a lot of these diseases, right, that are new, Africans haven't suffered from them. Like you'll go to some African families and you'll see old people that are like 90, 80, 100, looking 60. So a lot of these the African diet and probably the vitamin D as well, and just the African way of life make it so that Africans on average are healthier. It's really not until you get old that you go to the hospital. You see how over here people get like monthly checkups? Well, if you're in a country where you have to pay to see the doctor, you're not getting monthly checkups. You're not going to go there unless something's actually wrong. So the average African, I think, is even healthy. They just, they might have like, they might have chronic things or they might have genetic diseases. But I mean, those diseases don't really start to affect them until they're like in their 60s, 70s. A young African, usually pretty good. But I do agree with you. Healthcare should be more accessible. I just see when it comes to healthcare in a lot of African countries, I don't see any hope. I'll just be honest, like I don't, because see, in some other countries, the reason why the healthcare is so good is because they tax people. So I don't know how healthcare is automatically going to improve if you don't tax the people. I don't see how that's going to happen. I'm just being honest. BBC just said Al Shabaab. Okay. Hi Bertha, how you doing? I wish Africa could support each girl. You know that's never happening, right? Why aren't okay? I think I already read that. How come other African countries are not sending them food? Other African countries don't know that it's happening. Um okay. So if you're in an African country, right, you're only concerned about what's happening in that country. I bet you any money many people don't know what or care about what's happening in Somalia. I wouldn't expect a Cameroonian, I wouldn't expect a Ghanaian, I wouldn't expect someone who's not from that region to even know. And even people from that region, I don't think Eritreans know what's happening. I don't think they know the intricacies. So even before, how come other people are not helping? They don't even know. They have no idea. Okay, so the holy books is everywhere Arab. Why? Okay. So I don't like I'll be honest here. Mo said that Somalis are pastoralists and that they have livestock or whatever. So I'm just kind of wondering, um don't you guys also have farming communities that you would be it's something I don't understand because do you guys just have camels or something? Because how do people not have food? Like, I don't get it. I know the land is not as arable as, let's say, Uganda, where there's mango trees everywhere, literally. But so what have these people been eating this whole time? I'm actually really confused here. You know, I'm actually Yikes. Okay. Somalia gave Somalis their identity and natural habitat. That did not help or answer my question. Yep, I'm opening a bushmeat supermarket. Oh gosh. Okay. So Ethiopians used to have the same problems, but now Ethiopia is growing more foods for their country. Ethiopia has grains now that can feed at least 2 countries in 2023. They will be able to feed 4 countries. I feel like Ethiopia's nonchalantness about this is rooted in ancestral beef, but that kind of, from what I hear, that seemed to have been Somalia's fault more so than Ethiopia. So it makes sense why Ethiopia is not really concerned about this. And of course, Ethiopia has their own issues that they're dealing with as well, like TPLF. I mean, they have their own issues too. So, can you expect countries that have their own issues to reach out to Somalia? I mean, there are some Somalis here last time that were so angry, like, "Oh, you other Africans don't love us." I'm like, yeah. So what do you expect from other Africans though? Like, I don't get it. What do they want from other Africans? These people are acting like these people are acting like all these other countries are like US, bro. How You know how many civil wars, Burkina Faso, Mali, these people have not got it together. But you're here asking why other Africans aren't doing anything about it. Ugh. Anyways, Gaddafi was able to bring water in the desert. They need to find out what Gaddafi did and replicate it. They're saying the reason why is because Al Shabaab is in that area. So whenever there are grains and things that are even sent to that area, it gets intercepted. Uh, so it's kind of like a no go zone. Does make sense. That is a good justification and a good reason. I'm not going to sit here and lie. When it comes to health, we need to follow British system or I what do you mean that everyone has free health? Because that's not possible in African countries. That we already know that's not happening. So what exactly do you mean British system or Sweden? If we oh my god. Yeah. Do you think they would accept dog? Oh my. Oh, you guys are too much. I wish I could help. Me too. I'm gonna ask you guys a question in a minute. Why should anyone help you? No African owes the other African anything. Work for yourself. That's what I'm saying. That's what that I'm actually in agreement with you. Um yeah, what a lot of these Pan Africans fail to realize is when these countries or some of our countries are going through the worst times. Somalia is not the only country that's experienced famine, by the way, or drought. Let's get that straight. When we experienced famine, no one was there to help us. Nobody cared. No, nobody was like, "Oh, you just had a forest fire. Let's give you some money." They were like, "We have our own problems." This was during the 80s, by the way, 1980s. So independence was new. I get it. A lot of countries were in very bad turmoil. So when we were going through famine, when we needed help, when we needed this, no other African came to us. So I mean, now we're supposed to care? I care, right? But what am I supposed to do? If anyone has an answer to that. Like, I care. Seeing these videos of these babies, I couldn't even eat. Like, I was so sad. I was so sad. But again, question is, what am I supposed to do about it? I'm not. I don't even mean it in a mean way. I'm actually wondering what am I supposed to do. Let me play one more video. I can't like these thumbnails. They're just. Oh my goodness, this is bad. Shame on you, Somalia government. You're a snake. You're a snake. You. This is the same president, right? That was, I think he was in England for Queen Elizabeth's funeral.
And that has caused a severe food crisis for 7 million people, half the Somali population. Mahad Salad is a nomad whose family rely on their livestock for survival. But the drought has killed 150 of his goats and nearly all of his cattle.
hal neef waa iga haray marka saasaas aad ogaanaysid marka dhibkaasaan qabaa abaaro xun baa lahaaya marka bii male baad male galley male marka looda saanay u dhammaatay haddee in la ogaadaan rabaa.
Drought is not uncommon in the Horn of Africa, but people here say this is the worst they have ever seen. Climate change is behind the unprecedented dry spell, but the war in Ukraine has dramatically affected grain supply. Political instability here in Somalia has played a role too. The government has failed to plan for or address this crisis, and now people are starving.
markii looda meesha aan sac kastaba meesha ku dhintay aan taga hadee maxaan qabanaya hadee xanuun ay qabanaya xoolahaadii oo saan noqday ee ilmihii oo ku sugaa faraqi ay hayst oo waxa cunna abba u siilay intaan ka keenaa marka shaqo mahay kuwaas aan ku biilay kuwa waa dhamaaday.
Hospitals and clinics are overflowing with children suffering from severe malnutrition. Maqsid Hashim is 2 years old. She was born blind. Her family left their homes because of the drought, but Maqsid became ill at their temporary camp. The doctors examined her. They confirmed she is malnourished. Usually, both parents must consent for the child to be treated. But little Maqsid is in urgent need. She is quickly moved to the intensive care unit. Later, I went to check on her and speak to her mother.
Yeah.
The supervising doctor here in Kismaayo told me they have seen a huge rise in malnourished children this year.
waagii hore ee caadiga aan ahayn waxaan seexin jirnay 5 ilaa ugu yaraan 2-3 laakiin hadda ugu yaraan waxaan seexinaa 8 ugu badnaana 21 taa marka waxay caddaynaysaa weli nambarkii nafaqadarrada imaanayay inuu kor jiro hadda isbuucan hadda aan ku jirno waxaa maraynaa 60 iyo dhowr aan maraynaa.
With drastic food shortage, severe malnutrition spreads in waves through a population. Much like a virus, it affects the sick and vulnerable first. Many of the young children here are in a desperate condition. Hajar Usman has brought his 1-year-old son, Idris. He's been ill for over a month, while the family tried to feed him as best they could in a displacement camp on the edge of the city. His body temperature is dangerously low.
naaskii uu ka go'ay xoogaa wax yari iska jirtay aabbaha shaqla'aanaysa marka caanihii ilmaha u fiicnaayo oo qaaliga ahna waa la siin kari waaye caanihii freshka asagoo markaas naas ka go'ay lagu bilaabay haddana uu la qabsan waaye in yaroo marka u sii dhacay canuga
dadkan ICU isaga ugu daran hadda
ICU asaga ugu daran maanta waa nafaqa darro weliba aad u liidato miisaankiisa waa 4 kiilo ku yimid waxaa laga rabana waa 7 kiilo miisaankiisa
almost half
waxa waaye half kg waa maqan tahay wuxuu leeyahay marka safiya marasmas oo ay weheliso hypothalamic shock shockan asal ahaan wuxuu ka yimid fuuqbaxaas wuxuu ka yimid shuban marka laf iyo maqaar waaye hilib dhan maa jirkiisa
inta badanna waa un IDP-ga waa gaajo on waxaad wax keenaya
faafanaanta badan degan IDP
waxba haysan Idris his family delayed bringing him to the hospital.
waqtigana waa iska jira saamixi way laakiin xogaa waxaan raadinayna daawo dhaqameed iyo
daawo dhaqameeda yaa la soo rafaaday
isdhahayna bal daawo dhaqameedkan markaad ku fiirisaan canuga maskaxda ku dhahday bal xogaa sheekh hebel
waa soo qoostad
waa soo daalnay
maskaxdan meesha daysan hadda ilmaha ku aragto asal ahaan waxay ka imaataa fuuqbaxan uma baahno in daawo dhaqameed la siiye wuxuu u baahan yahay in fuuqcayn loo sameeyo ama oral la siiyo ama faleembooyin la siiyo hadda casharka kuu noqdaya
The UN has yet to officially declare this crisis a famine. Set measures of mortality and malnutrition have to be met before that can happen. But accurate statistics are almost impossible in Somalia, and while the UN delays, the children here are not getting the aid they need, and many are dying. Since January last year, around 1 million Somalis have become displaced because of the drought. Many of them end up in IDP camps like this. Around Kismayo, more than a dozen camps have been established in the last 6 months.
halkan waxaa lagu bilaabay dad lixdaneeyo qoysa markii koobaad lagu bilaabay haddana waa 1500 oo qoys halkan
Mohammed Sheikh is from the Ministry of Health. He leads a mobile team which visits the camps daily, trying to identify and help the most needy children.
يعني midka liita waa la qaadaya isbitaalka la geeyo midka nafaqa darrada ku dhacdayna oo aan liidanin oo aan xanuuno kale iyo waxyaabo kale u helinina waa lagu daaweynaya wixii complication xanuun ka muuqdana waa laga daaweyn kale waxaa siinaya biskii nafaqeynta la siin
6 years old Anfa Ahmed needs urgent attention. Like so many, the drought killed all her family's livestock. In desperate need of food, they had to walk for 6 days to get here.
عنده يعبر كذا وزاوي وهوسيا ده إيش يعبر كنا اسمه لهان وأنا قلت أو حنوصل أو محل يبغى دريال مركو حنقوس مننا سالكوا لقوا قاضي عنا للسين ما دام عنا عناس بسكت عناس يجدوا عنا للسين الدوان إفسار قاضي ناس سؤال تامك تأثير كنا نقوا قاضي لقوا درياله كده مكان صعف ما ده عنده وسعده في بسكت قاضينا
قبري المغنى
يا سيك وعف ما ده وحرتنا جود هذا okay.
Even though her daughter is very ill, Anfa's mother is reluctant to go to the hospital because she's worried about leaving her other children. The health workers
I'll continue a bit more a bit later, but guys, if anyone hates Somali, that's fine. But the kids, right? I just, oh my goodness, this is just so bad. This is really, really bad. And for Majo and the other, was it Abdullahi? Who the president of Somalia? I'm really disappointed in them. I see them all the time. speaking to other leaders. I see them all the time flexing, and I'm just like, this does not concern you. This is a bad look. Like, this is really bad. All those Somali leaders, they have blood on their hands. You know what I mean? They didn't physically murder anyone, but they did. This is murder. And they should be held accountable for all of this. These little babies, no. This is too much. I have to pause it because this is so sad. But what are you guys saying on High H Block? And Emil Carr, let's be serious about this though. Let's be serious for like one moment. But Emil Carr though, I will say they did a good job in not advertising this, because I literally had no idea this was happening. Literally hear nothing about this at all. So I'm just like, isn't this the worst drought in Africa? Well, I was saying it's the worst drought in Somalia because the 2011 one, I mean, 500,000 people died. So that's a lot, especially for the population of Somalia. But with global warming, right? With global warming, with climate change, if things are going to get worse if we don't do something now. And that's the part that I don't want to think about, but it's true. How do we bring grains to the desert? Because this is really concerning. Oh, Somali war has been. I thought the civil war in Somalia was over. Okay, maybe. I thought the civil war in okay, I think Kenya is helping. They have big Somali population. No, I don't think Kenya is helping. If we're talking about Kenya helping Somalia in terms of Somalis can go to Kenya and have a good quality life, sure. If we're talking about Kenyans taking Somali refugees in, sure. But I don't see anything in policy that would support the stance that Kenya is in solidarity with Somalia, and that I'm just being honest about that. Like, I'm not trying to be mean and say that Kenya is a bad country. I'm just saying that in terms of policy and in terms of actual legislation, I haven't heard of Kenya helping with this situation in particular. Yes, Kenya helps Somalia, but not with this situation in particular, if you understand. The Somalis in UK. Okay, I'm just gonna skip past that. I'm not in the UK. I'm just gonna skip past that comment. This is very bad. Prayers go to these innocent people who are suffering, especially the children. Yeah, it's sad to see. Kafar, okay. It's shameful that Somalis aren't returning to Somalia in mass numbers. Okay, so just from what I've heard of speaking to Somalis, just a lot of Somalis that I personally know, their parents left during the 80s, right? Their parents left during the 90s. So a lot of the Somali kids that I even speak to, I don't think they've even been there before. So if you want the diaspora, right, to help with the country, they have to have love for it. Like, they have to know it. They have to see it positively. That might be missing. But Mo and some other people have love for Somalia, so I can see them helping, but he's kind of an exception. A lot of the Somali kids or young adults that I even speak to, they don't really know anything about Somalia. They weren't born there, they weren't socialized there. They just know Somali. So that could be the reason why. But I don't know if you've noticed though. the younger generation, they're doing a good job. They are developing Somalia. Uh, there can be more done, but Somalia is a small population, actually. So I don't know. I don't know. I think that what Somalis are doing now is good. You know, I don't think it's as bad as it can be, if you understand what I'm saying. Okay. Other African countries should help them. Like who? Actually, when you say other African countries, I'm really curious. Who should help Somalia? Who do you have in mind? Let's be really specific here. Who should help Somalia? Because I don't want to hear people talk about.
Let's be really specific here.
Okay, 1 second. I don't want to hear people talk about Nigeria should help Somalia. Let's be realistic here. Who should help Somalia? This is the problem with sometimes when people just talk like other who are these other Africans? Because all other 53 nations are not helping Somalia, right? So who should take it upon themselves to help Somalia? I just need that answer. Yeah, Kifaro, I'm that type of person that if you're bragging about how good your people are, your country is, I'm so petty. I'll look at the country's GDP per capita, and if I see that it's less than 1,000, I just ignore what they're saying, to be honest. They get mad at me for saying that, but I'm like, I don't want to talk. I'm not gonna be angry that someone's country who makes less than $1,000 per capita is talking about how great they are. That doesn't bother me at all. It just doesn't. Kifar, they don't care. They were denying this even happening. Oh, the UK Somalis, probably a coping mechanism. I think they are helping their family though. Where is Mo today? I actually do want to hear from Mo. I want to hear the historical equivalence to this. A Cameroonian diaspora, Al Kabilan American is Somali. It's H Block. He's Somali. Anyways, Emil Carr, I bet Bushmeat will be, oh my goodness. You guys are shady. Yeah, you guys are really shady. Cameroonian diaspora, me and Duadoyer are both Somalis, but we're not those clowns who call everyone the J word. I said this brother Bushmeat supermarket is big business. Kenya is facing their own yes. Yeah. I was saying that North Kenya is going through their drought situation as well. So I mean no, Kenya can help southern Kenya, but northern Kenya is going through the same thing. So I don't know. I think it's just unfortunate, really. I'm looking something up. 1 minute. The Kenyan situation, though, isn't as bad as the Somali situation. Where it's happening is in shoot, I don't even know these words. I don't know these names, but it's happening in Marasabit, Marasabit, Ladawar, just Upper Kenya. I don't even want to say these names, man. I'm a butcher all of them. I'll keep going. Okay. But still, fam, y'all must go rebuild Somalia. But okay, so Cameroonian diaspora, right? The the reason why I don't feel bad when some Africans be like, "Oh, screw that country," is because I don't know if you're aware, but you may have this idea, right? That you want to help your government, you want to help your people, you want to do this. Your president will literally be like, "No, thanks." African governments don't like competition. I don't know if you've noticed that. So when you're trying to start something from the ground up, you're not going to get the support. Even look at what Amaya, right? What Amaya did Africa to the world. What Amaya, the Ghanaians, like the Ghanaian government specifically, right, did not take Amaya seriously until he got 1 million subscribers. Prior to that, they were just like, "You're just filming videos. Why is that?" They didn't get it. He was not interviewed on Ghanaian radio stations. He wasn't supported. He had to do everything from the ground up, right? So if we're talking about building companies, if we're talking about building factories, understand that they are going to be on their own. Their government is not going to help. So sometimes I understand why some of them just don't do it. Somalis in Canada, US, and Europe invest more into the West. That could be true, right? The thing is, how do you invest in somewhere where the infrastructure is not up to par? You can then only invest into your family, right? You can only invest into your house, maybe your family's education. What else are you going to invest into if the infrastructure is not up to par? How are you going to build roads, right? If the people who are selling you the material are going to rip you off, there's no support, is basically what I'm trying to say in a long long-winded way. How are you going to do that? You can't. You're going to waste a lot of money trying to do all these projects when a lot of those people are going to want to steal from you. They're just going to want to steal your money for the most part. Can what can I do if I go? Thank you. Like you're just saying, "Oh, go there. Go there and do what? What is he going to do?" Huh? Who's going to help him? You think a lot of people back home are going to want to help him? There he is the help for people back home, right? If he goes there, he's going to be bothered by people. Can you give me money? Can you help me? Can you do this? It's actually a headache. Should he go back home and help? Sure. But it's not going to be something that's going to be easy. Do you understand me? Like it's not like going to the US and starting a company and the government helps you. Like you're going back to Africa with your own money, okay? You want to start a business. The government is going to take months to look at your file. Like some people here probably just don't get it. They just don't get it. No, but what can they really do though? You know what I mean? I literally left the US and moved back to Cameroon to build my ancestral relation. Okay, I'm gonna rebuttal that, but don't worry. Didn't you say Uganda has plenty of food? Yes, Uganda. Well, okay. I don't know if it has plenty of food, but Uganda has some of the most arable land So Uganda has the potential to have a lot of food because Uganda is very green. Okay, Uganda is already helping Somalia. Shoutouts to Uganda. I did not know that. Then shoutouts to Uganda. Somali should help their country. It would be nice if others help, but they aren't expected to. Agreed. Okay, 1 second. So I'm gonna finish the video and I'll
convince her by agreeing to make sure her other children are fed and looked after while she's away. Mother and daughter are put in an ambulance to take them to intensive care. On arrival, doctors say Anfa needs a blood transfusion. Muhammad Sheikh volunteers to donate.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold up. Midnight, who are you talking to? Are you talking to me? Are you talking? You better not be talking to me. You better not be talking to me. You better not be talking to me because I've never talked to you before. I've not judged you. I never said anything to you. So if you have issues with other people, you need to hop off the live. That's just it. Because what I'm doing is bringing awareness to the problem. I never said anything about you. I hope you understand that. And yeah, the things that you're talking about, you should probably go tell Americans that cuz I don't have a desire to call Africans black. I don't even do that. But yeah, let me continue the video.
gabadh yar oo naafo ah oo aan ka soo qaadnay ceel jaale oo dhiig la'aan ahayd.
Doctors are trying to stabilize her condition. No complications so far. She's responding well to the treatment. Muhammad checks on Anfa.
caafimaad yaa insha allah may waa la daaweyn dhiigana waa loo shubay waxshidaada waxba toon insha allah loo xiriyo.
It's been a week since I arrived at the hospital. I wanted to see some of the children I had met on the first day. Idris Usman has responded well to treatment and is in a much better condition. He's gained weight. Maqsid Hashim is also recovering well from malnutrition, but she has problems with her heart and will be transferred to another ward. And I was later told that Anfa was discharged after spending 9 days in hospital. For every child that survives, there are hundreds who won't. The word famine evokes emotions and usually triggers an outpouring of empathy in the form of aid. That can save lives, but the technical definition of famine is disputed. And while international bodies and Somali politicians debate, the people here suffer and wait.
Well, joining me now is the Deputy Director for the World Food Programme in Somalia, Bemanke Sanko. Thank you for joining us. We've just seen some very distressing images from Somalia, but put this in some scale for us in terms of how bad this is.
I'm afraid we've only seen one health center in Kismayo, but the situation in Somalia is similar across the country, and there are more areas that are even more worrisome. The food security situation and malnutrition in Somalia is very, very serious. We are faced with unprecedented number of people who are acutely malnourished, and it's heartbreaking. Somalia is facing insecurity, high food prices, COVID, and now drought. 4 consecutive fall rains have left over 7.1 million Somalis hungry, and they need food assistance to put food on on the table for their families. That is almost half of the population of Somalia. Their livestock has been wiped out completely as a result of the drought, and many more are dying.
Well, at what point are you going to declare a famine? At what point do we say what this is? Because perhaps that will make a difference to the world stepping up with donations.
Currently, there is no declaration of drought in Somalia, but the experts are actually looking at the new data that's available. And we as the United Nations and also World Food Program are watching and following up to see what advice will come out of that. But however, as we wait and watch, we have been responding, we have been scaling up our activities in Somalia. World Food Program alone, in April, we reached about 1.7 million Somalis. And as of June, we've reached over 4 million Somalis with life-saving food assistance and also malnutrition treatment.
Yeah, but what can you explain why this is not being called a famine?
The word famine, it's more of a technical term, which basically is based on some threshold. What is important for us right now is for us to have the resources that is required, for us to pull all the resources together, for donors to come in so that we can respond.
Okay, I don't know if I heard that correctly, but the guy asked a really great question. Why is this not being labeled as a famine? Because it is. So why is it not being labeled as a crisis? Because if it was labeled as a crisis, there would be more international, I guess, more international help or more international care, more international action. And the man is saying that it's not being labeled as such because supplies are not being allocated towards it, or supplies are not available to be allocated towards eradicating it or fixing it. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I don't know if I buy this. I don't know if I believe this. I don't know if that's the actual reason. But yeah, I'll continue.
To the needs of the people in Somalia. We all know this. Somalia has been affected by fall field rates. Since October, the United Nations, including World Food Program, has been raising warnings that there is a deterioration in terms of food security in Somalia. In April of 2022, we did warn of the risks of famine, but we haven't got the adequate resources to actually respond at scale.
Now, thousands of
people. If the
people,
resources is available, we will be able to respond at scale.
Thousands of people have already died, it's believed, in the Horn of Africa from malnutrition. In 2011, around 250,000 people lost their lives. Do you believe this one is going to be worse?
We believe that we've learned a lot of lessons since 2011.
Who is this? This guy is talking out of his ears. This is the same guy that looks pretty well fed, okay, speaking pretty good English. This guy's stealing his country's money, right? And the guy's just asking him, so when is this going to be declared as a crisis? When are you guys going to have resources allocated? Thousands of people have already died, and it's expected that thousands more will die. Sorry, this is really sad. And he's just speaking so nonchalantly about it. Like, I know I don't expect him to cry, but he's just speaking like this is just normal. And I don't know if you guys just caught it, but he was saying we've learned so much from what have they learned? What have they learned? It's been the last one was over 10 years ago. What have they Princess, please tell me what the government has learned and how to deal with this, because I don't see anything. I don't hear anything. People I know don't talk about what they have learned. So I don't know why that statement is even in there. Oh, please.
and 2016 and 2017. And we have all the mechanisms in place to actually respond. We have built capacity for governments. We have built capacity with NGOs to actually respond to this sort of situation in this area. What is holding us is the resources that is required. Unfortunately, the drought in these areas is actually unprecedented, and we do require the resources to really respond at scale. And it's not just about one sector responding, but we need an integrated response to ensure that we save lives. We are in the race against time now.
Thank you. I'm sorry to talk across you. There's clearly a delay on the line, but thank you very much indeed for joining us, Bimanke Sanko. Well, the US ambassador to Somali, Larry Andre, joins me now from the capital, Mogadishu. Ambassador, thank you for joining us. The United States has pledged a lot of money. The rest of the world doesn't seem to have stepped up.
Well, let me start by complimenting the report. I watched this documentary with my USAID colleague, Catherine Lauer, who has spent 40 years serving populations such as this humanitarian crisis, such as the one that we just witnessed in this terrible report that so well represents the human tragedy that is unfolding right now in Somalia. She and I both agree that what you've shown is an accurate representation of the human tragedy brought on by this unprecedented drought. We see no record of this in Somalia's history, a drought this severe and this long. So please know that the United States and some of Somalia's other international partners have not waited for a famine declaration. Delivery of urgently needed aid has been ongoing for months. With coordination and expertise from United Nations agencies, including the World Food Program, I want to associate myself with the remarks by my friend Bimanke Sanko, and robust response from Somalia's federal and state governments. Delivery of aid is ongoing. You accurately say that we need more response. The American people, mainly through USAID, have funded 70% of the contributions received so far by the UN Humanitarian Response Plan. 70%.
Yeah, indeed, I mean, it's been a lot of money that the United States has pledged, but as I say, the rest of the world doesn't seem to be stepping up. You know, do you think the world's priorities need to be recalibrated? You know, when you look at 20% of the world's aid right now is going to Ukraine, and there are people about to starve to death in the Horn of Africa.
We have appealed to Somalia's other donors to step up, and we see some positive signs in that direction. And to do as we do, to coordinate that aid through the United Nations agencies to make sure that it gets to those in greatest need. As was pointed out in the report, Russia's war against Ukraine has caused a great disruption in the world grain market and has greatly increased the cost of grain to Somalis and greatly decreased the supply. But yes, we appeal to Somalia's other friends to step up with the needed aid to this dire humanitarian emergency, and to coordinate it through the United Nations agencies like we do, so it gets to those in greatest need.
How do you think the early warning system can be made more effective, though? I mean, people have been warning of impending death, of impending famine in the Horn of Africa for months now, yet we're almost there, and it's going to be too late. By the time that's declared, it's too late for the people there.
Yeah, the drought is reaching catastrophic proportions. And with the early warning systems in place, our government started ramping up its response for some months now. And it's not that we pledged this amount, we are delivering the aid, again, through United Nations agencies and other means to make sure it gets to those in greatest need. So it's more than just a pledge, it's actually happening. We note on the United Nations side an effort underway right now to greatly scale up So the United Nations has been involved throughout, but now is greatly scaling up its efforts in response to this accelerating human tragedy. We get rainy seasons normally twice a year in Somalia, and each one that we have a very underperforming rainy season, there is the hope that the next one will be a good one, because in the past that has been the pattern. Now we are seeing successive rainy seasons greatly underperform, and that is what is causing this human tragedy.
Okay, so where is exactly the drought? I have no idea because Upper Somalia is Hargeisa. Isn't that area fine? So I'm assuming it's lower part, but I don't know exactly where. So it's not the whole country, obviously, that's going through this. It's 50% what? Yeah, it's not the whole country that's going through this, but it's 50% of people that are affected by the drought, because people have to move from where they are located to somewhere else. So that's kind of what's happening. Now, what I found very interesting during that speech is that I don't know if anyone noticed, but or heard, but the US was really bragging about how they're the number one helpers in this. I thought that was kind of weird because I thought they were patting themselves on the back, like, oh, we're the number one contributor. The rest of the world isn't doing anything about it. Yeah. US, right? Even the US involvement in Somalia, right? The airstrikes, all of this, all of trying to stop Al-Shabaab in Somalia, that the US troops are there. I don't maybe they need to work with someone else. I just don't know US's intentions. Uh I don't know how when it comes to a problem, right? That is with the US, they can solve it very easily. But when it comes to Somalia, it's just the way that they're dragging their feet. I know Al Shabaab is a problem, but I really do believe that you could come to an agreement with them. I really do. Al Shabaab, these people are not princes. They have no money. Just make them a deal that they can't refuse. And I seriously feel like things will get better, right? So, yeah, or I don't know, inscript them in the military. There are ways you could deal with men that don't have enough money, religious fanatics. There are ways you could deal with these people. But I guess the resources aren't put into that. But I'm gonna go ahead and see what you guys are saying, and then I'll open up the link if anyone has anything to say. And I don't. The map. I did check the map. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Let me see. Map of Somalia. So I don't know what part of Somalia this is happening in. I know it's not happening here, but I don't know like where exactly it's happening. I'm not sure where. Because all of the reports keep saying Somalia, Somalia, Somalia. They're not really talking about where in Somalia it's happening. So I have no idea where any of this stuff is happening, to be quite honest. Let me just get the map in focus once more. Okay, let me go to Google Maps. Oh, it's already there. Okay. So Somalia. Let me zoom in a bit more. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Because obviously it's not happening over here. Because, I guess people can drink water or something. I don't know. But yeah, I have no idea. Let me actually Google where thing is. Mogadishu. Yes, Mogadishu's right here. Okay. So Mogadishu's at the corner. Okay, so where's Hargeisa? Oh, Hargeisa's at the top, isn't it? What? Okay, let me zoom out. Hold on. Okay, so Hargeisa's kind of at the top, closer to Djibouti. Uh, Yep, but yeah, I don't know where it is. I don't know where exactly the conflict is. Just speaking to some Somalis, they're saying it's rural Somali. That still doesn't give me a pinpoint of where exactly it is. But yeah, let me just see what you guys are saying. Developed countries who cause climate change should help these children. It's their fault that these droughts are happening. That's correct. The developed world's stance on this is actually really interesting. The UN and the NGOs and these climate change warriors, it's very, very interesting. In fact, I feel like the whole climate change hoax has nothing to do with developing countries or developing nations. It has nothing to do with them. Go bother China, India, US, all these other countries about climate change. Stop worrying us about it. I mean, it's your fault. You need to fix it. I don't know what you want other people to do about it. You know what I mean? No. Um I believe Somalia will probably never get better as long as it still has the 4.5 clan system. You think so? Well, see, I heard from some Somalis. I don't know if it's true, but I heard that Isaac and Darude are pretty much running things. So are the other two clans. I don't remember the name, but Isaac and Darude are feeling themselves, and everyone else is kind of like not Somali. Like they're Somali, but they're not really Somali. Like they're Somali, but they're not the Somali that counts. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard. So if that is true, then your comment does make sense. Uh, it's quite sad, actually, because Somalis are pretty homogeneous. They don't all look the same, but ethnically wise, they're pretty similar. So in a country like that, you wouldn't expect to have those issues. Uh, it's like a country that has 500 tribes has the complete opposite problem. It's just that everyone's different. But in I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Somalia gotta fix that. No, they got to fix that. Why is this guy in Nairobi? Should he be in Somalia too? Oh yeah. The guy's just reading the script like they always do. Don't worry, I'll like open the line between me and you. Okay. I'm midnight, welcome to the stream. Hope you have a wonderful time. I can't even be bothered. I can't. Exactly. All these dusties have no power. They don't. Why is this guy talking nonsense while he's in? Okay. Didn't I already read this. They're delusional clowns. They're okay. Some of the darkest people on here talking about they're not black. That's their low IQ talk. Al-Shabaab is very well funded. It levies taxes. Why would it give that up? Funded by whom? Funded by who? The West or inside? Because I don't think it's funded by inside. I can believe that it's funded by the West, but funded by inside, even though I think these African leaders are idiots, I don't think they're that idiotic. I don't. Uh, thank Milcar, thanks. Kifara, I don't believe it is affecting the whole country, probably near the border of Kenya. Okay. Wait. Okay, I'll look at the map again because I just don't get it. All right, so I'm gonna Okay, so I'm gonna open up the link now. If anyone has anything to add, they could come in here. And yeah, let's just talk about this. The Somali government dropped the ball. They just need to be beheaded at this point because this is just bad. This is not acceptable. You cannot tell me you love your people that much and you're watching them die. And no, just absolutely horrible. Wasn't this the same Somali president or government that went to Queen Elizabeth's funeral? Like, talk about not having things in check, right? And then, yeah, just going back to the whole civil war that happened years ago, I definitely think that, see, even though what we're seeing right on TV looks pretty bad, I don't know because I'm not there, but I think Somalia is getting better. I think the youth are waking up and the youth are going to take things to the next level. I see something that the youth haven't been traumatized like the older people. So I definitely think that is actually going to be Somalia's saving grace. The fact that the youth don't have as much ties as you. Kafar, you don't think so? I think so. You know, when I talk to Somali youth, they are very they have a happiness to them that their parents don't seem to have, because their parents saw some things, experienced some things that the youth haven't experienced. Do you understand me? Because okay, I feel like parents because my parents have done it too. They've talked about hardships, they talk about coup d'etats, they talked about famine, they talked about all of that. I was like, I mean, I care, but it's like I didn't experience it. So I'm not gonna take that secondhand feeling because that hasn't happened to me. Like, I have my own experiences and I have my own expectation. You know, my father was born in 1957. So someone was born in 1957, you think they're gonna have the same mentality as me? Yeah, no. It just no. Okay. But yeah, if anyone wants to call in, please call in. I have some in the background. And yeah. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
Okay. So do you like are you Somali?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so then I wanted to ask you, this is perfect. So what part do you know the part that this is happening? Because I don't know. Like I don't know the area.
It's southern Somalia, especially the urban areas.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Thanks. And how do you feel about it? Or anyways, do you agree that the Somali youth are they're gonna be the future that
Yes. Every country has a future, which is their children, their next generation.
yeah, I don't know what when I speak to younger Somali, I feel like I'm speaking to the future as opposed to the older Somali who are always worried about the clan system and this and that and this and that.
Yeah,
But the new
it's always
Somali,
worrying accent.
they're the future. They're very ahead. It's straightforward.
Yeah. It's sad to see when your country is being ruled by a clan system.
Yeah.
But everything will get better.
I've got a struggle with the internet. Is that you on that picture? Because that girl looks like a Chinese to me. Is that you?
What?
That thumbnail, is that you?
Yes, it's me.
Okay, it looks like Asian lady. It's all right. Okay.
Nah,
So
bro, she's not
That's a
Asian, bro.
white lady, bro. That's a white lady. What's she
No,
like?
no, no, no. Chill. That's a
exactly,
Somali
Lima.
girl, bro. Somali girl. She's very young, bro. You
Oh,
guys calm down. She's very young girl, but that's her
I'm
picture
from the
too.
okay.
Hawiya clan, by the way.
This what I want to say. Okay, about this crisis thing. There was one time in my country. It was not the crisis where we had this Ambazonia. I think there were a lot of refugees that flow into Nigeria. And there was this movement amongst us. People were contributing clothes, it was something unofficial. Clothes, they will pass around. You have clothes to give to children, food, things that people don't use in their house. And there was these guys that had free containers. And they shipped these things to these children who were in this refugee scam. You could see this coordination of people helping. And some other times when you see like things happen in different countries, you see their celebrities, they're working together. But I'm not seeing so many celebrities. What's it called? They call Inam Omar, Mo Farah. I don't know who they are. You don't see them say anything. They just sit quiet. I think maybe they don't want it's a pride thing. We don't want to tell people who are suffering or what. Because at least they could coordinate themselves and try to do some help. You can get all these Somalis online talking bullshit and ask them to contribute something. Try to help the people in your own way instead of waiting the UN to buy rice, whatever. You can buy that rice. You can say this is from the Somali community in the UK. You can do those things yourself. Remittance in Africa is a big thing. And if you guys really want, while you're waiting for this help, from this help from the UK or whatever, you can send it to your own people. Maybe if Al Shabaab thinks, okay, this is really coming from our Somali people, they're not going to attack the food. So, but I'm not seeing
Did
any
you say exactly
coordination.
food?
I'm not seeing any coordination from the Somalians in the diaspora. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't see your celebrity speaking about it. It's just like nothing is happening.
Well, okay. So Ilan Omar, she wouldn't be the right person to speak on it anyways.
No, that's
Mo
the only one
Far-
I know, you know.
yeah, Mo Farah. I don't know. But okay, one thing I will say though is with the celebrities, right? Is that they are in a different class system. Like most celebrities don't do humanitarian thing anyway. If we're just being honest, like most celebrities don't care about any of that. The Somali celebrities I personally know are are drill rappers and some people who are in the movie industry, but and Iman as well. But yeah, celebrities don't really talk about this kind of stuff. I would maybe expect this more from a politician.
No, you don't need to, but you know what I'm saying. You know, one time when there was something in Haiti, you know, Wyclef was really instrumental. He was really active. Even when there was the Ebola thing in what was it? Is it Sierra Leone, Liberia? I don't know. You have people like Idris Eba. These people, they were talking. You understand how they could help. You know, that's my point. You don't need to be a politician to help people. You, if you have the means, you need to help these people. But I don't see it. That's just my point. Because this young
You
baby suffering, you know, and you just say, oh, it's not happening. And that is a drought. It's something that is going to continue happening. That is nature. How do you fight it? You can just, well, what can you do? You just try to mend it, try to understand it. You can't really change nature, but at least they can try and go around all these people, get even clothes. You know, that's what we were doing. And these children in these refugee camps, some of them are living happily. Books, yeah.
you know, history always repeats itself, but before it can get the chance, we as a people should stop it.
We should.
The foreign people should not lead us. We should, as the origins, ethnics of the nation, we should lead our own nation, not other people.
Hey, Mira Shego, how old are you?
That doesn't matter, dear.
Because you
No, it
sound
matters
very
because
very young. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm very curious
no,
because
no,
you
no, no,
sound
no.
very
See,
young.
see, H block. This stream is 18 plus, so we just want to make
I
sure.
am 18 actually.
Are you sure you're 18? When's your birthday?
And few months ago,
No, that's not what I asked. When's your birth date? Birth date.
July 7, 2004.
Okay, so you just turned
Mm.
18 2 months
No,
ago.
no, no, no. 2004. That's 20.
Also, she's lying.
Wait, am I
I'm not
making a
lying.
mistake?
Huh? 2004?
Yeah.
No, bro. That's not
That's
20, bro. That's
18.
18.
That's
She's
18.
right.
Yes.
She's
So
18.
yeah.
Okay, I asked that because she sounds very, very, very young. Like I
But
thought
come on,
maybe she's.
18 in Somalia is still considered a child. Come on, in Africa for a girl, you're still a
But
child.
are you in Somalia? Mira Shego, are you in Somalia?
Yes, she's in
Yes, in
Somalia.
Somalia, 18 is considered adulthood.
What part of Somalia are you?
From the capital, Mogadishu.
Where in the capital? Medino,
Holwadac.
Karan, Hamar Jajab. Where are you?
Yeah, she has
Holwadac.
spoke sometime.
Huh?
She's in Somalia. She's in
Hold on,
Somalia.
hold on,
Holwadac.
Kifaro. Holwadac.
Yes.
Have you ever been outside Somalia?
Only Hargeisa.
Oh, okay. And you said you're a Hawiya?
Yes.
Habar Gidir?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, she's legit, man. So
Yeah,
the
she's
the,
legit. Yeah.
the drought, Mira Shego, the drought is not affecting people in Mogadishu, right? Like, do you see
No,
people
it's not the
suffering in
drought.
Mogadishu?
The drought takes a part, but not wholly.
Okay. Yeah, AM was asking a question what part of Somalia is affected. So the video that we just watched, that's South Somalia, this city called Baydoba, and the reason that a lot of Somalis are not advocating for this drought is because Somalis are clan-based societies, and the majority people that are in the West, in the UK, Canada, in the US, none of them are from that region. The region Baydoba, most people from there are not in the West. Those people are the ones that are always facing the drought. Even in the past years, they're the ones that always suffer the most. So, and these people, if you know, in Somali society, like if your client is not suffering, they really don't care. A lot of these people, they don't even see these people in the drought who are suffering as their own people. So that's the politics in Somalia.
So What clans would be there?
Well, their clan is called Rahanwain, right? So in Somali society, when things happen, your clan helps you the most, right? So the reason is a lot of people in the West are not advocating for these people because they don't really see them as their own people. They just see them as, they call them ALI, which is derogatory word. So these people, they're more like in the South, and they're like they the Somalis, really a lot of them, like the ones like Lima was denying drought even exists the other day because he's not looking at these people as his own people. He's only looking at Hargeisa. So if nothing is happening in Hargeisa, to his eyes, there's no drought, and that's how most Somalis think in the West.
Yeah, like this is the thing with most Africans. Okay, Africans who live in the capital city, they think that is the country. That's the mistake they make. Like in the capital cities, they think, oh, the capital cities is okay, and therefore the country is okay. They will argue you that my country is okay, but that is just a small part. If you just leave the vast majority of the country, people suffer. If you come to Cameroon, you go to Yaoundé or Douala, these people will tell you they are better than America, but that is just two cities in the whole country. And if you live out of those cities, everyone is suffering. But if you meet one coming from those two cities, they will tell you they're better than America because, of course, they'll have all the amenities, the internet. They live like, you understand, those are developed cities, but that does not represent the vast majority of the country. That's why when some people come on these internet streams and say, oh, my country is this. No, you're just living in a town that is better. But 80% of your country is still bullshit. So when people talking about your country, they're talking about the majority of your country, not just that little capital city where you've got everything intact. So we should be inclusive about the whole country, not about some particular area that's well developed and say, okay, it's not happening here. Because if there's a drought and they say there's a lot of urbanization, people are living from those drought areas and moving to other cities. I saw some kind of migration, and it's going to affect the country in some other way because the food is going to go up, maybe crime. I don't know. It's just going to be, some things are going to change just because of the drought. You understand?
Yeah, exactly. You hit the and the nail, Kefaru. That's exactly what's going on. So like a lot of these people that are from different cities, they don't see the drought in their own city or in their own clan. So in their minds, this drought doesn't even exist. And you absolutely right. There's a lot of we just watched that video, that camp. All these people that are with those little huts that made out of like shirts and stuff. Those people are called IDBs, right? Internally displaced people.
Yeah,
They're
internally displaced person. Yeah.
right. So they literally
People.
left their homes, their farms, because the drought was so bad they couldn't bear it. So that's why they're coming to these cities trying to see if other people can help them. You see what I'm saying? So and the problem, this whole tribalism problem is what making Africa a shithole, because people don't see other people in their own country. They don't even see their own people. The only people they care about is the people from their own tribe. So these people that are suffering the most are one of the weakest tribe in Somalia. They're called Rahanwain, and no one really cares about them. And there's the ones who dying the most. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense because they're not part of the four. And also I just noticed that, yeah, in the video where you were talking about, that area looked like not the town. That looked like nowhere. Like, I don't even know where that was. Like that did not look like, Somaliland. That did not look like Mogadishu. That did not look like that at all.
No, that's the outskirts of the city called Baydaba. It's outside Baydaba.
Baydaba?
Yeah, Baydaba. You can pull it. You can Google on the map. You see exactly what it is. It's Baydaba. Baidoa. Baydaba.
Okay. All right. Makes sense. Yeah, the clan system is honestly just not different from tribalism. Every
Like,
country has that, like every country has a tribe that is the darling tribe and then all these other tribes that if something's happening over there, that you even have some bad Africans that will say things like, "Oh, well, this happened because 400 years ago they didn't do this, they didn't do that." They're so superstitious. They'll literally be like, "Oh, the reason why they're suffering is
Yeah,
because
this is the thing.
400 years ago they didn't do this," and I'm like, "Oh, come on! I can't believe people are actually thinking like this." Can't believe Africans are actually justifying the suffering of other tribes in 2022.
No,
Disgusting.
this is the thing. Can you hear me? I'm some outskirts of one Italian village. You know, I'm having this internet issue. This is the thing. You were talking about that.
Are you in a strawberry field, bro?
No, no. You're talking about Al Shabaab. You can't dismiss Al Shabaab. You can't dismiss. No, I went for a low weekend. You can't dismiss Al Shabaab. Okay, when there's insecurity, it's gonna create more problems. I'm gonna give an example. When we had this Ambazonia thing, when people could not go outside, food was so expensive because people like were scared that these people will attack them. You may be caught up in the crossfire between the Cameroon militaries and this Ambazonia thing. People did not go to farm. Just that period of instability made food to become so expensive. You know,
Yeah.
so when that part of insecurity is making it even worse. Yeah.
Similar thing was happening in Sierra Leone. It wasn't necessarily a drought, but there's a lot of political instability over there, and as you mentioned, the prices of things have gone up. It's actually really scary what's happening in Sierra Leone. I'm actually really scared. Same with Burkina Faso, also bad, very bad. But yeah, go ahead, Lima. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, what's happening, AM?
Nothing much.
Yeah, basically, I don't know where these starving Somalians are because I just come back from Somalia. I'm in Turkey now. So I ain't seen no one that was starving. Everybody was living a nice life.
Bro,
I
you,
should
you
start a
came from
mission.
Hargeisa, bro. That's not where the drought is. This drought is in Baydava. Did you come
Oh,
from Baydava?
no, I didn't go very double, bro.
Exactly, bro. The drought is happening in Baydava, and matter of fact,
But how,
all the droughts in Somalia always happen in that region, Baydava.
yeah, but how's that possible when they live in the jungle part? I don't get it. They got all the
No,
rivers.
no,
How
no,
does
no,
that
no,
work?
no, 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 bro. No. You mixed up with your geography. Baydava is not the jungle part. You're talking about Shabelle Hose and Juba. You talk about the rivers. Baydava is different, bro. Baydava
Okay,
is literally
but are they are they
close to
are they
Sudan.
not right next to each other? Are they not right next to each other?
Yeah, yes, but the
You
Baydava
can
looks
literally
like
look. You can literally see the green on the map. She's got it on there. Look, there's the green there, bro. It's a jungle, bro. I don't think you know your maps properly,
no. It's not jungle, bro. Baydava is a drought, bro.
bro.
Like
They got a lot more green than we have up north. That's a fact. They grow all the vegetables. That's
no,
what we get all our fruits. Bro, we get all our fruit and vegetable from Baidoa in north. You know this, right?
no, not from Baydava. From Afgoye, from Barire. You know,
It's
like
not
I'm from
far
that
from there
region,
though.
bro. From
They're
Janale.
literally 20 miles. They're literally 20 miles apart, brother. Come on, man.
No, not 20 miles, Lima, not 20 miles. Trust me, I'm from there, bro. I'm from the region. I'm from the where you talking about, the green region,
Yeah, but
and that's
look at that
Afgoye.
map. There's the green. Look at Africa. Africa Millennium got the map up there. It's green, bro. The green is right next to Baidoa. I can see it. I got eyes.
But okay, Lima, are you denying these people are in a drought then, bro? Like, what are you trying to say?
Bro. Listen to me. Listen to
We are
me.
not
I,
denying. We are not denying.
no,
It's
wait.
indeed a drought.
I didn't say I was denying anything, but basically, listen to me, bro. I don't know if you
Okay.
follow the news, but about a month ago, you know the Guardian newspaper.
Yeah, the UK newspaper, yes.
Yeah, they basically came to where I live in Hargeisa, bro, and they tried to write some article like, oh, that these girls are so desperate for water that no one's got water, bro. You know them two girls that they got their pictures on the newspaper, it's in the Guardian paper, because they told absolute lies about these girls. I don't believe none of these shit these European right, bro. I'm just being honest with you. They're just dodgy people, bro.
But look, the guy who's reporting
So
Somali, bro.
I don't trust this
The guy,
shit, bro. Someone's making you, bro. Listen. No disrespect, but Southern Somalia is an NGO fucking gold mine, bro. They take the piss, bro. You don't need to fix that shit, bro.
look,
That's all
I'm
I'm
not gonna
saying.
lie.
There's
I'm not
some,
gonna lie. There are
there's some,
there are. myriad problems in
There's
South
some
Somalia. You have terrorism. You have
there's some
the
NGOs. There's some NGOs that's making money out of your names, bro. Like there's no tomorrow. I don't get this, bro. We live in the desert and we're not starving, and you that live in the jungle are starving. How does that make sense, bro? It doesn't make sense.
no, bro. Beidab is not a jungle again, bro. Come on, bro.
Bro,
Like,
listen.
they're not.
There's a
Yeah.
river. There's a river that runs. There's a river that runs through Baydoba, bro. Right next to it. Bro. Come on, man. Baydoba
No,
people
no,
are
no, no, no,
farmers. They're
no.
known to be farmers.
Yeah,
We're the
yes, they
goat
are
herders.
farmers.
You
Yeah,
lot are
that's
farmers.
why their crops are
Exactly.
failing because of drought.
Listen,
Because
listen, listen, listen,
look,
listen,
look, the
listen,
drought
listen.
is real,
You
bro.
got,
You know,
bro. I don't know if it's real. I ain't been there, but all I'm saying is your president is a goat. When your president is a goat herder, shit like this happens to you, bro.
no, you are
You don't need
wrong.
to
Our
fucking get rid of
president
that
was
guy,
not
bro.
president.
How,
You know,
how can you look Lima Somalia is fucked up. It's a failed state. It's we know
excuse me, excuse what?
the hold on one second. Mira Shego, hold on one second about it. Look, Lima, we know Somalia is a failed state. We're not gonna sit here and act like Somalia is a
Not
normal
anymore.
country.
It was
Hold on,
was,
Mira.
but not anymore.
Mira, wait. Let me talk to my
State,
brother
bro.
real quick.
It's not a failed
Look, hold
It's a
on, Lima,
clan
hold on.
state, bro. That's the difference. It's a clan state.
Exactly my point. That's exactly what I'm about to say.
So,
So look, we know the process how they choose leaders. That's not the conventional way to choose leaders. These leaders basically is appointed by clan elders, and you know the whole shit is fucked up. The whole everything is corrupted. You already know this, Lima. Like I don't even have to tell you this. So you can't just sit here and be like, "Oh, your president is a
no,
good
but
her." We
bro,
know this.
no,
Do you
but H
think we
block,
don't
H
know
block, H
this,
block,
bro?
H block, H block.
Yeah,
No, H block, H
yeah.
block, H block, H block, H
Yeah.
block. Wait, our president up north is an absolute idiot. He ain't got no two brain cells. You know this, yeah? He's a thick as shit.
Right.
But the people
Right.
is the ones that keep the country running. He's just idiot. I'm talking to the people. I'm not talking about the president, bro. I don't care about the president. It's the people that keep the country going, not a president. A president is nothing, really and truly.
That's true. That's true. So the you can't compare Somalilanders to these people in the south. These people in the south, but so there's no terrorism in Somaliland. There's no
Bro, but
famine.
you lot got all the fertile land. You got all the fertile land though,
But
and the
if
rivers.
you can look, if you can agree on anything, if there's a war and terrorism all the time, what's the fertile land going to do for you? We have a lot of low IQ people in the south that don't care about the whole population. They only care about their own agenda. They're killing their own people. We have a clan division.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Do you know why? Do you know why the reason for that is? I can tell you the reason for that.
You go ahead, tell me the reason.
Okay, listen to me, bro. This is the reason why Somaliland broke away from the rest of Somalia. This is the problems that all these Somalians face, but they never ever like to talk about it because I don't know why they don't talk about it. Imagine a country that only two clans can become president and the rest just have to watch. Bro, you're never ever gonna have peace in your life. Imagine Germany and they say only two states in Germany can be presidents and the rest of it doesn't make sense, bro. That's why Somalia is breaking apart. Because you're not giving no one else a chance, bruv. This is a
Exactly,
disease.
bro.
This is the disease of all these Somali. You understand, bruv? That's why
Exactly,
Northern
bro.
Somalia broke away. Yeah,
Look,
but no one ever addresses that issue. You're saying exactly, but no one addresses that, bruv. No one
I
talks
do
about it.
address it all the time. Look, Lima, if you've been listening to me on these panels, I've been calling the 4.5 system retarded. I've been calling out all these people. Like everything you're saying, I've been saying it already. If you've been paying attention.
No, it's not even the 4.5, bro. It's the fact that no H block.
Yeah.
H block. It's not even the 4. Even worse than the 4.
Yeah, I know. Look,
It's not the people. Let me talk. The problem is not the people. It is the system. The system is the problem here.
Yo, Kaiser, chill, bro. She's a little girl, bro.
Bro, did my sound go off or what?
I consider myself adult. If you consider me child, I don't care.
No, I know you're not 18, but you're a teenager. I'll let it slide. But okay. So I guess Lima was talking about there are nefarious reasons for posting this, and I do agree with that. Um the problem is I don't know who it is. The West, would the West then be in conjunction with the Somali government? Because who's doing this? You know, who's doing this? Um, I do admit that, I can't go solely based on BBC. Uh, but would the West be giving Somali aid just so that they can further take advantage of Somalia? I'm trying to think here, because Somalia said that they recently found gold. No, sorry, oil. Yes, and I'm just like, uh, I mean, I don't know if Africans should continue to announce these new discoveries, because when they do say they found something, someone else is always there eyeing it. But yeah, Kaza, did you have anything to add?
I don't know what's going on with Kaiser's mic. But you're absolutely right. The whole region is militarized. Like there's so many military bases, and the West do not want to see stable Somalia. It's not their best interest. So it's
Are you
look.
sure
I'm
that's
not.
Kaiser? It might be a troll.
No, that was Kaiser. That was Kaiser. I heard him. He was disguising his voice. But look though. I'm not gonna blame the West. If you let someone, you know, divide you and make your country a shithole, it's your fault. You supposed to get your shit together. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna sit here and play the victim mentality and blame the West. Did the West cause the situation in Somalia? Yes, but the Somalis let it happen, and the Somalis can't get their shit together.
Yeah, I'm a African millennial. I've just put a heat map of the actual crisis that was done by Somalia United Nations Agency. So you can see what part is really, really affected. You can see it's a big issue. I know why Lima was coming to reject you can see the actual map, and there's the population density, how much population has been affected. It's like the actual studies of how bad it is. So you can see everywhere is just brown and red and things like that. Yeah.
So let me ask, Mira, are you still here? Mira Shego, are you still here?
Yeah.
So how's the security situation in Mogadishu now?
Comparing to the past years, it's going good.
So there's no Al Shabaab bombings and stuff like that.
Not too much. The security always takes care of it.
Okay. And a lot of people are making comments about your looks. Are you half Hammer?
Nah.
Oh, okay. So you're full Hawiya?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you see that like orange, that orange, that is where you've got some drought issue. Then the red one is really severe. So you think it's a big thing. It's not just some small part, you understand? And there's just hope it doesn't continue spreading. So it's not a thing, it's actual some facts. And it goes even up to Kenya and Somalia and Ethiopia.
Yeah, it goes up to Kenya there. Ethiopia, it does. Oh, I haven't heard about the
It's
Ethiopian.
just because, see, they're not talking about Kenya because those countries, they can manage it in their own way. You understand? They've
Yeah.
got it, they can manage it better than Somalia. The help that Somalia might need, Kenya might not need that help even with Ethiopia. So that's why they say Somalians are the ones dying most, not the Kenyans, because maybe their country can go help some way. But Somalia, due to the insecurity, things like that, is worse. You understand? I think that's the main reason. Why should Al Shabaab attack a convoy of food to help its own people? That's just some bullshit. And you say you're going to negotiate with them. You don't negotiate with terrorists. No one does that. Because if you start negotiating with terrorists, yeah. If you start negotiating with terrorists, you start giving them a credibility. They think they're doing something right. That's just the idea. If you start negotiating with them, then you're putting something you can't continue doing in the future. So you don't negotiate with terrorists. That's just the rule of the game.
So what do you do with them?
You fight them, you destroy them, you kill them.
Bro, they have not destroyed Al Shabaab since 2006, bro. Like at this point, I'm look. If they negotiate with Al Shabaab at this point, I'm not against that because Al Shabaab is not going anywhere. The reason that Al Shabaab is not going anywhere is ingrained within the society. You don't know who's Al Shabaab. Like the civilians, a lot of
Yeah,
them
it's an ideology. Yeah.
yeah, so like you can't defeat Al Shabaab. It's so difficult to defeat Al Shabaab. It's not because like you're not fighting a fair war. You're not fighting. You're not facing people. These people are just they could literally just come blend in with the civilians and then do their targets. So this is not a fair fight. It's a guerrilla fight. So at this point, you just gotta negotiate with Al Shabaab leaders, and that's what the Somali government tried to do. They actually appointed one of Al Shabaab's leaders as the minister of religion. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not against because
H block. I see that as sweeping the problem under the carpet. To me, that's not a solution. You understand? I see that as sweeping like immediate solution. What do you think if in the future Al Shabaab becomes total control of all Somalia? Your children will not be able to live in Somalia.
That's impossible.
Why is it not possible? Like the Taliban. It's just like the Taliban.
No, Taliban did it, so it's not impossible. They can literally do
exactly. No, like Sharia law, your women supposed to cut your hair, no women going to school, things like that's going to happen.
No, but but you just no, because you just said things like that is gonna happen. So that's not correct.
Africa millennia.
Yes.
Give me a second. And what else? Somali ba meeshan ku jira?
Ha aniga baa ku jira.
Hadda ku gartay.
Maanta dhan qof kula hadlayso aniga maahan.
Ogahay, laakiin si inaan si ogaada rabin inaan Soomaali tahay.
Okay, I'm Somali. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
It's Somali, but it's Rasta Somali. It's I'm gonna.
Oh
it's the only Rasta Somali. Yeah. So this is the thing. Like I'm H block. You can't be making deal with Al Shabaab. You're gonna give them this credibility, and they're gonna take over, and all the girls gonna stop going to school, tie your hair, become like a ninja. That's just gonna bring Sharia law. No one wants that.
Yeah,
there's the future. You can't be accepting making deal with them. I'm not Somali, but just the fact that they appoint one minister that was an sympathizer of, I don't know, a member or sympathizer of Al Shabaab, to me is a little bit worried because he is still giving information to them. He just put
No. Kifaru. He was not sympathizer. He was actual Al Shabaab leader.
Okay. Whoa.
Actual leader of Al Shabaab.
So do you think he will ever turn his back away from Al Shabaab? I don't think
no,
so.
Of course not. Look, man. I know that's a bad idea, but the problem is if Somalis are the ones that need to defeat Al Shabaab, but Somalis are not doing that. Majority of the Somalis actually in those areas that Al Shabaab rules are sympathizers for Al Shabaab. So the situation is deeper than you think, Kifaru. It's not just
I know. Whatever the situation, you don't negotiate with terrorists.
To take away from them. That's why they shut their mouths.
What? I didn't hear her.
Say that again. Mera, say that again.
If they shout out or come and say Ashraf is doing this, Ashraf is doing that, their kids are going to be taken away.
Wow, you see? So they're terrorizing everyone.
Wow.
By who? Taken away by who?
Al Shabaab.
The militia group.
Mm-hmm. She don't want to call the name, but we understand. Yeah, but the militia group.
Yeah, because she lives
Of
in
course,
Somalia. Actually, it's very
she needs
dangerous
to
for
take
her.
on security. Of
Yeah.
course, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Mira, don't say too much things about Al Shabaab because we know you live
Yeah,
in
don't put
Somalia,
yourself
so
in problem.
Yeah,
don't
I
put
know.
yourself in danger.
Yeah, man, I want to eat some. I want to eat a little pasta when at carbonara. With some a little bit of follow the basilica. I went for a little picnic in one village, and I'll be done soon. Oh, maybe I'll call back later. Yeah, ciao, ciao.
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. I thought you were talking about pasta in Somalia or
No, no, no.
Eritrea. But yeah, Kaizo, are you there? Cass, I'm going to. You can call back later. So, wanna end the show soon. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to kick him out properly. Okay. Okay, but I wanted to ask you guys. I don't know if Mira can answer this, but Mira, how do you feel about the Somali president that said that he's gonna stop tribalism, but he didn't? How do you feel about him? You don't have to say his name, but
It's okay, I know. I think for the past, when he ruled the country,
Mhm.
he did a little bit good of change.
Yeah.
And this year he come back for, I think we should give him a chance.
Think he should be given a chance?
Yeah, to prove himself.
I'm not
But
I'm not
hold on.
familiar with Mali politics, to be honest, but so in your opinion, right, do you think that it is improving, like it's getting better?
Yes, I live here. Everything is changing for the better.
Okay.
So what? Okay, Mira Shego. What's changing in Mogadishu right now? What do you see
In
every
terms
day?
of infrastructure, it's changing. The city is slowly building itself.
Okay, what about the security? Like, is the government able to
Yeah,
guarantee the
there's
safety
not
of
too
the
much
population?
bombing going on. There's no too much guns and bullets going on. It's being shortened in number these days.
Okay, so what about the whole when Formaggio was a president? There were a lot of people were worried about there might be a war going on
It
between
was
the prime
horrible.
minister.
To tell the truth, at the time of Ramacho, it was horrible.
So you're against Formaggio?
In terms of society and the way I lived, yes.
Okay, didn't Formaggio do a lot more for Somalia than?
He did. There's no human that's complete. He did also the good things, but not too much improvement.
Okay, so why do you say we should give this new president a chance when he was charged with corruption last time he was president, and he got caught stealing money, from the Somali people? Why do you think we should give him a chance again?
He promised it for a peaceful Somalia, as you know.
Right, but that's what all the politicians say, Mira. Like when they're running for president, they all say the right things, but that's not what they do once they, take power.
When it comes to terms of politics, I'm not good in that way, but my heart is telling me to give the president a chance.
Okay, is that what your parents are telling you, that he's a good guy and we should give him a chance?
Yeah, the way he speaks, the way he acts, yeah, it looks like that.
Okay, fair enough. Me personally, I don't trust him, and I've never been a fan of him because I know a lot of things that he did, and he was very corrupted, and he got caught stealing a lot of money from the Somali people. And when I look at him, when I see him, talking in the world stage, all I see him is a guy who just like begging for donation money so he can steal. So I really, I'm not sold on to him. I thought Formaggio was much better than him.
Yo, hey, good evening. Can I say something? Can I just jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
You can.
Okay, let me just jump in here. I don't know actually what were you guys talking about the feminine. I have missed a lot because I was on that channel. Come back to H block, right? Do you know where the president is today? Do you guys have any idea where it is he is at?
Is he in Uganda?
Yes. Why is he in Uganda?
S- Begging for money to steal?
Not only that, no, yes, probably, but he's there because Uganda has an Independence Day and a celebration. All right,
Yeah,
while the country is in a fucking war,
yeah.
right? You know the country is in war with Al Shabaab, right? Full blown war. This man is never sitting his ass down more than 2 weeks since he came to power. He is the constantly on that fucking airplane. I'm sorry, like he's literally always on that airplane. Have
Reminds me
you
of
can
someone.
you understand commander of chief who has a war going on in his own country and he's going to celebrate somebody else's freedom day? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. I really last night when I saw that, that literally boiled my blood, right? Like what are you doing? Why? And by the way, we have 5,000 well-trained soldiers sitting in Asmara in Eritrea and we are lacking soldiers today. Have you seen the guy from Iran? And he's literally begging other
Yeah, the
states to send
Hawala guy. The Hawala
the
guy. I saw.
Hawala guy. He's
Yeah.
begging other states to send some more troops, while we actually have 5,000 well-trained troops just sitting in Eritrea. This man is not bringing
But
them to
hold on one second.
fight.
Only me. Hold on one second. Only me. You know the in Eritrea are held hostage there. You know that, right?
They are not held hostage. Who is holding them hostage?
The
Like
Eritrean government, because the Somali government didn't pay their bill when they trained them. The Somali government did not pay the
this
bill.
is totally a propaganda, bro. Nobody's holding them hostage. He just doesn't want to bring them there to the fight. Here's another nice thing to go, right? We are do you know one of those there's this guy called Hassan Aden Awais or whatever his name is. He is actually since 9 years house arrest in Somalia. He has a YouTube channel making his propaganda about Al Shabaab. He's Al Shabaab, right? He's in jail. He's a house arrest. He has a YouTube channel supporting Al Shabaab from YouTube, and they letting him talk on YouTube channel. You understand? And we have Al Shabaab guy who's literally in office, somewhere in office. He's supposed to be the minister of religion, right? This guy killed thousands of people, by the way. Thousands of people he killed, right? He's there. The whole situation is so messed up right now. It's crazy. And I cannot understand why a guy who's in house arrest since 9 years, he's a Al Shabaab, he used to be a part of Al Shabaab and he's a
He was the
sympathizer
leader.
until
He talking
today.
about the Habergir guy, right? He was the
Yeah,
leader.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
He
I
has
know
a
who you
YouTube
talking about.
channel.
Yeah, I know who you
His
talking about. I've seen
YouTube
his
channel.
YouTube channel. Yeah, I was watching it the other day.
Exactly. He's sympathizing. He's calling for jihad and bullshit. Like, yeah, yo, this the whole shit is just crazy. What's going on in Somalia right now? Like, it's crazy. Like on top of everything, that guy's sitting every day making his YouTube channel, talking for Al Shabaab, and people are following him, Al Shabaab sympathizer, or maybe even some Al Shabaab following him. His son got killed. His son got killed together with a guy whose head was $5 million from the US because he was Al Shabaab leader. His son,
Robo. You talking about Robo, the one that just got killed
no,
recently?
no, the guy who has a YouTube channel. Yeah,
No,
the other
no, no. You
YouTube
said
channel.
his son got killed with Al Shabaab leader,
Yeah,
right?
he no with Al Robo, another guy. I don't
Oh,
remember
okay.
his name. Another skinny guy. His
Okay.
head was $5 million. His son used to is working for the government. Look, his son works for the government, but his son got killed together with one of the most wanted Al Shabaab. Do you see they're also infiltrated in the government, right? So it's all crazy what's going on with Al Shabaab, but people are actually taking normal citizens are taking weapons, are actually fighting against this Al Shabaab, though. That's what's happening. But what I don't understand is why is our president everywhere in the world but his own country, who's literally in a fucking war? Why is he everywhere? Why does he have to
It's
go and
disgrace.
celebrate? This is
It's fucking disgrace.
disgusting.
Look, all he does ever since he took office is like going countries after countries after. Even Ethiopia had to fucking declined his visit there. He's begging to go visit Ethiopia. This guy is fucking disgusting. He's not a leader. He's a the Merle. That's what you expect when you make the Merle president.
Oh
Look,
my.
look, this guy is the worst president. I've been saying this ever since he took office. A lot of people, but the thing is though, this guy is not a fucking leader. He's just there to travel the world, to go
He's a
have
dealer.
dinner parties with the other African presidents. He's there to beg money for donation from these Western countries so he can steal. This is not a fucking president. This is a fucking joke. This whole
It's a
situation in
shame.
Somalia is a fucking shame. It's a joke. He's not a
It's
fucking president. He doesn't
and
do
now he's
anything that
starting
president does.
Abowe, and now he's starting proxy war between Somalia and Ethiopia, right? Because he is siding with Egypt. Now he wants to bring Egyptian military base in Somalia. Do you know what that means? It's a fucking proxy war. We're gonna literally be in a fucking war with Ethiopia that we have nothing to do with them. But this asshole is bringing an Egyptian military to Somalia. And
Yeah,
that
I
is a
know.
threat to Ethiopia. That's a fucking threat to Ethiopia. Do you
I
understand?
know.
Like we
Also,
have nothing to do with this war. Why are
also,
we
only
mixing
only
up?
me, only me. Did you know the Egyptians orchestrated the attack in Ethiopia, the border in Al Shabaab? It was behind by the Egyptians. Al Shabaab had no. They've never attacked
Reason.
Ethiopia. Recently, they attacked in Ethiopia because Egypt is literally paying them. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So no, this guy is like he's taking Somalia back 30 years. This
Yeah,
is
it's
not the
already
right
back,
leader.
brother.
I know it's already
We are
back.
already back. Square one.
Let me ask you something, only me. What do you think Lima saying the drought really doesn't exist? It's just the NGOs trying to make money.
The drought does exist, bro. Come on, but of course they're making it they're maximizing the situation, right? But the drought does exist, and the NGOs, this thing is like very prosperous for them. This era is very prosperous for them because that's what they bread and butter is. Alarming people in a high way, like, oh my god, everybody's dying since like 1 year. I'm hearing Somalis are all gonna to go into famine and dying, and that's not happen. Especially now, the past couple of weeks, like it's raining fine, people are having good. It's not a problem. But the NGOs, we need to get rid of NGOs. We need to get rid of Halanle. We need to shut that Halanle down first of all. Like that is where our problem is actually coming from. That's where it's oozing from. That we have to shut down, and all this military that we're letting in. Yo, Abowe, let me ask you something. Somalia is fighting Al Shabaab, right? Now we're asking, where is the Mahalada Ishegane and Amazon? The Amazon or ATMIS, they're not going to war at all. They're not taking part of anything of this war.
Only me.
Somalis are the only one dying, even though they're getting money to fight Al Shabaab, quote unquote. That's what they were collecting money for the past 15 years to fight Al Shabaab. Now we're fighting. Now we don't see them. They're not there. They're literally just sending helicopter to pick dead people up. That's what they're doing. You understand? Waxaan ka hadlayo.
Yeah, absolutely. See, but one thing that we have to put in the
Only me.
consideration is that
Balalo.
AMISOM takes orders, even though they're Ugandan troops, they don't take orders from Uganda. They take orders from the AU and the United Nations. So their bill is paid by United Nations. So they have their own policies, the way they conduct business. So I'm not surprised that they're not attacking Al Shabaab because the UN was trying to
They want them there.
minimize. They want them there. They also want to minimize, casualties to the civilians.
There's no civilians, Walalo. The Somali leaders, the leaders from Iran are literally crying out, saying we need them to come. I have a video, I can show it to you. He literally said we talked to them 3 months to come and fight with us, and they refuse to fight with us. Why are they here? They should go if they're not doing the job they're supposed to do, which I understand totally. Like Somalis can do this by themselves, 100%. I have no doubt. Abayo, ha macanto. Go ahead.
waan ogyahay horta in anaga aan dhibaato haysano sorry English. And it's true that we are facing problem, but why are we dealing with outside forces?
Yeah, who's bringing more outside forces? Actually, the last government Farmajo, they want to get rid of this ATMIS. There was a time plan that they're supposed to go from to the end of 2024. They're supposed to be all gone, but now we're bringing more Nigerians, Ugandans, whatever. Even all the way from Nigeria, we're bringing more. Why are we bringing them into the country when they are not doing their job? That's my question. And that's a lot of Somalis' question. That's an honest question that Somalis are having. You're not helping. You're not here to help. Why are you here? That's a question to be asked. Now we are in a war. Now show yourself. And they're not. They're not taking any part of this problem. So they should go out. Like, seriously, we need to get rid of these foreign troops. We need to close Halana down, all the NGOs down, and we need to get rid of this president, because this president is going to bring us to a fucking proxy war. I'm saying. And that's a dangerous place to be in. Sorry about you. Hamad. Yeah, I can hear you, darling.
If we want a united country, we should destroy this system, 4.5 system.
Definitely. 100%.
It is the thing that caused this huge trouble.
I would not say that's the thing that's causing, but that's also not adding it's just adding more fuel to it, really. But yeah, definitely we need to get rid of that. Absolutely. But first we need to get rid of Al-Shabaab. We need to get rid of all these foreign entities that we have, and we need to get rid of 4.5. That's what we need to get.
Yeah, but Al Shabaab is impossible to get rid of. Only me.
Have you heard? They're gone.
Yeah, they're gone in Hiran, yes, but they're still in other places. They're also in Hamar too. But look, there was a guy. His name is Farhan Qorale, right? He got killed. He was like a general, but this guy, he was hard on Al Shabaab. He wanted to go after them. He was very tough, and he got killed. It was an inside job. That's how powerful Al Shabaab is. They have people inside the military. The fucking military, they're killing their own general because he was too tough on Al Shabaab. So like getting rid of Al Shabaab is impossible because they're not just that one group. They within a society. They're in everybody's. They're the corner stores owner is Al Shabaab. Your mosque imam is Al Shabaab. Like, it's so hard to get rid of these people. Like, you can't get rid of them.
The thing is, the militia wants to control the country, and the government wants to control the country. The two are always fighting each other for power.
Yeah, and as ISIS, right? You remember ISIS? ISIS literally had vast land mass in Iraq. They got rid of it. There is a way to get rid of it, at least like weaken their state, like a lot. We can do that, you understand? America is saying, why don't you go back to Somalia to solve it? Like, your country has a bunch of shitty problem. Why don't you go back? Doesn't make any sense. People say, why don't you go back? Not everybody can go back, you see? His country is literally in coup every 2 minutes. Why is he not going back? Like, doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, let me rest that one over there. But the thing is, Walalo, and why do we need to get rid of Al-Shabaab? It's the people. The people are now awakened. The people want to get rid of Al-Shabaab, and that's which is great thing. There's no Al-Shabaab in Somaliland. There's no Al-Shabaab in Puntland. There is no Al-Shabaab in Hiran today. Thank God, right?
The problem is only me.
Bye. Yes.
Somalis knows each other. I am sure every Somali knows who the militia are, member by member, but they like to keep their mouths shut.
Hey, Mira, I want you to be careful. Don't criticize the militia too much. I want you to be careful because you're in Somalia. Remember.
I'm not scared of my life. If I'm going to defend my country, I'm not scared for my life.
No, it's fine. It's fine, sis. But you have to be careful. We are not there. We can say whatever we want to, but you're there actually. But yeah, Abowe, have you? Don't you think it's funny that this guy is have a YouTube channel and talking?
Yeah, of
while
course.
he's in house arrest. Like, what is going on? Like, is the government then sympathizer with these people?
No, look, the guy can do that because he has the back.
We don't hear you. We cannot hear you.
What about now? Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, now.
Yes.
So the guy is able to do that only because he has the backing of his clan. Even though he's Al-Shabaab, his clan still supports him, and that's the problem in Somalia. The clan mentality, we have to get rid of that. We have to, teach people somehow that this whole clan stuff is not good for them and it's not good for the country. We have to be Somalis first, and we have to make clan system illegal.
But
Sorry,
well,
yeah.
where did the
Somebody, Abu Mukumakalno, we cannot hear you. Somebody said Somali would be benefiting bushmeat. First of all, there's no 2 minutes Somali dying. It's not happening. I don't know where these people are getting this from. It's just because it's rain. But no, we don't eat bushmeat. We rather die. I'm just saying. But anyway.
Yo, I think my internet is bad, man. I'm gonna.
Yeah, jump off and come
the
back.
question is, where does the 4.5 system, where does that come from?
It's the
Okay.
four main clans: the Hawiya, Dir, Darod, Isaac, and the 5 is the subclans.
No, but she means like where's the idea came from? I'll tell you where the
Yeah,
idea
I
came
can.
from.
Some white man made
No,
it
no,
up.
no,
You
no.
know, fuck
It
you,
was
about.
Goulet. It
Yes,
was Goulet,
yes,
the
yes.
president of Djibouti.
from
So that came
Bro,
out
it
with
was the
that.
United Nations. It was the United
No.
Nations. Please,
It
please.
came
It was
from the
Yes,
last
Goulet, bro.
yes. UN, United fucking Nation. Don't ever tell me,
You
bro.
guys.
Come on, man. Please, stop it, guys.
Just tell the truth. It came from the last central government, Siad Bar.
Listen. There's never
Siad
you
Barre has
Somalians. You
nothing to do with
Somalians got
that.
some weird mentality, man. None of you ever choose your president. It gets chosen for you. Don't ever forget this. Okay? You got no choices in your country. These choices are made for you. You never made that choice. It was the United Nations that come up with it. You just followed it and said yes. Don't you know how these things work? Come on, man.
Yeah.
You guys
Yeah.
are mad.
And here I find funny, Abu. Here I find funny, right? I'm just looking at the comment right now. It's funny that people are making fun of Somali situation. It's disgusting at this point.
Don't worry, man.
Alhamdulillah.
Listen.
But thank God we're not having
Hello.
starvation. Nobody's starving. Thank
Whoa.
God. Nobody is
Walalo.
starving.
Listen. It's
It's
only Amelka.
disgusting.
Hello? Apunta.
No,
It's
it's
only
not
Amelka.
Amelka. It's
Listen.
no, it's not only Amelka, bro. Look at
Amelka is from the. Listen, Walalo. Amelka is from an African narco state. His country is run by Juan Pablo Gomez, some little Guatemalan that's 4'5", and he's here talking about Somalians. Don't worry about him. His uncle's got 2 kilos of cocaine up his ass crack right now as we speak on a plane somewhere. Don't worry. Listen to me.
yeah. No, but we don't. Alhamdulillah, that there is nobody starving. Okay, it's droughts happening everywhere.
Well,
We're not
listen.
starving. Thank God. But here is the thing.
I just come
Go
back
ahead.
from Hargeisa. It's raining. I don't know where these people. I don't know these are Somali.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know where they
raining now.
come from.
Everywhere it's raining. Are
I
you
don't know what they're
back?
talking about. I'm in Turkey.
Masana.
Well, it's Turkey, Andrea. Turkey. I'm
Mashallah,
going
you're
back.
back
I'm going
already.
back. I'm buying some stuff from Turkey, and I'm going back. I'm buying like some
Istanbul,
equipment.
يا حديثة Istanbul.
I'm in Aksaray. It's full of Somalians and Ethiopians and Africans. Fucking hell, it's unbelievable.
So yeah, 4.5 system, right? So what they did was when they were, because these clans were fighting each other. This is totally on my end. This is what I think. These clans were the one who were fighting. To get them sit in one table, they had to divide those clans who were fighting to the power, and the 5 is the minorities. The minority people get the 5%. That's how it is, and this is supposed to be only temporary until they got like in a system where the government was established. There's supposed to be, I don't know why it's still continuing. Probably it's going to continue until one man one vote happens. But that was the idea, to get these clans to sit finally in one table and rule the country, and that's how they divide the 4.5 system. That's what I think. Anyways, somebody was asking about the
Basically, what it is, Walala, yeah, all the minority tribes in Somalia, they're the ones that are Al Shabaab. Now they've got guns, they will never put them down because they've been oppressed by these bigger clans. You lot don't know. You face a lot of problems that you lot don't. Like you don't face them. You try to dodge
Do
them.
you
You
know
know.
now
You've
Al
got
Shabaab?
most of the Al Shabaabs are actually Charer people. You know that, right? The southern Bantu. They're the ones with
Yeah,
the big guns now.
there
Yeah.
was Arab. Yeah, there were
Yes,
white
but it's
people
all the
and Arab
it's all
people.
the
They're all
minority
kind of.
clans. All the minority clans are Al Shabaab. Yes or no? It's true.
Do you mean the Somali Bantu?
Yes, all the tribes you never gave power to, yeah, they've become
Oh,
Al
so
Shabaab.
they were mad, so they wanted to do
Of
revenge.
course, yes, they want revenge, and they're never gonna put them guns down ever. I promise you this, ever.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. What's his name? Tunaja, you can come up. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Come up and say what you wants to say. Here is the problem, right? I'm not saying it's only one kind of problem. As I said, Halalna is the
It's millions of
NGOs. It's
no.
all these
Puntai,
NGOs.
Puntai, stop, Puntai, Puntai. The biggest
Okay,
problem
well,
is you live in a country where only two clans can become president. You are messed up already. Okay, let's face the truth here. Yeah, since
of course,
1960.
the whole
Wait,
system is
wait, wait,
bad.
wait, wait, wait. Listen.
Mm.
Let's be real. Somalia as a country only ever existed for 30 years. Before that, we was never ever one country ever. We was always kingdoms. You know that, right? Everybody
Yeah.
lived in their own place and ruled themselves.
At
We was
least
only ever a country for. Wait.
Yeah,
What?
after the colonize. Yeah. Anyway, yes. Go ahead.
Somalia was never a one country. It was only one country for 30 years. That's the truth. And for them 30 years until now, you only have two clans that can become president in a country full of 5,000 clans. Now, if you think that you're not going to get problems, then you're very well mistaken. You will have a lot of problems, and you're facing the problems right now. But none of these Somalis want to talk about it. They want to talk about this about Al Shabaab. Al Shabaab are there because you're not giving them opportunity to run the country. You've made them into Al Shabaab. You've made these people into Al Shabaab by
No, come on.
oppressing
Do
them.
you
Yes.
most
What?
Al Shabaab leaders are actually from the Hawiya clan? Do you know that?
No, they're
Some
not.
even from
Walala.
Isaac
Listen,
clan. Yes, they
listen,
are.
listen.
Yes, they are.
Most of the fighters,
Intay
are from the minorities.
Ali Dere,
Most of the
Ali
fighters.
Dere.
Nima.
We're not talking about the fighter. The leaders themselves, they are Somalis. They are Hawiya, Darod, Isaac. Every clan in Somali, they are. You understand? But who they're recruiting is another case. I don't know. They could be minority or whatever. But I know for a fact those who
There's
are leading, the
there's
leaders
these
are
there's look
actually
there's these
Somalis.
there's these there's these clans that come from totally the other side of Somalia that's fighting people for their land right now, and no one talks about that. That's fucking disgusting. That's wrong.
And Tunaja, please come up. Come up, Tunaja.
No, but
Yeah,
can I
I'm just saying.
have a point? To Nigeria, let's be honest here. Other Africans don't help other Africans. Let's be honest here. To Nigeria,
First of all, let me say, Turkey is sending an airplanes, drones. America is sending aircraft. America and Turkey are sending the aircraft. UAE just send tons of food and stuff like that. But that's not what I'm talking. What I'm talking about when we're saying that ATMIS, right? The ATMIS are there to fight Al Shabaab. That's their job. That's what they getting paid for, and that's not what they're doing. I don't know what the hell he's talking about,
Walalo.
Tunaja. Come on, Tunaja.
I mean,
That's
you
their
don't
job.
forget about the UK who's training most of the
Turkey is not
military.
there to fight Al Shabaab. America is not there to fight Al Shabaab. AU is not there to. But ATMIS is created solely to fight Al Shabaab. That is the whole creation. Wala lama been baan sheegay. That's exactly what they're there
Punta
for.
walaalo.
Al Shabaab
Al-Shabaab
is
waxa
to
loo
fight Al
sameeyey.
Shabaab.
Al-Shabaab waxa loo listen. Nimankan AMISOM waxa
That's
loo sameeyey inay ku gumaystaan miskiin baa tahay. Listen.
Waan
Miskiinad baa
ogahay
tahay.
de
Nimankan
walaala listen
waa
though.
gumaysi waxanu.
Listen though.
Come on, man.
The paper it says they're supposed to fight Al Shabaab, help Somalis fight Shabaab, blah 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 for 15 years. Now we're fighting. Now they're not there. And he, Tunaja is saying, why am I always pointing of the black ones? Because the black ones are the one who's taking money to fight Al Shabaab, and they're not fighting. What are you talking about? The Africans are the one who's supposed to get 15 years, over $2 billion went to this military to fight
You
Al
gotta
Shabaab,
understand.
right?
Hello. Puntai. Them African soldiers didn't go there for the love of their heart. They got sent there by America. You lot are mad, you know.
Exactly.
Come on, man.
Abo, wan
America
ogahay
told them to
de.
go. Listen, America told them to go and fight their war. This is the same thing that happened in Congo. You know, when Nigerians were the ones that were chopping off the Congolese people's hands. It was soldiers from Nigeria. It's the same
Yeah.
thing. It's no different.
No, but he doesn't want to understand me. He's think he what abo wuxuu dhahay mataqaanaa. He's
Listen,
literally
well,
saying that
listen. AMISOM is paid. AMISOM is paid by the European Union. Pays AMISOM, not the African Union. The European Union pays them.
exactly in America, yeah, US and European Union pay
Exactly.
them,
So I don't know.
yes.
Don't
And
worry
they
about
were
Tunaja. He just
created 15 years ago to actually fight Al Shabaab. This is their main and project to do, right? That's why I am hard on them. I'm like, why are you not helping the Somalis who are actually fighting Al Shabaab? Why are you not fighting them? It's not me. The Somalis, Somali military army are actually complaining. The Somali generals are complaining that they're not helping. And that's a good question they have to ask. Why are you here if you're not helping? That's your subject. That is what you're supposed to be doing. That's what you will getting paid for. And here people are coming, oh, you just hard on the black people. Ah, fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. Don't be so sensitive. You understand? That's just sensitivity, and I don't like it. It's a fact. They're not there. They're not helping. They should go. If you're not doing your job, I would fire you. That's what people do. They fire the shit out of you if you don't do your job.
Ponte, so there's a question here from someone as well, specifically with what you're talking about. What do you expect them to do? Like, do you expect them to die? Or, well, like,
Yes.
what really?
Yes. Listen, sis. Listen. You are a soldier, right? You are a soldier. You are paid to fight people. When you are paid to fight people, either you kill or you get killed. This is what happens when you are a soldier.
It's like going
this
to
is normally what happens.
Puntai. It's like going to school and then looking at the teacher and saying, "Am I here to teach?" Of course they're there to die. What's wrong with you?
Exactly my point. So you're getting paid. If you don't want to die, don't join that. Say, hey, I have
Don't join
nothing
the
to
army.
do with you.
Go.
I ain't gonna die for you guys. I'm out of here. Perfect. But you cashing in, but when the chip is down, you go to your bunker and hide. No, that's not something that we're gonna accept. You understand? So yeah, it makes sense. They're getting paid for it, and that's what they're supposed to do: either kill or be killed. I mean, it does make sense, doesn't it?
It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science.
I don't get it. Anyway.
Africa Millennial. I think, greetings on your panel and everyone that is viewing on the chat. I see sometimes the way you talk, you don't hear yourself, Puntai Princess. As much as I agree with the trajectory of your discussion.
You're breaking up, bro. We can't even hear you.
Am I breaking up? Am I still breaking up?
Yes.
I can't. Okay, I will be watching the sound from the.
Get out.
I can hear him.
Come out of the bush. Get out of the bush. Get out of the bush.
Let me confirm. Let me confirm whether you can hear me. You should be able to hear me. Come on, don't be silly. Yeah. So the stuff you were saying in terms of whether your country is not suffering as much as people are implying, I think I agree with that. But you coming along and sometimes you don't hear yourself the way you talk. Everything when it comes to foreigners in your country, you didn't say anything. You barely said one word negative about them. Then you just go on and start talking negative about Africans. What is wrong with you?
What are you talking about? I was just saying we need to get NGOs out of my country. I was just saying NGOs need to go out of my country.
Then
I was
call
just
out.
saying,
Look at the list of those people in your country. Let me look at the list now. Algeria, Australia, Austria, Bangladesh, Belgium, Botswana, Canada, Denmark. Many of them non-African countries. You don't name them, but you only pick on your fellow African countries.
For what reason? For what reason? I'm talking about ATMIS. I'm not talking about, and I said already NGOs has to go out, but I'm not talking about
them. NGO. I'm talking about United Nations operation in Somalia.
I'm talking about the African military supposed to fight Al-Shabaab and they're not doing. That's what I'm talking about.
But
and you
they are
think
not
that's
supposed
okay?
to. That is the reason why they send them there. You are saying they are supposed to. Maybe they didn't give them the mandate to go and actually fight.
Really?
They're not supposed to.
They're not supposed to.
If they didn't give them a mandate to go and fight,
okay, I'm going to give you a link, and I'm going to show you what Al-Shabaab's Al-Shabaab whole situation is for being in Somalia. Okay, please.
This ATMIS you are talking about, this whatever organization.
I mean, ATMIS. I'm not talking about Shabaab. ATMIS.
I would like to look at. Send me a link for that. I would like to check that out. If you're accurate, I will, own up and say, what, my bad on that one.
Man, I can't hear too, Niger, man. What's wrong with his mic?
It's your mic. It's your speaker. I mean, it's not. I think I'm coming through from what I can see.
Abo will go back and go out and come back again. We can hear him just fine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
To Niger, I just think it's your voice. Then maybe your voice is like that, bro.
Oh shit. Okay. Your speaker is your problem. Stop blaming my voice. Your speaker is the issue. I just feel like the way Punta was talking about this, it sounded a little bit, it just reminded me of one of the reasons why I always have issues with her, because sometimes the way she talks about Africans is, she even used the term, "We would rather die than eat bush meat." In other words, what are you saying? It's those type of times I don't know what I even notice you say those things. Some things you say, you don't know how it can come across to other people. You need to watch the way you talk. Seriously.
Bro, all she's saying is these soldiers ain't doing shit. She ain't lying, bro.
Yeah,
They
but
ain't
the
doing shit.
pattern is the same. She just keep talking trash about Africans. It's like the people that are causing most of the problem are not Africans. Talk about them. I will enjoy her talking trash about them like that. So why pick on Africans that don't have it? The Africans are suffering just as much as Somalis. So why pick on
No, but
Africans constantly?
Abo, waxaan iga qaba yaa akhay. Listen to me.
And Somalis are Africans too anyway.
Listen to
So
me. I'm
why
not
pick
talking
on your
about
own?
African suffering. I'm not talking about
bro,
African
she's not
suffering.
talking about.
I'm
She said
talking
the
about
soldiers. You're not
the
listening properly.
soldiers are
These
not doing
soldiers are
their
getting
job.
paid. They get paid $2,000 a month, bruv. That's big money in Africa. Do you not understand? They're supposed to do the work. They're supposed to fight. The
If
EU
that
is
is the
paying them well,
case,
and they're not
if
doing
they are
nothing.
paying them to fight and they are not fighting, I can tell you that is on them,
Exactly.
and I will
That's the
agree with
problem.
what he's saying.
That
But
is the
that is
problem. That's
something
what
we need
she's
to
talking
work
about.
with.
She
And
never said anything about
Can
Africa.
you
She
post
said they
this?
don't
Can
fight,
you
which is
post
true.
this, please? Abo, well,
okay, let me check
post
the
this,
link.
please. Post this. Let's read it. What it says. Okay.
Researchgate. This one looks like a research paper, not a publication, proper publication actually. Let's see. Yeah, AMISOM, isn't it? This is about AMISOM. And is that not what I was looking at earlier on?
When was the last time they went into battle? Nobody knows.
AMISOM. Okay, AMISOM, is that the African version, or is it this an African Union mission to Somalia? Okay, yeah, it's African Union mission to Somalia. Yeah, if African Union sends a force to Somalia, they probably didn't empower them to fight. I can assure you, because African Union, they do that a lot. They don't. It's regional organization that actually do the fighting. You rarely see African Union send a force anywhere to actually go and fight. I don't
AFROCOM
know of
sent them.
any case.
AFROCOM. The AFROCOM sent them. They get paid by the EU and the American. I don't know why you keep running to EU like they're doing anything, bro. The EU ain't paying them.
They're not doing
The
shit.
European Union
The
is paying
European
them.
are
Is
paying.
this guy deaf?
Exactly.
They're on the European payroll.
See,
What are you talking about?
If they're on their payroll, the question is, are they empowered to fight? You can't just come
Yeah,
and
but they
start
don't.
blaming them.
They are there to
But
fight
they don't fight.
Al-Shabaab. Period.
But they don't fight. This is the problem.
They
Okay,
don't.
it was a regional peacekeeping mission operating with approval from the United Nations. Yeah, it was mandated to support the transnational governance structure, implementation of security plan, train Somali forces, and assist in creating. Okay, let me just carry on with what they are saying. I need to review this thing and see whether it's accurate. If what you are saying is accurate, I will confirm it here too.
You can do your own research. You don't have to take
And you can research who pays them. Find out who pays them before you start talking all this African stuff.
You don't even have to read what I
am
send you.
fine
Go
with.
make your
I'm
own
aware of
research.
who pays them. The question is what they are doing there. Before you start
Exactly.
picking
Let me
on
tell
them.
you,
And
to Niger.
what is the number of them there?
If I pay you, you work for me. Am I right or am I wrong?
Of course, that's true.
Exactly. So stop talking all this African Union, like trying to make them into superheroes. This is a European
What did I say? I didn't even talk
man. They
about African
work
Union.
for
I'm just calling out
Europeans,
some
bro.
statements
They're
that
here
were
for the
made.
European man.
You're literally telling me to go soft
Yeah,
on
but
them.
you're saying
Because
talking
they're
down
not
on the
doing
black
their
people, on
job.
the African, blah blah blah.
Yeah, and he wants me to go soft on them. Why should I go soft on them when they're
Niger,
not doing their job? What they're supposed to do?
Niger, yeah, I definitely think you should research it because these are Somali and you're like, oh, but I just asked them, right? I was like, what did they expect? They said that they expect them to die and actually try. So it seems like that's not happening to Niger, and they're getting paid a lot of money to not do that. So don't you think that they're not necessary? Like they're not even important. They don't even have to be there if they're not trying.
Exactly.
They should not be there. They should go. If they don't want to die or they don't want to fight, they should go. Simple.
If you pay a Somalian $2,000 a month, he'd have a bullet in his forehead in 2 seconds.
Of course. Do you know the Somali National Army?
African
You
million are
get
being
paid
serious.
$300. The Somali Army, the Somali soldiers die and get $300 a month, while these people get $2,000 a month. And still, bro, that's a lot of money in Africa. And over $2 billion have been paid to these people. Yeah? To keep the country safe, to fight Al-Shabaab. This is why they are there. And they're not doing their job. And Tunaja wants me to sugarcoat and be nice to them. Not now, Tunaja. Not when my people actually are dying. Like, you know who's taking arms? Nomads are taking arms. Young children from school are taking arms against Al-Shabaab. Dying today. Boys and girls, everybody's fighting Al-Shabaab except the men who's supposed to help and fight. I'm sorry, Tunaja. If you want me to sugarcoat them,
a milk cart, $2,000 is a lot of money. Let's stop.
It's a lot of money
in Africa.
Countries, they don't even
In Africa.
do that in a year. What are you talking about? $2,000 is a lot. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, that could build
African millennial. The problem is
boreholes where I come from, huh?
African millennial. The problem is America gets paid in $20 to get 2 kilos up his ass to Holland, so you don't expect him to know anything.
Of course, you will not die for 2,000 America because you're not a soldier. A soldier either gets killed or killed. That's his job. That's what he's supposed to do. You're not a soldier, okay? And if you are taking money and you say, okay, I'm going to fight this fight and I'm taking money, then you expect to die. Maybe you die, maybe you don't. But that's the thing, you know. Oh my God, 2,000, I'm not going to die. You say that sitting in Holland. Say that to an Ugandan or Kenyan who literally have no money. 2,000 is a lot of money. Come on now.
Yeah, it is. Thanks, MS Delta Guy, for the donation. He said, we should... why should, I can't read, West Africans and the West African diaspora care about, I'm assuming that he means Somalia. We need to
No one is saying care about us. We don't want you to care, bro. Who the hell? What the hell's wrong with this guy? You don't hear no Somali say,
exactly.
We
Who's
don't
saying
care.
you should care?
No, bro.
If you're taking money
saying you
because
should
of
care?
my
We don't want you
country,
to
you
care.
should do your fucking
Guy's
job.
mad.
Can you hear me?
Nobody wants you to care, bro.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think you're misunderstanding the word peacekeeping mission and going to fight. These people are sent to Somalia.
Oh gosh.
Listen,
Oh my
for
God.
a peacekeeping mission. I want to give you an example. The UN soldiers.
Now his mic is definitely fucked up. Your mic is mashed up, bro.
Yeah. He's saying it's peacekeeping mission, he's saying. For 15 years, fucking 15 years peacekeeping.
Listen, Puntai, before you come out of your emotions. There's UN soldiers all over Somalia all the time. This blue heart. They are there for peacekeeping mission. They're not going to fight.
There is no UN soldiers in Somalia, if any, bro.
We
having ATMIS, not UN.
There's no UN. No, there's no UN,
they
bro.
They replace these people for peacekeeping mission. These people are not.
Do you know how many peacekeeping mission UN people died in Somalia in the war? Do you know? Wait. No.
Let me finish. I'll give you a
Kifaro, you let
Wait,
me
stop, man. Listen. Do you know how many? Listen. Do you know how many AMISOM soldiers?
Do you know how many Pakistani
Do you know how many
died in
AMISOM soldiers
Somalia?
died in Somalia? Wait, Puntai. Wait. Let me ask Niger something. Niger. Do you know how many African soldiers? Niger. Hello, Niger. Do you know how many African soldiers died in Somalia?
Yeah, many African soldiers have died in Somalia. Many African soldiers have died in Somalia.
Wait, one second. Who are these African soldiers? What countries do they come from? Because
they're from Burundi. They're from Burundi, the poorest African. Listen, they're from Burundi, the poorest African country, even poor. Listen, Burundi is even poorer than Somalia. Burundi is even poorer than Somalia. Imagine that.
Now going to Somalia for a peacekeeping mission. It might be any.
Listen.
It might be listen. It might
be
protect institution for you to be your institution. Listen. It might be providing a corridor for falling food to bring aid and medicine. They have so many other missions. Their job is not to go and look Al-Shabaab in the villages and the houses
and I call you a liar. You are a liar.
See, listen.
Kifaro, you are a liar. I'm not gonna listen to your fucking lies, Kifaro. You're talking about my country.
You can't even hear him. I can't even hear you.
Stop it. Stop
No,
it,
because,
Kifaro. Stop lying.
Listen.
You just.
Those who are supposed to fight Somalia is you. You fighting them. So if you say we're fighting, yes, that is your job. These people are there
I
for
am fighting for my country, but I don't want people to eat money from my country. You understand? In the name of my country.
They are there just
Yo,
to
I don't want anybody to take money because they're supposed to. No,
You're not.
no,
Listen,
no.
Listen. These people, listen, let me finish. I know you have a little bit of pride. We can't help you. I know you're dying, but you have this pride. Listen, these people are there to
What
create
are you
stability.
talking about? I am fighting my own fight, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
You don't know me. You don't know who I'm talking to. You don't know my diplomatic connection. Just listen to me. When I speak, you think, no, you're just speaking out of emotion. These people are there for peacekeeping mission. That is the word I want you to carry, to learn. For peacekeeping mission. They're there to create stability. When the Somalis are able to provide the stability.
And are they doing that job either? No. Oh my God, they're not even doing that, bro. What are you
They are
talking
doing
about?
it. They
No,
are
they're
doing
not.
it. When
That's why we have a war right now. They're making peace. They're keeping peace. What fucking peace are they keeping? We're literally having war with Al-Shabaab right now.
Listen. Why are you Somalis? Why are the Somali men in Somalia? Why are they not all of them going to the military and say we want to beat military in our country? They're not. They're just complaining for other people to fight. If that's right for now. Listen.
Can I talk? You cannot just talk and say listen to me. Can I answer you?
All of us, we are going to be part of the Somali military and we're going to fight the Al-Shabaab. They are not doing that. They're not doing that. These people are only there because you can't do that.
Can I answer you? My God.
People can take the responsibility. They will leave.
What are we taking our responsibility? Let me speak first of all. Let me speak. Let me fucking speak. Can you let me speak? He's pissing me off slowly, yeah? Let me fucking speak. You've been speaking for the past 15 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
My Lord. Now, here is the thing. This man is saying Somalis are not fighting. We are literally in a war. I'm fighting. I will post a video and I will show you who is fighting. Normal civilians are fighting. Not even the military is fighting, but even normal civilians are fighting. You don't come here tell us how to fight. You understand, Kifaru? We know how to fight. What we are here against is
Thank you, Mike. Wait, or is that me?
we know how to fucking fight. We've been fighting for fucking 30 years, okay? Don't even go there to and what's his name? Kifaru. You listen and you listen to the people who actually born in that country who telling you I have a fucking problem instead of coming here patronizing and insulting my people. You have no idea why you're insulting them. These people, they don't do their job, they can go out of my country. It's as simple as fucking that. We are fighting our own fight. We're liberating city by city right now as we speak. Who's fighting? Civilians are fighting. Military are fighting. You understand what I'm saying to you, Kifaru? So please, if you do not agree with me for whatever fucking reason it is, then shut the hell up and move on. But don't tell me what's going on in my country when I'm telling you what fucking is going on in my country. I don't like this kind of attitude when people are literally taking sides without having any idea what we are talking about. Don't tell my people to fight, fucker. We know how to fight, and we are fighting. They should go out from my country. We know how to fight. Bet we do know how to fight. Believe me, we do fucking know how to fight. And that's exactly what we do. Our 10-year-old fight more than the fucking and AMISOM soldier who hiding from his pockets. Fucking cowards. They can go out from my country. I'm just saying. That's all I need to say. But this guy, I'm gonna show you. I have my receipts. Just a minute.
Okay. Wow, you were super heated. Dang. That was like a whole monologue. But MS Delta guy has donated another super chat, and it reads: West African diaspora focus on our family. No USA aid or money to Somali. Let it fall. This is me. Why? Do you have a problem with Somalians or Somalis? My bad. Do you have a problem with them? This is really bad. Now, what MSL, what's your definition of caring? Because talking about it, I think is caring. I don't think they asked us to go over there. The people that are over there seem to be the Kenyans and Burundis and other East African. I don't believe we donated last time the drought happened either. So I don't think they're expecting West African or West African diaspora to do anything. You know, I don't think that's the expectation. But most Somalis that come to African Millennial and Kaiser are a bunch of liars. There is no war in Somalia. I mean, H Block is like one of the most
I just went out to check this information that Punta Princess was talking about, and I remember we had this discussion before when she was having about Kenya again, another African country, for being a country, and I said these people that come from the African that she's or wherever it come Africom that she's hammering, they were trying to expand their mission so that they can actually be able to go after the Al-Shabaab more directly. And the UN, which is technically the US, told them not to. He said the issue this came soon after deadly bombing in this thing. And after a few days, later in response to the UN pressure, the African Union agreed not to expand the mandate, but did allow preemptive strikes against Al-Shabaab. So in other words, they were still limited so that they are not allowed to go after the insurgents. And when she comes here and start trashing African countries, but to an extent I can sympathize with that. Maybe she should, because African countries should not be relying on the UN anyway. You see what I mean? So on that part, maybe she has a point. But when she's criticizing him itself, she has to understand that they were not mandated to go and strike those the Al-Shabaab directly. Even if they wanted to, they themselves passed a rule to expand it. Then pressure came from the UN for them not to do it. Within a few days, they reversed. And that was around 2011, 2012 or so, if I'm not mistaken. So till now, that hasn't changed anymore. So why she's having a go at African countries from that context, I don't know. If she wants to have a go at African countries, have a go at them for not coming up to do.
Did you read this one? Did you read this one I sent you now? Is that what you're going from? Or it was
no. I'm going from the
what
Wikipedia
I sent you
page. No, AMISOM Wikipedia page.
Because this is 2015 what I sent you. So I'm just saying, like, it's long ago. Because
the truth is they updated it on 21st of 2021. I mean, they updated 2021. So I think 2022.
So you think I should not be criticizing at all?
You criticize them on the context that African people are not coming to do their job. They are not bold enough to resist.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
But what you are doing is that you are saying they are being paid to go and do their job there, and they are not doing it. And that is a slander. No, but they are not paid.
Then they're not doing the job. No, listen to me.
I
said to you, yo, listen to me. I said to you, if they're not doing the job that's supposed to be done, which is fighting Al-Shabaab, they can go. That's all I said, and I have all the right to say so, because I am not the only one saying this.
But
the Somali government is saying this. Yo, listen.
No, you are maligning them, and they are paid
and they
to
are
actually
not,
go and fight Al-Shabaab. They are not. They were not told to go and fight Al-Shabaab.
They were not told.
There's
this
a
is
big
the
difference
whole.
there.
Can you please pause this video? This video is 8 years ago. This is the whole is the whole mission for them to go to Somalia. They to fight Al-Shabaab. This was the why they were created.
Attention now on efforts to restore stability in.
We cannot cease this.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it 1 second.
This was 8 years ago. This was around the time they were created. You understand? The whole thing is that they're supposed to go and fight Al-Shabaab and to liberate Al-Shabaab from Somalia.
Somali and Somali National Army and African Union mission in Somalia. Those are AMISOM troops.
You can mute yourself, sis.
Katunwar in southern Somalia. The takeover was rather peaceful, with residents seemingly welcoming the soldiers. The town was a key Al-Shabaab hideout. Take a look. It was one of the easier takeovers soldiers of the African Union mission in Somalia have had to endure.
AMISOM in particular employs a very powerful special force from Uganda, and this special force comes in with a lot of clinical results. There is nowhere we need to fire. We cannot fight if there is no resistance. So we entered Kutunore without a single bullet that has been shot. Reason, we don't have to fire if we have not been fired at.
Troops recovered knives and guns abandoned by the militiamen. However, they err on the side of caution, given that the Al-Shabaab militia is a faceless organization that can easily disappear into the crowd. But by the way, residents of Kurtunware welcomed the troops. AMISOM officers in the Ugandan contingent considered this a victory.
The message is one: the Al-Shabaab has wasted your time. The Al-Shabaab has made your children don't go to school. The Al-Shabaab has made you fail to get treatment. The Al-Shabaab has made you fail to develop yourselves. AMISOM, in conjunction with the government of Somalia, is here to make all these things come.
This comes after the capture of Bulomarer and two small towns of Gulweni and Jerlio. Unlike Kotunware, witnesses in Bulomarer reported hearing the sounds of heavy shelling as well as seeing convoys of tanks and armored vehicles heading towards the Al-Shabaab stronghold in an offensive AMISOM has dubbed Operation Indian Ocean, designed to cut off Al-Shabaab arms supplies via the sea. Catherine Omwando, KTN.
Did you hear that? They said
You
if
can
they are
also-
not fired upon. You see, you keep
You
missing
can-
the point.
you can-
even
just a
the
minute.
link, even the
Yo,
link you sent is making the point that I'm telling you. They are not
Listen to
fighting
me.
them.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I have the Ruto. Ruto is the new president, right, in Kenya. I have a link where he just 3 weeks ago said we're not gonna go out from Somalia until Al-Shabaab is done and deal with them. And I'm gonna show you. He's literally saying we need to finish Al-Shabaab first before we even go out from Somalia. And that is the new president of Kenya. Okay, fine. You want to get rid of Somalia? Are you supposed to fight for them? Yes. He says we're not gonna leave. We need to get rid of Al-Shabaab. And I'm gonna post that video. It's just 2 weeks ago, and this is the new president of Kenya. Tunaja, I don't care how you walk around this. These people supposed to be there to fight Al-Shabaab, and they have not done it, and they can go out. If you don't
President
like
of
it, I don't
Kenya
care.
is
I
not
seriously.
AMISOM.
Can I ask you a
President
question?
of Kenya
course
is
they
not
are.
AMISOM.
Kenya
He is not AMISOM.
Wait,
Jesus Christ.
Kenyan soldiers is in Kenya. Oh my God. Anyways,
Wait,
He is not AMISOM.
no. 1 second, 1 second. Puntai, is it true that some parts of Kenya were Somalia, a significant amount though? So is that why Kenyans feel that way? I'm just trying to
Yo,
get it.
there is nothing called Kenya, Somalia. They can go fuck themselves. I don't want to deal with this bullshit. Like, get the fuck out of here. If it belongs to you, come and
You
get
see
it.
how she enjoys knocking the
Yes, of
Africans
course I
out
enjoy
of
when somebody
anything.
claims my time.
Excuses
What the fuck
every
was
other
that?
non-Africans, but attacks Africans, and not justifiably. That's what
Not
annoys me.
Africans.
If that mean you are
What?
saying that Africans are not
Listen,
coming to help this in
they're not.
Somalia, I would be on your side on that one, because I would think, okay, regionally they should be going there to go and do stuff, even without the UN. Because when they fix Somalia, there's going to be business growth there. If there's security there, business is going to increase. They don't need the funding from them to do that.
Punta
That is
Princess,
not the
I know
side
you've
she
been
does. He comes here
going
and
on a
starts
rant.
insulting African countries constantly.
You've been
He's
going
about
on
to
a
be
rant,
making
blah blah
Who
blah
did
blah
I
blah blah.
insult? Get the
I
fuck
don't.
out. Who did I insult? What?
Listen,
Who did I
I don't
insult?
argue with my. I don't.
Who?
don't hear
Who did I
yourself.
insult?
That's the problem.
Who
You don't
did
hear
I
yourself.
insult? I just said the one
He
who's
literally mentioned Nigerian
my
soldiers.
country.
He literally mentioned Nigerian soldiers. They should come and get out from our country, because they
No,
must
no.
do the job that
Listen.
they
Yeah,
sent
why
them
are
to.
they there? I don't
Whoa,
know.
whoa, whoa,
Don't
whoa,
give them the job
whoa,
and defend your
whoa,
country.
whoa, whoa. There's no Nigerian soldiers there, bro. I don't know
No,
what
no.
you're
I
thinking.
just want to say this
They are.
clear.
They are now.
I just
He
want to
No,
say
brought
they
this
are not.
Nigerian
clear.
soldier. Walala. He
Listen,
did. Usogili.
Lima. Nigerian soldiers are training Somali's police. That's a fact.
Yes.
That's one. Nigerian soldiers are training Somali's police.
Yeah, but
Yes.
they're not part of AMISOM. Their training is different.
Okay, I don't know. So, well,
Which means that
I know.
put type said criticize
Tunaja,
Nigeria on
please, let
Yeah,
me
let
just say this. Yeah, I know you've been going on all this round, blah blah blah. I don't argue with women anymore, so I've changed. This is the thing: diplomatic relationship works the way it works, and it's you can do nothing about it. You may talk and go up there. There's a code that is being followed, how things have been done. And there's nothing you can do
Says
about
the
it.
people who are always on the internet talking about how they're gonna make it better in their country. But when I talk about it, you have to
No,
deal with
see,
it. This is the
you're
fucking
just
idiotic.
talking.
This is the fucking
You,
hypocrisy I hate from you
you,
guys. You see,
you are
when I
just
talk
talking.
about my country, deal with it.
No,
This
no,
is the
no.
fucking
See,
what the hell
listen, and I
No.
just want to make it clear. Somalis should die for Somalia, and it's not a favor. It's not a
Of
win.
course,
That's
of
what
course,
you
we
should
are
be
dying
doing.
for my country.
Yeah.
No
So
doubt.
if you're doing for your
But the
country,
people have
it's
to
not.
go out.
Listen, it's not. You're not
And
winning.
Somalia should kick out people who don't
That's
belong in Somalia.
it's never gonna
There you
happen.
go.
Listen,
It is
it's
going to happen. Believe me.
never.
It is going to happen.
Listen.
You know we kicked Americans out, right?
No, okay, but okay, this is the thing.
Yeah.
American left because they don't want to waste your time.
Believe me, it's going to happen.
Listen. See, if you want to talk about American left, see, listen.
Either you go peacefully or you go
Can
forcefully.
do you just want to just want American say
Kifaru,
okay, good.
Kifaru,
Americans, let me
Kifaru,
talk. Let me say Lima.
Kifaru.
I've
Go
not
on.
even
All right, go
speaking
ahead.
anything. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Americans came to Somalia to arrest what was it called? That head of that Al Shabaab leader. Okay. They came, they think I'm talking
There
about
was
the
no Al
black
Shabaab back then, bro.
the black no that
Well,
leader
when
or
they
that
tell you your
dictator.
own history, it's
Yes,
disgusting.
that dictator.
America
Well, he
never
was a
came to
terror.
Al Shabaab.
He was a terrorist, whatever. He was a terrorist leader. I don't know what you call him or not. I forgot his name. The guy. Well, that was the time when the
Yeah,
black
whatever.
was
Go
down.
ahead.
Yeah,
Continue.
they came, but they were surprised that all of these people, even civilians, were part of the Al Shabaab. They were not coming to fight an army. That was not your mission. They were coming like to create peace, no, to make corridor for humanitarian food.
They're
Because this
supposed to,
guy,
exactly.
listen, this
Peacekeeping.
guy was literally stopping footage, food stock to his own people, starving his own people to death. They were coming to create peace, keep mission, and they were being attacked by some mob of mixture of militias and civilians. That's what happened in Black Hawk Down. So the mission for them was not to come and fight Al Shabaab. If they were to come and fight Al Shabaab, there will be a lot of civilian casualties. They don't want that because who's Al Shabaab? Al Shabaab is just in the midst of everyone. They're in the cities, in the corridors, in the house. It's difficult to fight something like that. It's your own people that should be able to fight them. So these people are there to create peace, to create the humanitarian corridors, to make the institution
What
work.
peace are
And
you talking about?
you should be really, really
Why are
happy
these people so delusional, really?
to have.
Why are you being
Listen,
so goddamn delusional? I don't
because
understand. What
there's
peace
the
are you
fact.
talking about?
Who's
There is no
delusional?
fucking
You are
peace.
denier. You are the one.
ولا وحنا قوي يا أخي. There is
You're
no
the one
peace,
who's in
okay? We
denial. Listen,
are in a fight, okay? We are
you
in a
are
war. There is no
the one who
peace.
is in denial.
I don't know
Of
what peace
fact.
they're keeping.
Yeah,
What
you
peace
are
are
in
they
denial of
keeping?
the fact. If say
No, you are
no
delusional, yeah?
one
We
wants to
are
be in
in a
Somalia.
war.
See, no one wants to
Exactly,
be
they
in
want.
Somalia.
If you want to cash $2,000 a month without doing shit, you will be
They
more
don't.
than happy to go
They
there
don't.
if you're an
They
African
don't
poor guy.
want to be in
Yeah, they
Somalia. No
do.
one wants to be
They
in
do.
Somalia.
Why do you think they extend every year when we say we have to go out?
Whoa,
They
whoa,
extend
this
it
is just
every
a
guys,
back
whoa,
fucking
and
whoa,
year.
forth
whoa,
of
whoa,
Why?
whoa, whoa,
Why?
whoa, whoa,
Why?
whoa, whoa. Hello, hello, hello,
lack of
hello, hello.
diplomacy and lack of intelligence of how
Listen,
the
listen,
world
listen,
works.
listen. Calm down, fellas. Listen, let me talk now. Bro, this whole thing, all this AMISOM, you're going on like these Africans helping Somalis. This is from AFRICOM. You know what AFRICOM is? African
Africom is
Command in
America. It's America
Yes.
Command
Oh, all
Africa.
right. Now, yes. Now,
I know that. It's
you
American
spoke, bro.
Command
Can I speak?
Africa.
You spoke. Can I speak? You spoke. Yes, yes, you did. Okay, let me speak. AFRICOM, yeah.
Yeah, let other people
AFRICOM,
speak for God's sake.
AFRICOM, who's sending these African soldiers to die.
Who's that
There's
sound?
been
Is that coming
listen,
from
what,
African
hello,
Millennium
bro.
Studios?
Yo,
Hello,
you have
hello.
to
Can
let
you let me
people
speak?
speak.
No, Lima.
Can you,
There's just
can
some
you,
sound coming.
No, you have to
Some
let people
noise.
speak, Pifaro. Go on,
listen,
Abu.
listen, Kifaru. 20,000 African soldiers have died so far. 20,000 is not a small number, but you don't seem to care about these Africans dying. Yeah, you don't worry about them because it's not your problem. They're being by Americans. They're from the poorest of poorest. Of Burundi is poorer than Somalia. You know that, right? All these soldiers are from Burundi. They're expendable stuff. They just want to secure the Somalian oil and all the resources. And these Africans are being used as tools. But you're going on like they're helping somebody. They're not helping nobody, bro. They're just dying every day, like the Somalians are dying. Do you understand this, bro? This is
Lima,
no different. Listen,
These people are there
wait,
for
one second.
stupidity.
Let me finish. I haven't finished talking, bro. This is no different from when the Belgians were using Nigerian soldiers to cut off the Congolese men's hands. This is no different. It's a new age, a new time, and a new system. You have to understand this, bro. You're going on like these Africans are coming to help Somalians. These Africans are being sent, bro, by Americans. This is a very big difference. They're being forced to go to fight for $2,000. That's why the wage is so high. So don't go on like righteous, like these Africans are here to help you. No, bro. The
I'm not
Americans are sending them.
I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the mission. It might be anyone. It might be Americans in there. It might be
Okay,
Europeans. It
but
might be Indians
do
in
you
there.
know that?
It might be
Listen,
anyone. I'm talking about the mission, not the people.
Kifaru, do you know that 20,000 African soldiers have lost their life in Somalia? 20,000 is not a small number, bro. You
Okay.
care? You care about that? You care about that?
I do care. I do care. And the Somalians should care more. And you Somalians should care more that these people are
Yeah,
dying
but they're dying.
to make your
Listen, they're
country
not
free.
dying. Kifaru, they're not dying to help Somalia. They're dying because they're being sent by some
Why are they
Americans.
going there if they're not supposed to help Somalia?
They're being sent. They never went. They never made a choice out there.
Lima, any
Bro,
soldier
listen.
goes to a war
Hello.
for a reason.
The Burundi
Emma,
president never. You're not listening, bro. The Burundi president never went and sent these soldiers to help us. The Americans went to look for mercenaries. They trained them, and then they sent them to Somalia to die because they didn't
no,
want to.
you're
They didn't.
oversimplifying what
Bro,
most
bro. This is fact. This is 100% fact.
most of the time they get ambushed. That's how they freaking die. They never, like, if you go fighting, you know, face to face, fine, but most of the time if you settle somewhere you get ambushed, of course. Like 2 months ago, 2 months ago 27 Brunei soldiers died. How did they die? By being ambushed by Al-Shabaab. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're getting
You're not
ambushed
listening.
wherever
I
they
think you're
are.
going off topic. Walala, stop, man. Please, you're going off topic.
Sorry, Raleigh, no.
Basically, where it is, these guys are not here to help Somalia. They've been sent by Americans because Americans don't want their own soldiers dying. It's very simple math, bro. So don't
Look,
go right. It's like, oh, some
these guys are
Africans are
going to
here to help.
Somalia for a peacekeeping mission.
They're being, listen. They're not going for something. They're being sent. It's a very big difference.
Yes,
Sent and
whatever.
going.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
get the
forgot
word.
about
Get
the
the word right,
semantic.
though. Listen.
Can
You
I
need
say
to get the
something?
word
Can I
right.
say something quickly?
They're
I
being
think
sent by Americans. They're being
can I
sent by
just say
Americans. They're
something?
being used.
No,
They're nothing but pawns, bro.
they're going
They're
by their
nothing but
free will.
pawns.
It's
Can I
free
just say
will, Lima.
something? Come
It's
on,
free
man. You
will.
guys like
Free
playing
will?
with.
Are you mad?
Yes.
Before
It's
Can I
free
say
will.
something? Can I say
It's
something?
free
Come
will.
on. Let me just say something. I think I just looked into this matter a little bit deeper, and from what I gathered, there is an element of specific this targeted mission they are allowed to go after Al-Shabaab on, and also what is happening now. Maybe that's what Punta Princess is complaining about, is that transition going on from. Punta Princess, you don't have to kick them out. They're already on their way out. It's a transition to the Somali forces that are going on now. They have another organization. I think they call it MIS or something like that is supposed to transition from the Artemis, Amitos, I don't know what it's called anymore, to the Somali authorities. And they are leaving.
Somalis are
They are
against
leaving.
that. So, Sunaja, there's a factor of Somalis politicians that are against it. They don't want them to leave. If you don't even know.
Because they are worried that if they leave, if they left, it will be too soon.
So that's the thing, they're not ready. So all this blabbing, we are down, we can fight, that's just being
No, it's
bluffing.
not.
These
It's not. It's
people understand
corruption, bro. It's
they see
corruption
the
going on.
reality. Punta
No,
Princess
it's a
is in Germany,
corruption going
eating
on. Why is
hamburgers
nobody
and ham,
listening to what we are
living without
talking?
any problem. And
Why
they
is
tell them,
everybody all of a sudden
because they have been talking so much.
political analyst? Hello, how is everybody all of a sudden prof in Somalia? Listen, there is some people who are with Al-Shabaab. There are some people who don't want an ATMIS to go. This whole corruption going on, you understand? But we're not looking who wants to, who not. We are saying collective Somali people. We are talking about the people. I'm not talking about few guys who have their corruption going on for them. We're not talking about the collective Somali people. They don't want it. We were saying it's enough. Everybody can go. NGOs, everybody can go. Like literally, we need them out. If they're not helping, they can go.
Al-Shabaab is taking Somalia the next day, I swear to God.
Why doesn't
Yeah,
it take
go
over
ahead.
where we live? Why don't they take over
Yeah,
where we live? There's no
I
Africa
live
where
I
I
live
live.
on Puntland. What yeah, I came from
Hello,
Amaru,
Puntland.
hello, hello,
I
hello,
don't think they
hello.
are going
There
to
is
take
no
over.
alternative.
I don't think they are going to take over. This is Somalia, because before they leave, they will make sure that they are within, the Somali military, because they've been doing it for a long time, since 2010 or something. Somali military is strong enough to, repel whatever challenges that come with Al Shabaab. And I think, if you are correct when you said
To Niger, to Niger, to
Nigerian.
Niger, to Niger, to Niger, to Niger. Brother, when you talk on Somalia, you should let Somalians talk because we are from the place.
I'm
Listen to
just
me, bro.
contributing what I found. Let me finish my contribution on this. I think Ifari is correct when he said that
Yeah, you
the
research
Nigerians
2
are
minutes. Yeah,
contributing
he's gonna tell
police.
you.
The Nigerians are contributing the police to Somalia. There's Ghana, Kenya, Sierra Leone, Uganda on policing. But in troops, we're talking about Burundi, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda. They are all neighboring countries that contribute troops to this in the army, the group that is assisting. And I must say, given what they are doing there, I would say that they are doing a really relatively decent job. They are not there killing Somalis all over the place. They are trying to save lives.
Africa Millennium, you're funny, man.
But they're not killing. So these forces are not there killing Somalis day in, day out. I don't know why you are this. I guess you are reading from this in the chat. But it's a serious point, and the fact that we come here badmouthing African countries when they do something, when they don't do anything, we badmouth them too. They have done this stuff to the point where they feel so successful that they want to pull out by 2024. That is a good thing. And we come here to start badmouthing. I don't understand that.
Bro,
The only area
to
we want to
Niger, to
criticize them
Niger, to
is the
Niger,
fact
to
that it's
Niger,
not
to
African
Niger.
Union that is
Listen, hello,
controlling it. That's the only area we can
hello, to
criticize them.
Niger, to Niger, to Niger, to Niger. Brother, listen to
Go
me,
ahead.
bro. Somalia's problem is nothing to do with AMISOM. It's nothing to do with. Somalia has a mad problem of its own that they don't want to address. This is the problem. Kuntat knows what
What
I'm
is
talking
it?
about. All these other
What is the
Somalians know
problem
what
now
I'm
you're
talking
talking
about.
about?
It's
Go
so
ahead.
many problems. It's actually unbelievable. These AMISOMs, they're nothing. There's a reason why these AMISOMs are here for a reason. I'm being serious now. There's a reason why these AMISOM are here for a reason. These Somalians, especially the ones in southern Somalia, we in North Somalia, we got no problem. We live a good life, bro. So when you say Somalia, you should just actually concentrate on the part where this happens. It's not all of Somalia where this
So
goes on.
you are southern Somali then. You are on the Al Shabaab
I'm
side.
I'm from North Somalia, bro. I've just come back from
Oh, North
there literally a week ago. Good life,
Okay.
brother. Listen to me anyway. The problem with these Somalis is, yeah, they've got this clan-based system. Imagine you're from Nigeria, right? Yes.
I'm here, yeah.
Imagine you're in Nigeria and they say that only the Fulanis and the Hausas can ever become president. No one else can ever become a president. You would have many problems, right?
Yeah, of course.
This is the problem with these Somalians. There's only 2 clans that are allowed to be president out of 5,000 clans, and they've only ever been
Wow.
him. You'd have seen him. Do you understand what I'm saying, bro? That's why this Al
Yeah,
Shabaab
that's
exists.
crazy.
Listen to
5,000
Niger. Let
clans,
me
only
finish.
2 clans. Wow.
To Niger. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. All these Al Shabaab members are the minority tribes that have gotten power, and they're never going to let that power go. Do you understand what I mean? They've been robbed for their farms. They've been robbed for their houses. These Somalians don't talk about these things. But I'm honest, because I'm from northern Somalia, I can talk about these things, and they all know
Wow.
I'm telling the truth. Yeah.
Okay,
So
what do you think about that?
that's the truth.
4.5 system.
No, it's
It's
only
the
2
truth.
clans
I'm
that
not
are
lying.
allowed to rule the country. Only 2 clans
Yes,
that are
Kuntai
allowed to
knows
rule the
Yeah,
country.
it's the truth. Kuntai can't say she can't say I'm lying.
wait. Yeah, of course not. Listen, we did
There
speak
you
about
go.
that
That's your
before.
problem. That is your problem. That's the
Exactly.
biggest problem you have, Walalo. It's a
Yeah.
disease.
Yeah,
How does
wait.
that? How can you only? What? That's mental.
And the mess that they had you guys asked me a question. Let me just finish it. So yeah, I do agree with you. This is a problem that we are having. Absolutely. The 4.5, if I'm not mistaken, right? I just came in. I don't know. You guys throw me other question.
No, Puntai, stop it,
Is the
Puntai. This is before
4.5 you're talking about?
Puntai. This is before the 4.5. Stop this, Walala. Don't try and
What are you
sugarcoat it,
talking
please.
about? Haddan Sogale
Listen,
Walalo. I was out.
listen. Since
Tell me what you guys are talking
1960,
about.
listen. Somalia is, Somalia has only ever existed since 1960. Before that, there was no such thing called Somalia. You know this, right? It never existed before. Yes, you know that. Ever since Somalia existed, it's only been 2 clans that can run for presidency. So don't go to this 4.5 is yesterday. I'm
No,
talking
no,
since
no, no.
1960.
Yeah,
What?
you might be right because the 30 years out of 20 years out of that 30 years, there was only one man sitting on that chair. You know that too, right?
And before him,
So,
listen, what I lost.
and
Listen,
before him
stop
was 2
sugarcoating me.
other presidents who died. There was 2
There
other
was, there was,
presidents who
there
died.
only ever been 2. Listen, there's only ever been 2
But
clans
this
that have been
became a
president of Somalia.
system. No, I'm talking about when it became a system, right? Before it was
No,
not
the
a system,
system,
but now it became a system.
listen. Since 1960, only 2 clans have become president. Why are you trying to deny
Yes.
this, man? I don't get this.
Walala, I'm not denying. Just relax, yeah. First of all, relax,
Yes,
Walala. I'm not denying.
don't
And what I'm
sugarcoat it. I
saying
don't
to
like
you,
sugarcoating.
and it is, Walala, listen, yeah. Relax, Walala. It's the jortareto. What I'm saying is, this became a system. No, this became a system. 4.5 became a system right now, and that's a big problem. Before it was not a system, but it was people who were on that clan, the majority, those who were ruling, who got the rule. But now it's
Well,
even more bland.
that's why
It's more
Somaliland
bland.
broke away. That's why
Listen,
Somaliland broke
it's
away because they weren't
yeah,
allowed to become
fine.
president. Yes, it's the truth. Don't
Oh my
sugarcoat this shit,
goodness.
man. Come on, man.
Walalo, I'm not sugarcoating anything. I'm just saying now it's more bland.
Then
Now
just
it's
say
a
I'm telling the
system.
truth. Say I'm right.
Of course, I'm saying you're right. You're not listening to me at all. Waxaan ku dhahayo, soo ma ogid adiga? I am saying you are right.
Go
You
on.
have to listen to me. And now it's more disgusting because it is a law now. It became a system now. It's written down now. It's more blunt now. Before it was not blunt. Now it's blunt on a paper and a pen. That
Well, how
only
did you allow that to
4
happen, though? Why did the majority
I
not
tell you.
say enough?
I tell you why. So the war broke out. The war mostly there were these clans who were fighting, right? So what this is my understanding of why this system came even to be, right? So these clans who were fighting had to come together in a seat and actually negotiate. And so what they did with the clans who were fighting got the most seats, and the 0.5 is like the minority clans. There's a minority clan, the majority clans, and those are the majority clans. That's what happened. That's just now they call it 2.5,
Hello, Puntai. Stop.
4.5.
Stop.
What?
Rahan
What
Wayne
am I
are not a
stopping?
minority. Rahan Wayne are not a minority tribe, and they're not allowed to become
Rahanwen is
president.
Digil and Mirif, and they are 4.5.
Okay.
They
Yeah.
are Digil and
No,
Mirif.
they're not.
Rahanwen is Digil
Yeah,
and
but they're
Mirif.
not
Yes,
minority.
Digil
They're
and
not a
Mirif.
minority tribe.
But
Are they
no,
a
but they
minority
are in the
tribe?
port. No, but they are in the port. Look, this Darot.
Yeah, but they're not allowed to become president.
Listen.
You're not listening to what I'm saying,
Listen.
Walalo. They're not allowed to become president. Why are you denying this, man?
Rahanwen is Digil and Mirif. Walalo. Digil and
What the
Mirif.
hell, man?
Abo
Who
ma
is
jiro
this,
ya
man?
dee.
ما يوحبات بنت كنت أدير استنيه نقدر أوحى man.
war waxaan run diiday ma laha isdeji walaal horta dhegeyso waxaan ku leeyahay horta
Diggle and Military are not allowed to become president. Am I lying? Listen, am I lying about that? Diggle and Military, am I lying about that? Am I lying about that?
Look, can I
Tell me I'm lying.
I think I like the way this guy talks about it because Punta President, whenever they
United, you like anybody that agrees
I'm
with
honest.
you or goes to like
No. I didn't bring that topic up. He brought it up. The point is that
can I just say, Lima,
to talk about it clearly
Lima.
because it's confusing me too. I can't even understand what.
I never get to finish my fucking
guys,
point.
can I interject? Look,
Go
Lima,
ahead, Walalo,
I think
go
like the heat of Alberto crisis still. look, this is what I'm saying. In general, okay, look, they both made good points, right? Like, again, Lima made the good points about there's only 2 tribes that are allowed to become heads in Somalia. And it's also, Puntai made a good point that said that Rahan Wayne may, in the eyes of people, are considered a main tribe, but in the system are considered part of the 5.
Mirifle, yeah. They are
Yeah.
in the Digil and Mirifle, yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
Digil and
they
Mirifle
both
is
made
one of
good
the
points.
4
Look, but
Digil and
again,
Mirifle is one of the 4-point system. Digil and Mirifle
yeah,
is
look,
Rahan
Rahan Wayne in
a
terms
main
of the
tribe
eyes.
and part of a tribe. What does that
But
mean?
look. Again, but I want to
You'll be
interject as well and
confused. You
talk
don't
about
have to
other stuff.
understand this.
Look,
Anyway,
that is what we have to understand. All these are convoluted things. That's people don't understand what's going on there.
You don't have to understand anything. Listen,
yes, I do.
I post a video. Can you please put this video on and let's put 9 minutes and 20 seconds. I just want to show you that video. But yeah, you will not understand. This is very complicated. Even us Somalis are fighting about it because it's so goddamn complicated. So you can
But
just
somebody
relax.
should
There's
try to
nothing.
explain it now. You can't just say it's too
It's not
complicated.
complicated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I don't know
It's
It
why.
not
is.
complicated.
This is a
It's
way
not.
of saying
It's not.
don't
He
look
doesn't
into
know
this.
what tribe
Pretend
and
as if it
clan is.
doesn't
That's the
exist.
problem. He doesn't know what tribe
No,
and
he
clan
says
is. The
main tribe
difference.
and is no, he did main
Wait,
tribe. He
wait,
said
stop. To Niger, be quiet. To Niger, wait 1 second. Puntak Princess, you telling me Diggity and Melissa is not a major tribe?
It is a major tribe. That's what I'm saying. That they are
Okay,
part of the
now wait.
4.5 system.
Okay,
They are.
stop. Okay, they're a major tribe. They're not allowed to become president. Am I wrong or am I right?
Abo, I don't think so. I don't know if they can, because if
What?
they are in the part
No,
of
they're
this,
not. They're not
listen,
allowed to be president. Stop it. Puntak, wallahi, you wallah. Church wahan, man. Come on, man.
why are they in the port 5 system? Because they have the most seats in the parliament too. You know that, right? Port 5.
Listen,
They are
they're not allowed to
one
be
for
president.
Look,
Stop.
look.
You
Can I
what
interject?
the
Can I
hell,
I
man?
don't know. I
Okay,
don't
wait,
know.
stop.
I'm gonna check
Putai.
that out, Walala.
I know.
Putai,
Because I'm not over here.
Look, what I'm saying to you, look, Lima. Lima.
Okay, good.
Lima. Look. Inta rumba like shege Lima. I understand. Inta swaron. Like
It's the truth.
I understand. Like
I don't know. Walaalkay waxa on why ninkan suga dhisaysaa. There is nothing I actually kaaga soo horjeesto.
iskama dhisayo waad
Like, waa igu
qarinaysaa
soo
waxbaad leedahay
dhigaysaa.
qari waxa waa necbahay
Waxaan
man
qarinaya
adigu
male
runtaa
walaal
sheegaa
isdeji. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you. Waxaan qarinaya male isdeji, yeah? Isdeji
come
waxbaa
on,
laga
man.
qarinaysaa
Try
naga
to
daa
keep
man
try to
coming
keep
at
it
me,
English.
walaalo.
This is not.
I
It's
don't
a bit rude
understand.
to be speaking your language
And
where nobody
besides,
can
we're
hear
not
you.
talking about Qabil ma ka hadlin.
I'm
We are talking about
listen
this
I'm
is the
just
problem we are talking
I'm
about.
not talking listen well I'm just trying to say the problems that Somalians are facing. This is the truth, and like you don't want to talk about it, you're trying to deny it, and I don't like that. I'm just being honest with you. I'm
I
not trying to
never
disrespect you
denied it,
or
walaalo.
shout at you or nothing like that.
Abo,
It's the
is he
truth. What I'm
okay?
saying is the truth.
Are
It's
you
the truth.
okay?
Of course
Are
I'm
you really
okay,
okay?
but
I never
wallahi
ever
I'm okay.
denied what you said, walaalo. Ma ana denying karin. Waxaan ku dhahay, it's a problem we have in 4.5 system. What are you talking about? Why are you maxay igu imaanaysaa? Maxay igu
No,
qaylinaysaa aniga?
okay. Listen,
Waa kugu
listen,
raacsana
walaalo
waxa sheego
dhegeyso.
sid walaalo.
Okay,
Isdeji walaalo.
look. This is what I'm gonna say. Look,
Isdeji.
in general, look, there's several people made good points, right? Earlier,
Hali
I
ho,
wanted to
hali
go
ho.
back to this point. I wanted to get back to this point earlier, right? Look, there are many problems in Somalia, and there's no hiding from that fact, guys. I do agree.
And that's the main problem.
Look, but in general, if we're gonna talk about, Al-Shabaab is a sneaky little organization. They have links and many people that are feeding them intel information from all corners of the world. These people won't die out very quickly, man. They have too much connections. They're annoying little group. They have people in the presidency. I mean, just recently, how the fuck is a guy who's a captain of Al-Shabaab gonna become part of the government of Somalia? It baffles me. Like how is this allowed? And then there's a situation as well where this clown, I mean the clowns, not just Muhammad Sheikh, every single one of those clowns in Somalia signed the fucking London Accords, limiting their military so they can depend on European help. Fucking hell. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just. But again,
It's a problem
this is why
where
I'm
we
saying.
rely on the UN is a problem.
But look, it's not just Somalia.
America,
It's
he
many
can
African
speak
countries
about
too, Niger.
Somalia. He's from Djibouti,
Look.
but he can speak about Somali because he's
Look.
Somali. Stop it,
Look,
America. What are you
there's
talking about?
no problem. Wala.
Sorry,
There's many
Walalo.
other
Ninka
countries in
hunka.
Africa, not just Somalia, that depend on this fucking bullshit. Tell me one African sub-Saharan country that hasn't signed that fucking accord limiting their military. You can't tell me that. Because every single country in sub-Saharan Africa has signed that fucking London Accord where
Abo,
they have
let's
to
listen
limit
to this video, wallahi.
18,000 or I think 18,000 active soldiers. 18,000 is not even good enough to defend a city.
Okay.
let alone
Repeat what you just said just now. Please, Mo.
Oh yeah, so I think it's called the London Accords, where you sign or you make deals with the Europeans, where you put a cap on your military. So you're not supposed to have certain weapons, certain capacity of active soldiers, unless you're basically like a dictatorship, like Eritrea,
Mo.
like Eritrea. Eritrea doesn't depend
Mo,
on
that's
other
Hold
people.
on. That is an interesting
Mo,
point.
Mo.
Wait,
Mo. That's why Kenya's only got that's why Kenya's not allowed more than 60,000 soldiers.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. They make backroom deals where you can't have more than certain. Like if you agree more than
Oh my God.
each London Accord is different. So let's say in a country like Nigeria, you speak with British or you speak with the French because you're part of the Franco country. You can't have past a certain
Can you send me a link?
Nigeria should have 2 million. Nigeria should have 2 million soldiers.
I'll send this all. So
Because
each
I've
country
been
has their
knocking
own.
my head against the wall. When hold on.
look,
This is very important to me. Okay, so let
Mali
me.
boy,
No,
هذا
no.
ستيل كده وشك مالي boy.
I'll
وهذا
explain. I'll
ستيل
explain
كده
this
بعد
whole thing.
هذا.
Look, guys,
Hello, who is this
I'll
guy?
explain. I'll
Hold on,
explain.
please.
Who
Hold on,
did
please.
this?
I'll explain this whole thing. I'll explain this whole
Can
thing.
I ask
Look,
specific questions? Hold on.
no, Tunaj, you can
I
ask,
want
but
to
let me
ask
explain
you
this whole thing so
when
you get
was
a better
this common
understanding.
accord? When did this start?
No,
And
Tunaj, I'll explain this whole thing so you can understand better. Look,
okay,
each specific country has their own limitations. So let's say a country like Somalia. I've done my research and I found out the limits or the capacity is only 18K, while countries like, let's say, what's it called? Lima just told me the country like Kenya can't have more than past 60,000 because they made a accord with the British. Unless you're a country like Eritrea, where again they quote unquote call you the North Korea of Africa, you can have your own whatever you want because you don't depend on other countries for food, aid, and etc. But as long as you depend on the Western world, you're gonna have to sign that accord. So you cannot have you cannot have missiles. You cannot have certain defensive military equipment in your
This is
country
heavy
because
stuff
you
you are
signed that
saying.
accord.
Provide links
Yeah,
for this.
that's why African countries depend on American services and British services because they signed that bullshit.
Can you
get it?
provide link for this the document?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. It's BS, absolute BS. When I read
I've been
about it, I was like,
asking
what
this
the fuck?
question for a long time. I've been
It's
asking this
BS.
question
When
for
I
a
read
long
about
time.
this,
This
I was
might
like,
have.
what the actual fuck?
Yeah, this might
I
explain
was
the
shocked.
question I've been asking. Why we are so under-defended.
It's because of
yeah.
that. It's supply and demand to Niger. We minimize ourselves and we depend on American and British aid to come and save us.
Wow.
BS.
How did you,
Anyway,
man, I need to see this first before I start
Mo,
giving you credit for you stumble across
Mo,
this one. Because I have never heard of it.
Mo, Abo,
Yeah.
and this 18,000, you're right. They said the Somalis could not have, Somalia could not have more than 18,000, but that changed. That changed, and now they made it to minimum of the 18,000. They had to have a lot of fight to get this 18,000 away. Really, it was like that before. Yeah,
I
they
can't believe
literally said
Farmajo
you
signed that.
cannot
Absolute
only.
joke.
They fight against it now. Minimum, some it says if you look at the new update, it says only minimum of 18,000 soldiers we can have. Thank God, but we had to go through very hardship for them to say that. But still, we cannot even buy weapons, so it doesn't even matter, to be honest.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
one
we
missile
cannot buy
can destroy
weapons even.
can give Al-Shabaab heavy casualties, but we're not allowed to buy that.
We're not allowed to buy shit. That's the problem. You see, about video on the Gesta. Can you put this video on? And I just want you to hear the president of Kenya, why he is so insisting to have Kenyan soldiers in Somalia. This is a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I'm not making this
Kenya
up.
has been involved directly. Somalia. Kenyan troops have been there 15 years, I believe. There's no horizon for bringing them back. Al-Shabaab continues to issue threats. You're now the president. You're now in charge. Can you tell the Kenyan people when those troops will come back? Are you saying they'll stay there as long as we need them there?
Those troops will come back home as soon as we're done with the assignment that we have in Somalia.
15 years, Mr. President.
It's been 15 years. I appreciate. We've been there with many partners. I think there is light in the horizon. I think with the election of President Hassan, who I have met twice now, he has a much more clearer view of where we need to go. I think he's more committed to fighting Al-Shabaab, and his resolve is clear to many of us who are in that space. We are working with partners, including the US, including other partners that are involved in Somalia, so that we can stabilize Somalia. An unstable Somalia leads to a very dangerous situation for all of us. It breeds terrorists, it breeds instability, and it affects Kenya.
So you're not giving.
Is it the new president
for Kenyan troop withdrawal?
The people of Kenya, the people of Kenya want us to do it yesterday, but they also appreciate that our being in Somalia is not necessarily because of Somalia. It is much more because of Kenya.
Just the last question. I want to clarify something after your recent swearing in. You tweeted that Kenya had rescinded recognition of the Sahrawi Sahrawi, sorry,
Yeah, you
Arab
can stop
Democratic
it.
Republic.
It's Arab.
The tweet was then erased.
can
The foreign
just-
minister said, no, 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 no. So I just want to clarify, was
Africa
it
Millennia,
a
you can just
blunder,
stop it
or
here.
does
They're
it
going to talk about
indicate
something
that
else. But yeah, as you see, they have no plan on leaving Somalia. Do you understand what I'm saying, guys? It's like, it's not they are forced to be there. They just don't want to leave. And that if you don't want to leave a place that you have your bread and butter, there must be something in that place that's keeping you there. Like, Kifaro was saying, nobody wants to be there. Brother, they want to be there. There's a reason they want to be there. They don't want to leave Somalia. And what did he say? Is the good of my people that my soldiers are over there. Why? You understand what I'm saying? This whole situation is out of hand at this point, and this is what I'm telling you guys. They're supposed to be there. This is the mandate. We are there to fight Al-Shabaab, to keep the region safe, to keep Somalia safe, and this and this. But when the chip is down, nobody's moving. Everybody's frozen. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's all I needed to prove. That's it. Thank you.
Well, I think you're trying to talk about diplomatic relationship. These are things that definitely you don't know how to work. I think you're just trying to get into waters that you don't understand. It's things that are not within your scope of understanding. So it's better you don't talk about it, because someone who
Wait, Tunaja, 2 seconds. Tunaja, I've got a question for you. Look, I wanted to find out more about this Boko Haram people, right? Do they have any connections to the government of Nigeria, or are they just like a separate group? Do they have like, basically, are they strong? Are they powerful? Like, do they have like, an organization, a base, or stuff like that? Or is it just a rebel group that, that needs to be dealt with?
Well, like in Cameroon, Boko Haram, people claim they've got connection with France, with ISIS, with so many other things. We don't know. People have their own thoughts, but I think to me, there's just some isolated terrorist group. If you ask me, they might have some backing, but it's not directly from any main institution organization.
How do they get weaponry? How are they always active?
They attack weak military. They attack people.
If you have oil and any goods, you automatically get terrorism, bro. This is how this shit works. You need to understand this. Look at what happened to Mozambique. As soon as they found oil and gas off the coast, there were terrorists there.
Let me just give a clean example of these Ambazonian people. Okay, these Ambazonian people. These were just like normal guys that were just angry. These people were fighting the military with sticks and then guns, some very locally made equipment to fight the military. But if you see those guys today, these people have got automatic machine guns. They start.
How did they get that?
They attack the military convoy. Gradually, they take one AK-47. From there, that's how they've built an army. Now they have explosive, that is remote control explosive, and they're ambushing the Cameroon military. No time. That I saw it right in front of my eyes. Then now they've gone so big now. They're buying equipment from the Nigerian Niger Delta militias. I think they have RPGs. They're buying now from the Niger Deltas, because those guys they've got so much weapons. But these guys, they started with locally made. They had machete. I swear to God, machete, some hunting guns.
I think it's the same thing with Mali. I think France has its hands all over West Africa.
From one AK-47 to one machine gun to now they've built an army. Now the military is scared of them.
It's the same thing with Mali as well. France has its hands all over. Like, the French are doing some devious shit. I wouldn't be surprised, because I know the French is first-hand evil. These people have no remorse. Everything they do is for themselves. Trust me, I know Kifaru.
I think that sound is coming from African Millennials, Mike. I think she's the one who's got the chip sound.
The French. There's a reason why we have so many military. Kifaru, you questioned me earlier, right? I think it was a few days ago where you said about the military bases and something along the lines. Look, like now we've got TPLF on our fucking flank on the west. We've got Houthis. on our east. So we got a lot to worry about, man.
Yeah, I think like the end of the day, if you have
Do you know?
any kind of help, you should appreciate it, because you might think they're not helping, but just the presence of some people in
every dusty Yemeni that comes to Djibouti, how do you know
Mo,
that they
do
don't have
you know?
affiliations to the Houthis?
area,
How do I know?
it should be.
Mo, do you know the new hashtag about say no more? No more hashtag now they're making because the fact that Ethiopia has problem with this Tigray TPLF, right? And
Yeah.
Somalia with Shabab, and now they sanctioned it. They sanctioned the shit out of Eritrea, and it's very much problematic now. There are so many demonstrations happening in America between only the people from the Horn. Actually, for the first time in history, standing up together and saying, "Say no more, no more." They're literally fighting and being in the White House demonstrating. Have you ever seen Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Djibouti, all of them with their flags
No.
demonstrating?
No.
It's
No.
amazing what's happening because these people are having enough of the meddling that's going on over there in the country. And now we're going to have also, now Hassan Sheikh is bringing Egyptian military to Somalia. You know what that means?
La
Proxy war.
ilaha illallah.
It's disgusting what's happening. He's bringing now military from that's why Ethiopia and Somalia is going to go into war because of that bullshit. This man literally bringing these people into the country.
You know that
Now
Egypt is going to try to use Somalia's situation to gain an upper hand on the Ethiopian river, or what's
why
it called,
do you
the
think
river?
Al-Shabaab all of a sudden attacked Ethiopia a couple of months ago? We think that Egypt had to do with it, all of a sudden Al-Shabaab was in Ethiopia. They were never Ethiopia. All of a sudden they were there, and now what we're having is the whole region is in
See,
conflict,
this is what I think
right?
of the TPLF. They're a bunch of children. When the time's up from the presidency seat, they throw their little tantrum. They throw in the what's it called, toys at the pram, and now they're rebelling.
So
bunch of children.
Who you like?
Yeah, America is supporting them though,
you think
TPLF. America is supporting TPLF, all right? And sanctioning Eritrea, right? And meddling in Somalia. So they're literally running the whole show, right? So they're trying to meddle with everybody. And now the people are literally standing up and saying
Wait.
hashtag
OG
no
Del
more.
Rancho. She said Africans should, or he said Africa should convert to Catholic. No, Catholicism, I'd have to answer to the Pope. Even if I was a Christian, why would I answer to another man when I could talk to God directly?
Let's just
But
forget
that's a
about
different topic.
Well, I don't go into that.
Yeah.
More like,
But yeah.
what do you think is sponsoring Al-Shabaab? Do you think you're like a person? You think somebody or
Okay, shall I give you my honest answer?
Yes.
Many people, not just one group. I think that the Americans, the Saudis also have the interest in Somalia. There's also the Somali government themselves. They have a hand to play in this as well. Because again, if you're in charge,
I think also involved.
Yeah, like I mean, look, the Kenya is definitely involved. The Ethiopia is not so much because they're dealing with their own problems.
Everybody who's in Somalia basically is involved. That's what I believe it is.
I mean,
because
Ethiopia,
they're the one who's gaining from it. So as long as you're gaining from it, you want to keep that place destabilized. That's the perfect way.
What are they getting from Somalia?
Look, Kafaru. What I question a lot of it is, look, the people that's the former captains of the not even like the former leaders of Al-Shabaab. One of them made it into the Ministry of Religion. How? He doesn't understand the basics of religion. He killed innocent people out of this bullshit ass like this imaginary version of Islam that he has on top of his head, and now he thinks he can lead people on the deen.
No, that's the worst place to put someone like that.
Despicable, man. If I was the president of Somalia, I would lock him up for eternity, bro. What? And then you have what's it called? There was another guy as well. I read a recent a Somali, I think it was a Somali military, I think commando or something, who recently they sneak attacked. The Al-Shabaab basically got him with a sneak attack. May Allah yarhamak. Basically, these people have no remorse. They claim to be Muslims. They claimed, we want some. No, though. They have no interest on doing anything good for anybody. They're a bunch of evil people. Evil, nothing more but evil.
Listening to that Kenyan Ruto, his speech about Kenya's mission in Somalia. Well, this is what I'm going to say. Kenya is never going to leave Somalia. Do you know why?
because they think the Somalian government is not capable to protect them from Al-Shabaab.
No,
You know
Kifaru,
what?
Kifaru. No, let's speak.
No,
No, Kifaru, let's speak the truth. No, Kifaru, 2 seconds. Let's speak the truth, Kifaru.
Listen,
Kifaru, one look. No, Kifaru, 2 seconds. Kifaru,
It's just
no,
what I
Kifaru.
think.
Kifaru, I've been hearing you speak for 30 minutes, man.
Let
Come on.
me finish. It's just what I
Kifaru.
think. More. Let me make my point. I've not finished making my point. See,
Yeah.
you know the terrorist attack that happened in Kenya, that has left some kind of wound in the Kenyan people's mind, and they believe that if they don't try to stop Al-Shabaab inside Somalia, it's going to happen. It's like
Kifaru,
a fear-mongering thing
naive.
that's happening now. Yeah,
Kifaru.
that's what America. That's it. That's what America
Kifaru,
does.
it's not in anybody's
America
interest to
goes
stop Al-Shabaab. Why would you stop
goes
Al-Shabaab?
to Iran, to Iraq to fight Al-Qaeda because they think that's where Al-Qaeda has been breeded. So they believe
Wait. No, I got a question to ask you, Kifaru. Kifaru, why would it be in anybody's interest? No, Kifaru, 2 seconds. Why would it be in anybody's interest to stop Al-Shabaab? It's not in anybody's interest, because if you stop Al-Shabaab, that can become a problem to your little trade route, the most important trade route to the Western world. That could be a problem. Why would you do that? Again, there's a reason why Yemen is in flames. Kifaru, you can't be that naive.
I don't know about Yemen.
Look. Kifaru, any country close enough to the look. Somalia also is part of.
To that
Kenyan. Of course. But Kifaru, let me give you a little. Look, Kifaru. Any country that's close enough to what's it called, the Gulf of Aden, Bab el-Mandeb, the Red Sea, they have to have full control of that, because 80% of their commodities come through there. It's in their national interest.
No, say, look, if you look over the west coast of Africa, they are building so many more seaports, and things are going to change. If you look over, they're building like many more seaports.
Irrelevant compared to that era, yeah?
No, that's not
the
relevant.
West African coast is literally irrelevant to compared to the only Red
Hey, 2
Sea.
seconds. I gotta reply to this.
It's the whole world.
2 seconds.
It's
MS Delta.
not irrelevant. It's just
2 seconds. Wait. 2 seconds. I gotta reply to this MS Delta guy. MS Delta, look, I don't know what type of hatred you have for any type of Somali, bro, but look, you've probably got some sort of hatred. Something happened to you in your past. You said earlier the Somalis deserve this for what they. Yeah, they did to.
They all hate Somalia, but when you say that to them, they're like, "Oh no, we don't hate really Somalia."
I mean, look, he said earlier and I quote in one of his super chats. Is again, he said, as Allah punishes Somali for how they treated the Bantu brothers. So again, you must be one of those black first, supremacist Bantu. Yeah, I know. Oh, he's African American. Okay, good to know.
Who are you talking about?
Why would you then say that? Okay, again, as an African American, I want to understand your reasoning, because again, African Americans, they're neutral in this. They're neutral in this, African Americans, because they have no loyalties towards anybody. So I don't know why you would involve yourself.
Let's stay within the thing. See, countries are not going to spend millions of money trying.
That's why I respect people like I respect people like Nakmizi, because he's a free thinking person. He doesn't side with anybody. He sides with reasoning.
More, you need to stop, because you're used to just take one comment and start. Just forget. Some people make their side comment. The more you talk about it, the more you give them credibility. Let's stay on the topic. Yeah. So a lot of ships and seaports have been built in the west coast of Africa, and things are going to change. Like things going to change. People are not going to spend a lot of money when they don't feel secure. You understand? The Suez Canal itself is making Egypt so rich, and these other people don't want. They're trying to make it to diversify this power of Egypt, because whatever things needs to pass to the Suez Canal at the end of the day. That's where it passes through, because it's a shorter route to go to Europe, But with this new invention of new technology, now ships now have for nuclear reactors. It's not going to matter where they go. They'll just go round. You understand?
What do you mean go round? I mean, you cannot compare West African trade route and the Red Sea. Red Sea is a whole another case. You understand? This Red Sea is very important. The whole world goes through there. You understand? That's exactly. Yeah, but if that is closed, people have to go all the way to China and then all the way under Africa and go all the way back. Do you understand the route they have to take? That's a long route.
If things are going to be done from, I think it's shorter of West Africa and America than through the Red Sea. If you look how the sea routes work.
Yeah, but that's not exactly when you want Europe to get there. It's much closer to go that door. That's a corridor that they can go
Yeah,
through. It's
the
easier.
Swiss canal is
They're
short.
turning all around Africa. You understand what I'm
That is
saying?
true. But see, but look at the
Yeah.
thing. If like as it's Mauritius, I don't know, it's Mauritania, whatever. I don't know. Which one is closer to Morocco? Is it Mauritania? That
Mauritania.
place as well is a strategic one. They're trying to base things there, but again, for some reason, they've got terrorists there. I don't know why, because they're trying to
Everywhere.
destabilize the area.
Yeah. Now Yemen is down. Somalia, they don't want it's anyways inflamed. And
Mozambique.
Eritrea is always in them sanctions, right? They never get out of sanctions. And that's what's happening. And that's they want to keep that place like in chaos. So they can and not only that, brother, there's fish that's
Also,
going on that's
Sudan.
taken
Let's not forget
away
what's
from
happening
the
in Sudan.
Somali Sea. Everybody's fishing from there too. So in
Who does
Sudan, yeah,
not
in
eat
Sudan
fish?
too.
Who don't care about the fish?
And Sudan, do you know how many billions it costs fish? Not only fish, but we're talking about lobsters, we're talking about crabs, we're talking about seafood. Do you
Puntai,
know how many
Puntai.
billions of dollars that
More,
is
why
a
don't you
year?
eat fish?
You kidding me? You know how much it costs one lobster? That's what I'm
Puntai.
saying. Trouble.
Puntai. After the South China Sea, the most lucrative fishing ground in the world is off the coast of Somalia. You know
Of
that, right?
course, yes. Yes, I know exactly. And you know how many billions of dollars we're losing every year by them keeping that? Do you know
They
this president, wala lo,
20,
Lima, this
26
president,
billion.
Lima, this
Wanogahey,
president,
Wanogahey. He's not a
let
president. He's
them
an
10
idiot.
more years, 10 more years.
He's an
He let
idiot.
the
He's
Europeans
not a
take
president.
them.
Lima,
Wahas
do you
one.
think Somali?
Waxana qabsaday wax ma hayn, caadi
Wanogahey, I
maaha.
know, man.
I can't believe
Lima,
there's people out there, there's
Somali
Somalis
diwan,
out there
Somali
that
diwan naiba
no,
wallahi. Somali
no,
diwan
Lima,
naiba.
Lima, Lima,
Wallahi
Lima.
billahi,
Wallah, I
ya
agree with you in that
isa.
sentiment. Because every time I look
Go
at,
on.
let's say, I go on Twitter and I debate people or I talk to people or have a conversation with people, you see these little idiots that have nothing or no idea whatever happened in Somalia. There's this guy with a Siad Berry poster making a salute saying, "We miss you." What Abaha was, bro? He's the one that cooks Somalia.
Yes, that's the problem. That's another problem.
Yeah,
Everyone's
wallah,
got
they
a
have no
hero.
education. Moga, Runta.
Lima,
Ruta Moga.
Lima.
Go on.
Do you
Lima,
think
Lima, Lima. How come
Somali?
Hanfordina? Wait, how come Hanfordina? That's who Qosliyan is because Kasa wadaka kalichibi wax kastaba
No,
adabi.
this is why people hate you. Come online and start speaking just
And then you
Somali.
have people like that saying we miss
Go on.
him. In
Yeah,
What do you
reality,
want
Lima.
to ask you, Farouk?
Do you think
Mo,
Somalia should
Mo,
get conscription?
Mo,
What's that?
yeah.
You know
Farouk,
what he
repeat.
did? You know what he did,
Eh?
the president, this new president. Tawan
Should
sano
get
kasi hay
conscription.
kuwan.
Somalia should get conscription.
European,
Do you think
European
so?
ka. Tawan sano inay
To
badda
be
ka
what?
qaataan
I can't hear you.
Oh my god,
To
man.
get
10 more
conscription,
years
like
ago.
people should be mandatory military service for all young Somalis.
No, they would be worse. That would be worse. More guns for Somalis. You're mad.
Rancho, I'm
Listen,
sorry, you must be South American. I mean, I'm sorry for what the Spanish did to your people, but we're not gonna become Catholics or answers to a Roman Vatican.
he's
Nor
too
speak Spanish.
African American, walalo. He's too African American. You mean Ja, oder? You mean Ja?
What's that? You have card flavored Doritos in Somalia, bro.
Anyway, we are
No, he's
having
back,
this
he's back.
problem.
Didn't you say Lima, you're back?
Lima is back.
Lima, you're back in London. Go kiss.
No, he's in Turkey.
Oh,
He's in Turkey.
Allah, it's better
Abu
for over here, man.
Ja is African American too, you see? If you're talking to that guy, I don't know, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Ja is a
Yeah.
good guy, man. Ja,
Yeah.
you know what? Shout out to Ja, man. Shout out to Black Americans, except MS Delta guy.
Yeah. No, but another 10 years, the European forces and the French are taking the most fish, you know that, right? It is literally Europeans are saying that French are literally looting the shit out of Somali Sea. You understand? And that's terrible. So of course there's a lucrative, you understand? And they want to keep that place they want to keep that place unstable, and they are actually using other Africans to do that job for them, to keep that the way it is. And that's the sad part of it. This guy is saying, I'm not going anywhere out of Somalia. Another 15 years if it takes, I'm going to sit here. Why? For what reason do you want to sit? I don't understand, but that's exactly what's happening. And what we need to say is not only Somalia is burning, Ethiopia is burning, Eritrea is burning, Djibouti is in the rock there. People are literally now coming and saying, say no more, no more, no more. People are literally fighting against this, and I am totally with that. Like, we have to really come together at this point. Like, this point, there is no way else. Horn of Africa is on the topic. Everybody's talking about Horn of Africa. European Union are so interested in it, and I'm gonna show you, man, Mo video on Kusadreya. Just watch this video, okay?
Okay. By the way, shout out to John, man. Shout out, brother John.
Mo, what happened with the link now?
Oh, I forgot about it.
Yeah, get us the link. I really like everything. I missed most of the stuff because I was on a call.
Oh, by the way, Tunaja, all you have to do is go on Google and look at the London Accords, or go on Google and just search about African.
I'm looking at the London Accord. It doesn't have anything to do with military there.
Or how about this? Go on Google and write about the like name African, like right Nigeria's military or like military capacity, like something like that. You'll find it. What's it called? Punta found the Somali one where it only can do up to 18,000, I think. Punta, how do you find
the
your
link? Please let me see that. I seriously need to see that.
Can you send it to him?
That is a scandal that everybody needs to know.
Yeah, Punta, can you send it to Niger? The Somali one. The Somali one.
To Niger.
Yeah, I'm
to Niger.
Yeah.
Nigeria should have an army of 2 million. They only have like 200.
No, Nigeria has 200 million. At least million active soldiers.
Million have at least 5 million active soldiers.
I think
million,
the problem,
it has to be million active soldiers.
I think the problem is incentives. Okay, if you don't pay soldiers well, no one is going to fight for you. No one is going to be part of that.
Oh, stop saying that. That has nothing to do with it. Sri Lanka has 400k soldiers. I don't know why people keep saying this.
Okay, listen to Nigeria. I've not even finished. Hey, do you know how they treat Sri Lanka? Do you know their mindset? Do you know the mindset of Sri Lankans? Do you know how they think? Do you know how the government take care of them? Nigerians are so individualistic.
Yes, I know how they do. They don't have that.
Good. Nigerians are so individualistic people. You need to motivate them differently than people in Sri Lanka. If you don't motivate them how much you want to motivate them, just saying it, they're not going to do anything.
We are not as individualistic as you think when it comes. It's just the marshalling. They are refusing to marshal our people. How do you explain that of Burkina Faso? How do you explain that of Ghana? How do you... all
Nigeria
of us
is particular in West Africa to Nigeria. That's
but Burkina Faso 7,000 soldiers for 20 million people.
Yeah,
how do you explain that one?
To Nigeria, see, I know we'll be going back and forth about this thing. It's a threat. When people don't have a threat, when people don't think threatening, they don't think so. To me, listen, if you ask
there is a threat.
I would say,
what do you mean there is a threat? We have just been through colonization. We have just been through this in slavery, and you are saying there's no threat.
Colonization, they were not born during the period of time. They were not. That's what you fail to understand.
But the leaders know better.
Even these leaders, they're not. They don't understand. That's what you think. These people were not born during those times.
Russia,
Russia, what I'm trying to say.
Many of the young people in Russia today didn't know anything about what happened in the Soviet Union. They don't even care. But they are fighting now, aren't they?
Look, they're running. They're asking them to join the military. They are
running,
their country.
but many are also fighting.
That's propaganda, Kifaru. Don't listen to the propaganda.
Come on, everything for you is propaganda.
No, bro, you're listening to, of course, what do you think they're going to report anything good about Russia? They're Western media, bro. What's wrong with you? Of course it's propaganda.
So, we need the alternative truth. That they are not doing.
Do you think they may run? Some of them will run like Trump escaped this military service. But most of them are actually
guys, look.
South Korea had to introduce mandatory military service when North Korea started testing missiles. But if it did not do that, they would not see the need. They saw the threat.
Can somebody send a
link? Kifaru, are you listening, brother? Kenya is 50 million people. They're not allowed more than 60,000 soldiers. How can a country of 50 million?
I'm not sure they're asking them not to.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm from the area. We're telling you facts here, bro.
I know.
We need proof. All this one we are saying, we don't have any direct proof of anything.
50,000. Who's limiting them? Who's limiting them to 50,000?
Who do you think is limiting them? Don't ask me silly questions.
I didn't hear you.
You're asking me a silly question, bro. Who do you think is limiting them? You know who it is.
No, I don't believe someone is limiting them. I just believe they don't see
Yes,
the need.
it's bro, it's true, bro. What
No,
Mo
I
is
don't.
saying
I
is
don't know
true.
that. I don't know if you can show me that they've signed any treaty that is limiting them to have only 50. Then I can speak on that. But I don't think so. They just think maybe
If
they
you
can
if you
afford to have more than that.
that's why Eritrea is a prior state. That's why Eritrea is, they consider them as
Eritrea
like a
is just
terrorist.
scared of everyone. They're scared of Djibouti. They're scared of TPLF. That is the threat. Is the threat level of Eritrea that's making them act paranoia. That's why.
What do you say?
All Africa be like
The
Eritrea, bro.
London Accord seems to be about climate change and stuff like that. So where does this have to do with
Wait,
military
Kifaru, you
limitation?
said something before that. You said somebody was scared of Eritrea or something. I don't know.
No, I said Eritrea, they are scared of everyone closer to them. They're scared. There's military bases in Djibouti, there's TPLF, there's Ethiopia. It's
No, no,
just a
no, no, no,
threat.
no. I'll be honest with Eritrea, like they don't have too much enemies, or they don't have surrounding countries that are enemies. Other than the disputes with Eritrea, up the north with the Afar territories, they don't have any other countries that they have disputes with. I mean, Djibouti and Eritrea war got so heavy in like the early 2000s that they were actually going to go to war, but things cooled off from then.
Afar is Ethiopia.
Huh?
How would
Ethiopia.
Eritrea have so much beef? Aren't they literally just at the top doing their own thing? Like, why?
No, there's land dispute between Djibouti and Eritrea.
Yeah, that's a threat. Which other
Eritrea?
African country have got dispute among them, among two countries? You don't see that in West Africa. People just have tribal conflicts, but no actual two country is fighting their neighbors.
I mean, Rwanda and Congo.
No, the Congo is where
Uganda and Congo.
all the East Africa
Uganda and Kenya.
just want to rip off Congo. All East Africa.
Uganda and Kenya.
I think the EAC is just an organization to colonize Congo. That's just what
I know it is. I know it is. I know it literally is.
It's just how to come together and exploit Congo. That's just what the EAC is all about.
I mean, that's what
I'm not sure that is accurate.
Wait.
East Africans just.
It is.
Look, and that's what I was going to get to earlier.
Congo colonized. They colonized Congo, then the West.
And that's what I was going to get to earlier.
Congo, so Congo needs to be colonized. Let's just be honest with you. It needs to be
No, they don't.
Don't be mean. Don't be mean.
Listen, it either needs to be colonized or split up because nothing good is going on in Congo.
Recently, they're talking about an East African, standby force to go and fight the thing. But this is the thing. It doesn't make sense because Burundi soldiers already fighting in Congo. Rwanda already fighting in Congo. Kenya, everybody is there. So what army are you talking about? And all these people are in there for their own personal interests. So
exactly.
How do you think,
same as the AMISOM in Somalia, bro. Same as the AMISOM in Somalia.
Okay, we'll talk about that. How do you expect all of them to come together and go fight? But the Congolese people are always telling, we don't want Rwanda to be part of this East African force because Rwanda, they believe they're supporting the M23. They say we don't want Rwanda, cannot be part of it because it doesn't make sense. And the ones in the Burundi, I don't know how they call them, F something. It's just a mess up thing. So I don't even know what I'm going to fight. Are they going to fight?
Kifaru, stop. Kifaru, I want to ask you a question. So when these African soldiers are going to Congo, they're not helping them, they're colonizing them. But when they're going to Somalia, they're helping them. You're a very smart man, you are.
No, listen.
You're a genius. You're a genius, you are.
We're talking about two different situations here. Don't try to make them
no,
the same.
bro. No, bro. They're not. They're not.
Okay. Look. Okay, you asking me a question. They're going to Congo. I'm telling you right now, these people are not going. They're going to Congo to exploit minerals. What are they? What is Africa going to exploit in Somalia? I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, let me tell you, bro. I'll tell you exactly what. Somalia has got one of the biggest untapped oil reserves in the world. These African soldiers, listen, no, I'm being serious, bro. Wait, these African soldiers are being sent by AFRICOM. Yes, these are American soldiers. Listen to me. I'll tell you right now, guys. Yeah, there's a documentary called Mercenaries, Drones, and Cyber War. Please watch this, and you see the guy that invented AMISOM. He's this American guy. His name is Lambert. Bro, it's on the YouTube right now. Watch it right now. Right now, you can watch this. This was
AMISOM was invented in 2005 in Burundi, and he went and got the most poorest of the poorest people in Burundi. They trained them for 1 year so they can secure these places that got all the oil. That's where all these AMISOM soldiers are based, is the places where the oil is. Kifaru, you're talking to me. I'm from the place. Let me give you the information. You can't deny one and tell me the other is different, bro. It's the same thing. Same as the Congo. It's there for the
Because
resources.
Ifaro is biased, you see. He
Yeah, of
just
course it's.
sees it as
I just heard it. I just heard. Punta, I just heard how biased he was. Just now, he made himself clear how biased he was.
That's what I'm
Look,
So
saying.
don't tell me,
People
Kifaru.
don't want to listen to your side. They just want to. They're biased.
Yeah,
You
it's
understand?
like, bro, we're telling you how this thing is,
Look,
bro.
can I
These thi-
look,
Go, wait,
look,
man,
look.
Mo. I'll repeat it one more time. It's called mercenaries, cyber war, and drones, bro. This is what the guy who invented AMISOM, bro. It's on the documentary when he's inventing them. He's there in
this is
2005.
the thing. This is the thing. To build an oil refinery, it's not a day's job. You understand? It
We're
takes.
not talking about oil refinery. We're not talking about refineries. Bro. They're just there to
What are you
protect
talking
the
about?
oil
But
site.
you say Somalia's have got oil reserves, or deposit, whatever. So
Yes,
how they gonna
and
extract
there
the
are.
oil? How are they gonna take that oil from
Yeah,
Kifaro, you
they need
have
to
to
make
listen. It's not
they need to
only
make the
one
country
thing.
safe first. What's
It's
wrong with you?
Abowe. It's the
It's
fishing going on.
by the way,
It's
and they
the
got
road.
uranium as well.
It's the Red Sea Road.
Uranium. They
The
got a lot
whole
of
thing.
things, bro.
There's a gold digged all over Somalia. It's disgusting. It's not only one thing. It's a lot of things combined. You understand? Fine, I don't mind. Like we can see it, but to be you have to understand. You have to listen to the people who are from there. What they have to say. You have no idea what's going on in my country, but you seem to take a side of people. You have no idea what they're
No,
doing in my
I'm not
country.
talking about your country. I'm talking about
Puntai. Well,
diplomatic mission.
I don't like the way he
Yeah,
said.
what
I don't like the way
country?
he said. Oh, they're going to Congo for the resources, but they're going to Somalia to help them. That's a load
No,
of
because
bullshit, bro.
no.
Exactly
See,
what I'm
it's
saying.
the
He is
mission
biased.
is
Contradiction.
different.
You're
The
contradicting yourself.
mission is different. See,
You're
I'm talking
contradicting
about
yourself, bro.
so
There's no
Bima,
difference.
I'm talking about the diplomatic mission.
Listen. The East African community is going to help Congo. Do you disagree with
It's
that?
good. They say they're going to fight the
We're
M23.
going to help.
It's clear.
We're going to help. We're going to help our Congolese brothers. You have a problem with that?
Listen, East Africa Federation is only there to liberate Congo from their resources. Look,
Mo, he
the
contradicted
second.
himself, man.
No. I was actually, and I'm gonna speak about this in the future, but I was speaking to other East Africans who are not Kenyans, and they don't want Kenya to control them either. They're like, we don't want Swahili, we don't want Kenya to get even more gas stuff than.
Who's East Africans are you talking about?
I mean, East Africans.
Just what? That's just what do you mean by East Africa? I don't understand.
What do you?
East
There's
Africa.
like 6 countries in East Africa.
Kenya is not controlling no one in East Africa. So what?
But the East Africans said that they
Oh,
are.
Mr. Wait, 2 seconds. Mr. Delta guy says Somalis have vibranium to Miss Wakanda, saying it straight from his house in the hood.
And so far, you can't say Kenya isn't controlling there when it's the biggest economy. Can't say that.
I don't know who's Kenya controlling the East of Africa. In East Africa, Kenya is not controlling no one. They are just having
Miss
their
Delta guy, what hood do you live in, by the way?
Come on, Mo, stop looking the comment. You just
Mo,
stop
don't worry
asking
about that, Mo,
questions.
man.
Yeah. So who's Kenya really controlling the East Africa? They're just trying. I just see Kenya as an independent country, standalone country, trying to sort out itself. Do you think Kenya is controlling Uganda?
Kifaru. Kenya is trying to.
Kenya attacked Uganda. Kenya has been with Burundi. Kenya obviously can overpower Rwanda as well. Yeah,
But not Uganda. Uganda, Hurutu can't say nothing to Museveni. What is he going to say to him? Even to the lady in Tanzania.
Okay, well, historically they have. So if Museveni leaves, they could do it again. And they've done that to Tanzania as well.
Even small Rwanda, Kenya can dictate over Paul Kagame. Paul Kagame does not look like someone that is going to listen.
So you don't think that Kenya has the most influence out of that region?
What kind of influence? I don't really see what.
Wow.
Maybe
This
I
is
don't know. Just
comical.
why? No, I'm not saying it is not. I don't know.
Nah.
So
You know what I would say? You know what I would say in terms of influence? I'd give it to in between. Like, are you talking about the entire East African region?
No, I'm talking about. I'm
East
not
African
talking about.
Federation.
No, I'm not talking about Horn Africa. Yeah, I'm talking about East Africa Federation.
Okay, then I'd give it to between Tanzania and Kenya. I'd give the slight edge to Kenya because Tanzania also has a lot of things that go in its way as well. But I'd give, just because Kenya is louder, I'll give it to Kenya.
I don't know. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see the influence. I just see them like almost the same. You understand,
After
like equal.
millennia, if you look at the last one, the Twitter one, last one, I'm gonna walk you through. I want you to put this video on Twitter, the last one I post, and I'm gonna walk you through. And now we're gonna see what's happening and why it's happening, and even white people are literally talking about it and literally saying like enough is enough. Leave these people alone. These are European individuals who had enough and
Oh,
know
you're
what's
talking about
going
that
on.
woman.
Yeah, go down. I'm gonna tell you which video.
Yeah, we
Go
should be
down.
careful why all this Buzungu are like
No,
keeping
just
for us.
wait. Just go down. Still go down. I'm gonna make you stop. Just go down. Just slow. Go down.
Why must only the
When you
Muzungus
see a
towards
woman,
the
go
head?
down. Woman with a yellow shirt. Wait a minute, bro. Just go down. A woman with a yellow shirt. When you see, yep, that video. Yeah, start that video, please.
More foreign military bases, more weapons, and more European meddling. What we call our strategic
You can mute
relationship
yourself.
with human flourishing. It's about the EU's ambitions as a superpower. There's now a new great game in the Horn of Africa. Greater and lesser powers are pockmarking the place with military bases. France, the US, China, Germany, Japan, Italy, Saudi Arabia all have a presence in the tiny area of Djibouti alone. Mercenaries are swarming in from all quarters. The entire region is being militarized. War is in the air. And what about the people facing climate and food insecurity? None of this benefits them. We talk about instability, but we only make it worse. We flood the place with weapons, hand over the profits to European arms companies, and charge the bill to our citizens. And then with the carnage, we go back in and we do it all again. It's a racket. Strategic relationship, it's one thing after another, isn't it? Really, it's the same as it ever was. And all I can say is God save Africa from Europeans offering help.
The Irish don't give a shit. They say what they have to say. I mean, even today, if you go to Ireland, if you go to Dublin, or if you go to other places in Ireland, or if you go to like not just Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, I'm talking about the Republic of Ireland. Basically, the majority of them support Palestine. If you go to many cafes or if you go to areas around Dublin, east side of Dublin, I'm sure, what's it called? There was a couple of Palestinian flags all over the town square. I mean, you're gonna find a lot of support for Palestine from Ireland. Ireland is also a country that also voices its opinions, and they don't give a shit what they say. I mean, that also stems from basically the past encounters they had with the British. You see, the British, they support Israel through and through. They don't know why. I asked a couple of Englishmen, why do you support Israel? They don't know. They just support Israel because the UK supports Israel. And when you question them on or try to grill them on the answer, they can't come up with any good solutions. Ireland actually supports Palestine because it feels the sense of or the injustices that are being committed to them the same way the English did to them. In again, if you look, I would advise everybody to research Irish history. Look at the two bloody Sundays that happened in Ireland. Look at what look at what happened in '88, the hunger strike, and what the Irish what happened to the Irish when the special.
We don't care about Irish people more or whatever.
I mean, no, they're good people. They're good people.
I don't care about.
Yeah, but you understand what she was saying.
But yeah, this is the thing. Don't be fooled about these politicians. Some of these people are just politicians, and she might just doing that for propaganda to get. But what she said, we know. Is there anything
few
that
really speak about the truth, though? Nobody forced her to say this. Very few will speak about the truth.
Is that
But this is
anything?
nothing that we don't know of here.
Exactly.
We know this for a fact, and that's why we have, yeah, that's why the communities are coming together and fighting against this bullshit that's happening, right? So it's just a few who will speak, and I think she and another guy who actually speaks about stuff like this. The rest, they're like, yeah, let's make war here, let's make war there, and that's the beneficial thing, to keep these people in war and in check.
Yeah, so who do you blame? We blame ourselves. We blame ourselves.
No, it's not that easy though. It's not that easy though. It is not
Why?
that easy.
Why?
Because
We
look
blame
what's
ourselves because
happening right now in Ethiopia. Let's just take an example for Ethiopia right now, right? Ethiopia was fairly stable country, but now you have TPLF who are fighting, and who's supporting this TPLF? It's Americans who are supporting this TPLF, and they're giving them
Yep.
weapons. You understand?
Yep.
So and then you have a government that somebody else is supporting somebody else, and it's all
The
messed
Chinese
up.
is supporting the government. Contact is the Chinese supporting the Ethiopian
see,
government.
Yeah.
like great,
Look, other than look, let's look at the
let me
entire.
just say this. There was one guy. He was talking about that. A problem of Africa is we should treat ourselves with respect and honor. We should respect everyone. Lima was just saying, due to the 5.4 system. I don't know what it means, but I kind of understand. Some other tribes have been kept out of the equation to ever rule. So because of that, they've picked up arms. These people they were not respected. They were not treated as equals. So they think, okay, we're just gonna protect ourselves. But this guy was saying, if we can look at everyone in the eye and treat everyone the same, some of these things are gonna go away. But if you think you're better than some other person, some other tribe, if we keep thinking like that, it's always gonna create tension in Africa. And I think that is one of the fundamental issues we have in Africa, that some people just believe they're better than some other people, and they would never accept that they rule over them, and that is wrong. And the West is using that as a bridge just to come and divide and conquer and rule us. That's what
Yes,
is happening.
Kifaru, you're right. You are
Basically.
right, Kifaru. You are right, Kifaru.
Wait. Can I just interject as well and say one other thing as well? I've been reading some interesting comments in the comment section, right? And I'd like to address a few things. Firstly, I'd like to address some of the points that where is it? Negos of the Nile Negroes, the Pan Habasha. Basically, again, in general, I would say again, you shouldn't look at anybody as an enemy, right? And this problem or this ideal that both sets look, the ultra nationalist Somalis and the ultra nationalist Habashas have this ideal that they want a greater Ethiopia or a greater Somalia, and I think that's very, very dangerous for the Horn of Africa. If one group tries to fulfill that idea, it's gonna be bad because it's gonna go all in out war. And again, if you go war with another group of people that are as big as, like, let's say other groups, like, look, the Somalis and the Habashas are massive groups in the Horn of Africa, and if they both go to war with each other, that's just only going to benefit one other group. Egypt's going to come down for what it really ever wanted, was that water, and it's going to get it because Ethiopia can't stop them because they're going to be weak. And the Somalis won't be able to stop Europeans taking their oil. So it doesn't benefit anybody. For the Horn of Africa to benefit, and for the Horn of Africa to thrive, or for the Horn of Africa to fix the situation, then you should be happy with the land that everybody has and not try to get other people's land. Or now, okay, in terms of what I mean by other
just me cut you out, sorry,
wait,
African
wait,
millionaire.
2 seconds, 2 seconds. 2 seconds, wait, Kifaru, 2 seconds.
Contributing so much.
Kifaru, 2 seconds, Kifaru, Jesus, Kifaru,
My
look,
God.
2 seconds.
Jesus.
In terms of, you made me say Jesus, I'm not Muslim. Look, wait. You made me go like Nigerians. Blood of Jesus. No. This is what I would say, right? In general, I would say that,
In the mighty name of Jesus, we shut up Kifaru.
Let him finish, boys.
In general, I would say, like, for the groups of Horn of Africa to fully, to fix the situation that they're in, they need, and I mean, they really need to fix their situation without encroaching on other people. They should make friends rather than enemies.
First of all, Nogos should understand. Nogos should understand that there is nothing called Oromo, Somali, this and that, and Kushite in the Horn of. He should
Okay,
know
wait.
this by
2
now,
seconds,
right?
2 seconds.
Everybody is for their own, right? I mean, I don't understand what he's
Negos,
trying
you
to
know
do
there's no
here.
such thing as Kushite.
Kushite and this and
When you
that.
mow
It's
and only
pseudoscience.
mean,
It's
Reality,
literally
you know,
pseudoscience. The white man
Oromos
made.
are expansionist. Oromos are expansionist, and everybody's against that. So I don't know what he's doing here.
Bro, and only me. You lot need to start yourselves from the Horn of Africa, innit? Because you lot have fought more wars than Call of Duty in the past few years, fam. You know what I mean? With you lot
Yeah,
going on your runners in the Horn of
the
Africa,
topic is about
the continent ain't
Somalia.
going nowhere anytime soon. Just wanted to
Same
say
as the
that to
Niger
you.
Delta. We're same as the Niger Delta, my brother.
Oh
Don't
yeah,
forget.
yeah, yeah.
Come on.
Bro, the Niger Delta ain't fighting any war as it stands, bro. I don't know what you
Yes,
lot are going on
they're
about.
fighting. They're fighting oil companies.
We
They're
fought a
fighting
few
oil
war,
companies.
and you lot
They're
listen
at
up. You
war.
kids
They're
listen
at
up,
war
innit?
with oil
You
companies.
kids
They're
listen
at
up.
war with Shell right now. They're at war with Shell right now,
We're not
bro.
at war
Please.
with share. I don't know what you're
Yes,
going
you
on
are.
about. But
He's talking
They
about Boko
we
contaminated
fought
your
a
Haram.
war,
land,
and you
bro.
lot could shut
Bro,
up, bro. We fought a
Hey,
few
bro.
you
They
wars
shut up,
in the
man. What are
contaminated
you
past
your land.
talking
2 to 3
about?
What are you
years.
talking about, bro?
No.
You're
First
from the
and
Niger.
foremost, you're not even gonna
You're
talk
from the
over me.
Delta,
You're
bro.
not
You're
gonna
at war.
talk
You're
over
at war
man.
with the
Hey,
oil.
you
You're at war
Irish
with
You
the
know,
guy.
I'm
oil
not
Hold on,
gonna
companies.
listen,
talk over
bro.
man.
Hey, bro, you
You're
live
at
in
war with the
Ireland, man. You
oil
can't be telling
We
other
companies.
people
fought a few
shut
wars
up.
in the last few years
You're at
and
war
fought
with
those
the
wars
oil
for the
companies.
sake of our
The
people.
oil company
You know
got
what I
you
mean?
at war. What are you talking about, bro?
You're 5'8".
Bro,
Bro, there's no war
listen,
being
man.
fought.
Hey,
Can you
whoa,
prove that
whoa,
there's a
whoa,
war
whoa,
being
whoa,
fought right
whoa,
now in the
whoa,
Niger Delta
whoa,
region?
whoa. Listen, Mr.
Can
Niger
you
Delta,
prove
you
that
should
there's a
thank.
war being
Whoa,
fought right now
whoa.
in the Niger
Calm
Delta
down, bro.
region?
Calm down,
Can
bro.
you
We made
prove
you
it?
into pirates.
If you can't prove it, then
Somalians
shut
made
Why
up,
is this
bro.
guy coming in all
Somalian made you
aggressive?
into
Calm
If you
pirates,
down.
can't
bro.
prove it, shut
Somalians
up,
made you
brother.
into pirates. We
What's wrong
made
with
you
this
into a
idiot?
pirate, bro.
If you
We made
can't
you into
prove it, shut
pirates.
up, Mo. You
We
stupid
made you into
camel
pirates,
milk
bro.
sucking bitch.
Bro,
Shut up, man.
listen,
The
listen. Do you
5'8" guy. I'm telling
Let's
you.
not even
listen?
go there,
Hey,
man.
Listen,
Let's not even
listen,
bro,
go there
listen,
to
bro,
that.
listen.
bro. Do you have
Little
pirates in the
5'8"
Niger
guy.
Let's not
Delta?
go
Little
there.
Mo,
5'8"
Mo,
guy.
We're
man,
not gonna
Mo.
do this.
Listen,
We're not gonna do this.
little man.
One second.
Little man.
You're gonna are you calling me little
Little
man?
man.
You chicken legs, brother. Shut up, man.
Little man.
Chicken legs fool.
Mo,
You
Little
so
dumb.
man.
wait,
Little
You
man.
dumb.
forehead
Chicken
warrior,
legs.
Little man.
forehead
Chicken legs
Little
warrior,
man.
fucking Somali, bro. Shut
forehead
up, man.
warrior.
Who
Look
you
at this
talking
little
to?
man. You're a little man.
This pussy, bro.
You're a
You
little
You
man
have
with a
pussy. You
big
pirates,
man
pussy.
attitude. You're not a
Fucking
big man.
bald
You're a little
head.
man.
Mo,
Fucking
You're a little
2000
man.
Michael
Mo,
Jackson looking
Hold on,
bread.
hold on.
You're a
Are you
little
mad?
man.
Who you
Mo,
talking to, bro?
Mo.
Okay. Wait. What did you say? That what did you say?
Me? Alright. I
Yes.
didn't say anything. I just said that the
No,
Horn of
so I
Africans,
was
that like the
one.
Horn. Go on.
Yeah. What did you say?
I just said the Horn of Africans need to sort themselves in it because they've had more wars than Call of Duty in the past 2-3 years or so. In the past few years, like so they need to sort themselves out already. Or else the continent ain't going anywhere fast because if the continent should move forward politically, economically, if we should progress, we're going to need that part of the continent to come along with us. Because for two reasons. First and foremost, I do not stand for any I do not leave people behind. So I do not stand for the fact that the continent might have to leave a group of people behind, more especially if they are a group, if they are a group or if they represent any part of the Southern Africa. I do not believe that we should leave them behind. With that said, I feel like they got some resources as well that we will need for our social, economic, and political progression, which is the two reasons in it. So we can't leave our brothers and sisters behind, and we definitely need their social, political, and economic input to the progression of the continent. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what these two little pussies are in their feelings for. I don't know what they're getting the feelings for. That's it. Man, they're trying to bring Niger Delta into it.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Yeah, but why would a Nigerian talk about that? Because it's like they can do the same thing and say that like if they were to say something about Nigeria, you would get mad. So I'm not sure like what was the point in saying
Look. First and foremost, I don't get mad over Nigeria. I do not know what other Nigerians you're speaking to, but I do not get mad over Nigeria. I might get mad over the Niger Delta because those are my people, those are my blood, bone, and flesh, those are the marrows of my bones. But other than that, I do not get mad over that. If someone calls out a certain criminal activity in my region, I don't get mad at it. You know what I mean? Like, because I know that we've gone. Look, let's make clear. I grew up in the crease of the Niger Delta region. I've seen wars, and I understand the amount of conversations that we have to make within ourselves in order to move forward as a group of people. Other than that, I don't get mad. I don't know where this is coming from. If I give a brotherly or a sisterly or like what the Christians will say, an agape kind of advice to people, I don't expect them to get mad. Somali, not Somali individually, but the whole of Africa needs to fix itself. Okay, let's say Nigeria needs to fix itself. Ghana needs to fix itself. In order for us as a, and many other countries have to fix themselves. In order for us as a group of countries to come together and
You need to
create
worry about Shell, bro. Worry about Shell oil company polluting your land.
political bloc to move forward. I don't expect anyone to get mad at that. You know what I mean? You can call on Nigeria for what you want. I'm not getting mad.
Yeah, but
You
I'm
know
not.
what I'm saying?
I'm not telling you to get mad. I'm just saying, is not the oil companies are not polluting your land? Am I lying about that?
Bro, we went to war over that and we have gone through that. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
no,
you
you
don't have
haven't
to
done.
come on here
No,
and
no,
tell me
no,
what I already know.
no, no.
You don't have to
Stop,
tell me
stop,
what, yo,
stop,
no. First
stop
and
the
foremost,
lie.
you're
Stop the
fucking,
cap.
you're an
Stop
English
the
girl.
cap.
You don't know
Yeah,
fucking
and they
man about
have
what.
and
You
they
don't
have
have a
Boko
clue.
Haram.
You
Can
don't
you
have a
imagine
quarter of
that?
a clue of what I
And
know.
did you deal with Boko Haram too?
But I don't give a fuck about Boko Haram. I'm from the Niger Delta region. The only
So
problem
why do
we've
you give a
got
fuck about the
is
Horn of Africa
maybe
then,
oil
stupid head, bro?
exploitation.
That is
Yeah.
So
wrong.
why do you
Boko
give a
Haram
fuck
is
about
Nigeria.
You
First
don't
and
even give a
foremost, I
fuck
give
about
a fuck
Nigeria,
about
but
Because
you
you
give a
lot
fuck about the
because
Horn of
You don't
Africa.
care
we
about your
started
own
the problems
country.
between ourselves.
You just
We
said,
started the
listen. You just
problems
said you
between
don't give a fuck
ourselves.
about
Hey,
Nigeria,
listen,
but you care
listen,
about the
listen,
Horn of
Started
listen.
the
Why
Africa.
problems
is
between
Brian
ourselves,
You're
getting
and
an
we
always
started
idiot,
our own
coming up with
bro.
problems.
some
You
energy?
know,
You're an idiot.
you know, keep
You're an
quiet.
idiot, boy.
You know, keep quiet.
You're an idiot, boy.
You
You're
two
an
fucking
idiot, boy.
18-year-olds coming
You're an
on here
Yeah,
and
idiot.
Africa
chat over
Millennium.
man.
I
You're an
want to say
I don't know
idiot.
something.
what's
Can you
wrong
mute
with
this
you lot.
guy?
Your
You are an idiot.
No,
country
AM
You're
is
an
not
has
moving
idiot.
anybody
Boko
because
You
you
are an
lot
Haram.
can't
idiot.
Your
even keep quiet and listen.
You are an idiot.
You were
You
talking
just
for
said
a
you
whole
don't care
10
You're
about
minutes after the
bro.
Nigeria.
You're
other people
You
speak,
pussy.
just
idiot.
Abada,
you
you're
just said you
pussy,
don't care
bro.
about your own country. You
Abada,
bitch ass nigga,
Abada,
bro. You're a
Abada. You don't
bitch,
deal with your
bro.
piracy
You
problem
are
in the
a
Somali. You
bitch.
Listen,
pussy, oh.
anybody
You
can
Yeah,
are
you
talk
a
on
have
the
a
bitch.
phone.
You're
piracy.
Anybody
a
Stop,
can
man.
You
bitch.
talk.
want to see
You
You're a bitch.
Nigerian
L for
piracy?
loser,
You're a
bro.
bitch.
Should I
For
You're
show
a
you
loser.
bitch.
What are
Listen
you
to me,
Nigerian
talking
listen to
about?
me, listen
piracy?
to me.
Wait.
You just said you
Anybody
don't care
can
about
Okay,
talk.
Nigeria.
can I say
You ju-
something, please? Can I say something, please?
anybody,
I don't
anybody
know.
can
I
talk.
don't know
Tunas
what
speak,
the
man.
I don't know what the
Let me
biggest
talk.
I'm
big
gonna
deal
show him
is here for.
Nigerian
No,
piracy.
No, no,
Should
wait,
I
wait,
show you
wait. Tunaja,
Nigerian
Tunaja,
Princess,
before
hold
piracy?
on,
I want
hold
wait,
on.
You want
Tunaja,
to
you have
see?
to
You
wait.
want to see
Tunaja, I
Can
want to
I
say
Nigerian
just
something
say
before you.
Nigerian
something,
piracy.
Princess?
Tunaja,
Can
I
I
want to
just
say
say
something
something?
before you. Tunaja, wait. I want to say
I
something
just
before you.
wanted to say something. The others kept quiet, and
Tunaja,
then
you
you want
just
to say something
interrupted
before
me.
me.
I was gonna say
Let me
something,
say
and
what
then
I
you
want
said
to
I
say,
want to say
Jare.
something.
Everybody was shouting when I started talking. Stop going on.
I was
Ah,
quiet, Tunaja.
Hey Mo, let
stop.
Tunas
Let me
speak.
just say what I need to say.
Tunaja,
Come
you
on,
have to.
don't be
That's
silly.
no. Tunaja,
You just
Tunaja,
finish
no, no,
arguing
no.
with the
Tunas,
guy.
hold
Why
on,
you
man.
not
Hey
arguing?
Mo,
Let
keep
the
quiet.
let
Let
the
Tunas
boy
speak.
Stop
speak.
it. Ah,
Jeez,
Let the
you
you
just
other
say you're
have
boy
talking
to
to
let
the other
other
people. Now
people
you want to
speak.
start arguing with me
I
too.
was
Go on,
waiting.
Two Niger. Go on, man.
Regarding this Niger data, this
Tunas speak, man.
what the big deal is. That the Niger data is getting polluted is a fact, and I don't know why you are arguing against that, because even when you see the soldiers go in to stop all those oil theft, what the way they kind of get rid of the environment, destroy the equipment, is by letting the oil out and polluting the whole area. That's a serious problem that the Nigerians are having to deal with. So I don't understand why Ogene is technically arguing against that. I don't. Why are you
Tunas,
having a go
listen
at
to
him
me.
for it?
Tunas, you're not from the creek. I'm from the creeks. What I'm saying is this, right?
Okay. Like, can you
My
guys
no.
wrap that up?
Oh
Because
Lord
the
have
topic's
mercy.
not about
Who
Nigeria.
Niger is Nigerian, mad dog. What do you mean?
Lord have
No,
mercy, bro.
Tunaja,
And
Tunaja,
Mo
educate
should
Don't.
this
speak
Oh,
after
idiot.
Two
oh, yeah.
Niger.
Wait, wait.
Mo
Africa
should
Millennium.
speak.
And it's no
Tunaja,
reason to
Wrap.
attack them just because they are
Wait,
stating something
hold
that
on.
some Nigerians agree
Can
with.
someone just wrap it up
wait,
in 2 minutes?
wait.
I'm
AM,
not
Mo,
AM,
it's
AM.
your
doing.
turn.
Let me say something. This is gonna
You
be the
don't
Let
read
last
Mo
few.
though.
finish.
My final part
Wait.
of my final
Tunaja,
statement.
Tunaja said something important about the Delta
region. And again, we've been. I agree with a lot of things that have been said. Like again, entire continent of Africa, and I'm going to criticize every single country except North Africa because it has its own allies and its own goals. On Sub-Saharan Africa is on its knees. And I don't care if you want to play the blame game, if you want to play this and that, if you want to play, oh, we're doing this.
Bro,
I
that's
don't give
the
a
same
shit.
thing I'm saying. That's the
Every
same thing I'm
country
saying,
in
bro.
Sub-Saharan Africa is on its knees.
And just
That's
that's
reality.
the same thing I'm saying. Mo,
How is
let me say this, right?
Somalia's problem
Look,
affecting Nigeria?
hold
Please
tight,
tell
hold
me
tight. No, let me
how.
say this. Hold
How?
tight, let me say this,
How
sorry.
is it affecting
Only
Nigeria, which is in the other
no,
side of the continent?
no. And like I
Punta, he
said,
doesn't care about Nigeria, but he cares about the
no,
whole of
no,
Africa. Work
like
that
Mo
out.
just
Work that
said,
out,
the whole
Punta.
of the
Work that out.
sub-Saharan is on its knees. And like I said, for political and economic progression to get realized, a lot of us are going to have to sort our shit out. Like Somalia is going to sort their stuff out. Like like the Horn of Africa, is what I said initially. Like that group of nations come together rather than sort themselves out. The west of the continent rather sort themselves out. The east and the south of the continent, the south central of the continent rather sort themselves out. You know what I mean? You can call Nigeria for all you want. I'm not getting mad about that. Like I call out the Horn of African countries. I am not expecting anyone to get mad about that. If you want to call out Nigeria for all you want, I do not care. You know what I'm saying? Because like Nigeria is divided to different parts anyway. If you call out the same part of the country,
So
you
is
not
Somalia.
necessarily might
So
be
is
my part
Somalia,
of the
bro.
country.
So is Somalia.
What I'm saying, little kids, listen up. What I'm saying is that I'm not necessarily emotionally
Little
connected
baby,
to
you
every
listen
part of
up.
the
Little
country.
baby, you listen
Like
up.
when I said, hey, shut up, man. Shut up, you fucking
Finish.
loser.
Let him finish.
What I said is this,
You
right?
fucking
I'm not
dickhead,
necessarily
bro.
emotionally connected to every part of the country.
Can't
So
even
do not
speak
think
English
that
properly. How can
I'm
we
getting
listen to you?
frustrated
You can't
about
even
it. No.
speak English properly. How can we listen to
If
you?
you call Nigeria out, I don't really care. If you call Nigeria out, I don't really fucking care, innit? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. So I don't know why you lot are getting frustrated or
Are
getting
you
your feelings about
listen?
the
You're the one
Horn
who's
of
getting
Africa
upset.
being called out.
You're getting
Like
upset.
and like Tuna
You're
just
the one
said,
who's upset.
let me say this right. Let me say this. You lot keep quiet. You lot keep quiet. When Tuna just said this, bro, shut up. Let me speak.
You speak too
Fucking
much.
hell.
This guy's got no
Keep
speaking
quiet.
ethics, does he?
Keep
Bro,
quiet.
You
No,
tell
when
people to
Tuna
shut up
just
and then
said
you
this,
want to
I'm gonna
continue.
address someone else.
How does that work?
You talk shit, man.
Okay,
I'm
wait,
gonna
one
address
Talk
someone else
shit.
on the panel.
I
wait,
swear,
I'm gonna
man,
address
I've
someone
never
else. If
seen
I talk to
somebody
you, you talk to
who's a
me.
little man with a big man
If I talk
attitude.
to you, you talk
I'm
to
telling
me.
you,
one
Lima.
second,
Too
guys.
many
Look at
keyboard
him do
warriors, too
chicken
many
legs,
keyboard
bro.
gangsters.
Look at these chicken legs, bro. In real life, people are talking to me.
Listen,
Chicken
they're
legs, bro.
keyboard gangster, man. A lot of them.
Chicken,
But look,
bro.
let me
Shut
let
up,
me let
man.
me say
You
something.
fucking lollipop,
Look,
bro. You're lollipop, bro. Why
listen.
didn't you bust it, bro? You're lollipop,
What?
bro. Bust it and shut up. You
You
know
don't
what
know
I
how to
mean?
speak
You're not
English,
trying
you
to talk to
twat.
me, bro.
Look.
You're not
Just
trying to
finish
talk
your
to me. We're not
comment.
doing that.
You finish your comment.
Listen, okay, look, this is what I was gonna say.
No, Mo's not talking, bro.
Listen,
Mo's not talking. I didn't finish my comment, so why is Mo gonna finish his comment? Mo, keep quiet.
guy's a
Mo,
little
Yeah,
Mo,
so
you
that I
boy, man.
should
I
can finish my
swear to
comment.
God.
I'm finishing my
link to
comment.
that stuff you talked about, really.
I'm
I still
finishing
haven't
my
found
comment.
the link.
How will I
So
find it
what?
now?
Tunaza, keep quiet. Tunaza,
Pota, did you send it in the private chat?
When you said that our Niger Delta region is going through extend oil exploitations and all that, like if someone should call that out, why am I getting mad? I'm not getting mad about it. No one on this panel can prove that I got mad, or on the chat can prove that I got mad over the Niger Delta region getting called out. I haven't got mad about that at all. You know what I mean? We go our problems that we're going through, and I'm saying that we have to lift ourselves out of that problem. Like the rest of the continent have to lift themselves out of that problem. If we should move as if we should progress from an economic and political perspective as a unit or as a continental unit. You know what I mean? I'm not getting mad about that at all.
Okay,
And by
thank
the
you.
way, the Niger Delta region have fought its wars. The indigenous of the Niger Delta region
Okay,
have
that's
fought their
enough.
wars,
That's
and they
enough.
have lifted themselves above
Hey,
those problems.
hey.
Other
That's
groups
enough.
haven't done that.
Thank you.
Is what it is.
Next.
I don't
I
even know
wanted to
why
go
you're letting
next.
him speak. Can't even speak
See,
English, man.
let's stop
Look,
this things of
look. I wanted to go next and
comparing.
answer a few things. The first thing I
It was
wanted to
it
answer
was all
is,
civil until he walked in. Everything was civil until
yeah,
that
man,
guy
this guy
walked
is
in,
always
bro.
normal, man. He
Let's
comes in
just
with
be honest.
some.
Let's be honest.
No, listen.
Hello,
You
Lima,
don't
hello,
you don't
Somali
hear
people.
though.
Lima,
Shut
You
up,
need to
man.
you need to step it down.
What's wrong with you,
Lima.
lot?
This guy is
Why you
known,
guys
bro. This
doing
guy
your
is
feelings
known.
over me? I'm just
This
saying
guy
like
comes
this.
on panels. Wait. This guy comes on panels with the most
Mo,
feminine
fuck
energy
off.
you
What are
can
you
ever
talking
see.
about? Wait,
And he
Mo.
talks like a little feminine you. He's a little man with a big guy attitude. I've never seen that, man.
Look at these chicken
Okay.
legs, bro. Mo,
But
Mo, you got a
You
chicken leg,
guys
bro.
go again.
You got a
look.
Just
chicken
move
leg. You
on
can't
Ah,
to
even
here
the
we
talk.
go. Can
topic.
we
let me
move
move
on,
on.
man?
Just take both
Can we
your
move
time.
on and
Let's
have a
take
normal
both
Topic.
time.
discussion?
Let's
Here's
have
the
a
topic.
Hey,
Let's
listen,
move on.
Irish
Let's move
gangster,
on.
be quiet, man.
Can we
Let's
move
Let
move
me
on.
on to the
You
continue.
shut up, man. Shut up, you
Listen, you
fucking
live in
gangster
Dublin, bro. You
wannabe.
can't be telling me to shut
Oh
up.
my
Just
Listen,
god.
move on, man.
okay, look. What I'm gonna
Guys,
say
just
is,
move on.
in,
Just
in
move on from the
yeah,
topic.
of course.
Don't need to address anybody. Thanks.
But look, in general, right? If you wanted
Don't do me
to
like
talk about the continent of Africa, or you wanted to address the situations that's going on in Africa, each country has their own problems, right? There's no point of trying to highlight one specific country and its own highlights. I agree. A lot of countries are including including Somalia, including Nigeria, including every country in the continent has its own problems. And the problem is we're bickering about which country has the most problems when while Europeans in the background are laughing. They're laughing.
Exactly.
They're laughing.
This
They're
is the
enjoying
thing.
this.
It boils
That's
down
what they
to
wanted.
it boils down to respect. Okay.
Exactly. They're laughing at the background.
I should be really, really comfortable if I see a Somali in my country and they want to become president and I can think they can do a better job. I should be really willing to support him.
Yeah, just going
Same
forward.
with the Cameroonian. You know, if a Cameroonian came with the
About your
correct
own country.
ideals that I support, I swear to God, I'll help him.
That's how I know it's hard, but we should be seeing ourselves at that point. I will not.
No.
Listen. I say.
Listen. You're telling me,
No,
you're telling me a Cameroonian
let
president
me
who
finish
wants the good for the
more.
continent would be better than the guy that's ruling my country
More.
right now. Is that what you're telling me?
Let me just say this. That example might be really,
that's
really big, but
not
what I'm trying to
like
say
Africans
is
don't like to hear other Africans talk about their
Oh, that's the
country.
tribal people, man.
Just speak on your own country.
And they need to be dealt
say
with themselves.
you're the worst in the world
yeah. No,
and
see,
leave other countries out of it.
I'm a African millennial. Yeah, what I've said, the example is really big. Even within the country, tribes don't respect other tribes. You understand what I mean? Live about one country from another country. That's a big set. But even within the same countries, some tribes don't respect some other tribes. Even if it takes the best person from another tribe to be a president, just because he's from that tribe, they want to be his opposition. You understand what I mean? They will not even care to listen to what he's saying, his future and vision for the country, just because he's from this tribe. They would not respect him, and that is bad. And if we think like that, it's easy for people to use divide and rule to conquer you. You're never going to move forward. You just need to have, because you have one opposition, what are the next opposition, what are the next opposition. If we can look at ourselves and say, you know what, we're all the same, we're all in this shit together. Let's try to work it out. We're not gonna go nowhere. You might have the best idea. You're from this tribe. I don't know. I can. I know whatever. Maybe someone from Ashanti does not like you because of for something that happened 10,000 years ago that you're not even part of it. Oh, my tribe. You are not even part of your tribe. I can assure you, everyone in your tribe now was not even there at that time. So what you worry about things that happened 10,000 years ago? They did this to my tribe. They did this to my tribe. Yeah, we need to move on. Some of these new people don't understand what's going on. So we should start seeing ourselves as the same. Start within the country. All this multi-ethnic tribe bullshit. To me, we should stop it. If we can be at the point that we see each other as the same, then we can start having the best people to rule over us now, our leaders, the politician, what not. But as it stands, the tribalism in Africa, I think even the devil is surprised. He's gonna say, "Yeah, man, these people, these people are damn
The
good."
reason we kind
One
of achieve that is this, right?
No. 1 second.
Oh, whatever, man.
Bushland East. Go ahead. Bushland East. Your mic is muted.
You can come out the bush now.
You better ain't life, but they ain't gone, bro. Gone to the
I don't have
next level.
anything to say.
Okay. All right.
One of those trolls.
Doesn't have to be a troll because it doesn't have anything.
Check him out if he's not saying anything. You know him?
I don't know him. I'm just saying he doesn't
Okay,
have to be a troll because it doesn't have anything to
I
say.
just don't have anything to say now.
I have something to say.
Let Punta Princess speak.
Yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to say good night to all of you guys. I don't have so much stuff to say, and and have a nice evening. I'm gonna be online live tomorrow, maybe the day after, and everybody's welcome. Good night. Good night.
Good night, Wala.
Good night, somebody. Good night.
Hey, good night, Walalo. Oh, hey, shout out to Walalo, bro. Good night.
These guys are catching on with Somali, huh?
Oh, you know, dirty,
Yeah, we're learning Somali, man.
Oh, the way you say
I know, like,
the way you say Walalo, bro, it does not even sound like Walalo. It's like war.
It's not the way
You hear
you're
this,
saying in a weird way. It's
do you hear
Wala.
this
No,
statement from a U.S.
no, but
defense
Kifaru, you extend the A.
secretary?
You extend the A. So it's Wala. So it's Wala. Lo. You extend the A.
Hold on
Yeah.
now. When you hear other people talking, sometimes see, there's this statement from a U.S. Defense Secretary. He says Somali people have to be defended. Can you believe that foreigners are the one that even worry about our own security? This is, I think, our leaders.
You're not just every country, man.
We are
Every
here just
country, they say that every
insulting. We
country
are
needs to
just
be
here
defended.
insulting each other when we should be thinking, How do we sort these things in our countries out? This is, if you look at the Kenya is signing
I don't know why
agreement with
Sudaja, I don't know why
Oh,
you
hold on, Tunaja.
I
They
don't know why
remember
you
Black Hawk
give
Down,
Africans
but now
so
they're telling
much
us that we need
uh
defending.
Sorry,
I don't
let
know why you give
African Millennium come through.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thanks. So I don't know why you give Africans so much benefit of the doubt. Africans don't care about anything. Like I don't know why this is so breaking news.
It's sad.
Africans are completely fine the way that they
Wow.
are living in their world. Okay. Africans just want to
Jesus
eat
Christ, it's like we
goat.
appear to be totally asleep.
Africans just want to eat goat, go to the mall, or
bushmeat.
go to grocery store, go to a church or I forgot the other place. The Muslim place.
Buy some Gucci and Versace.
That's all Africans care
Exactly.
about. They
And
don't care
chop
about
life.
any international policy.
What's the
They
what's the
don't.
latest what's the latest song? The latest dance?
Africans just wanna eat some suya, bro. There's nothing wrong about that.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Some bushmeat and
We just wanna
post
be
on
involved
social media, bro.
in the next
That's just what
Fufu
they
and
want
Egusi
to do.
competition on TikTok. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So
thank you.
You
there's
know
no
what I'm
problem with
saying?
that.
Social media, Facebook,
Ghanaians and
Instagram.
Nigerians, all they do all day is talk about who's better, Ghana or Nigeria. That's all they don't care about anything
Who's got
else.
better music?
Who's
Peace and
got more
love,
tomato puree?
Nigeria.
Who's got more tomato puree in their jollof rice on
And
that,
why do
bro?
they say? Why do they
You know what I
say
mean?
again? They say to Ghanaians that you're pigeon warriors because Ghanaians love eating too much egg, and the Ghanaians say to the Nigerians juju warriors.
Oh no,
Because
Ghanaians eat too much egg in their fucking
they
food,
love to
bro.
do black magic, so they say to
Ghanaians
them
eat too
juju
much egg
warriors.
in their fucking food, man. Like yo, you lot need to calm down on the egg things. Yo, you lot might just turn into chickens with them eggs. The amount of eggs you eat, man. Like literally, I don't get it.
I think
Why you lot eat so much egg? Every food you eat, there has to be
this
egg
what's
all over it,
happening.
bro.
This what's
And then
happening.
Ghanaians always call the Nigerians juju warriors. They're gonna go to they're gonna go to the juju priest or what I think they call the juju doctor
I
to rain
think
them
them
some money.
the
You
issue
lot,
was saying like
you Ghanaians, you Ghanaians need to be skewed.
we are in the
You
age
Ghanaians
of
need to be skewed
information
at the UN, bro.
technology where
The
anyone
amount
can
of
just
egg
take
you
their
lot are eating.
phone. Anyone can just take their phone and come online and say anything stupid, and they're gonna put it on the people of their country. So we've
No,
seen a lot of
Kipari,
stupid
Kipari.
people.
Why are,
Listen.
man, this is bad, man. This is
We
bad, man.
see.
No,
Listen.
I'm looking at
Kipari,
Kenya
I
right
gotta say this.
now.
I gotta say this. No.
Let me
Jesus,
finish.
this
Well, I've
guy,
not
bro.
finished my point. Let me finish. So, oh God, I haven't forgot what I was trying to say. Oh God, you've
What are your
interrupted
It's
me.
no
thoughts,
worry. It's
Kipari?
gonna
What are your
come back.
thoughts?
I'm gonna go ahead then.
I was gonna say this on the case of Ghanaians and eggs, yeah. You don't need to calm down on the eggs. You don't need to be skewed to the UN, bro. After this point in time, like the amount of eggs you will be eating, you don't need to be skewed for flipping animal abuse and that because you know are eating more eggs than chickens are breeding eggs all across the face of the planet. You know what I mean? Every food you lot eat has to have eggs packed all over it. I don't get why. You know what I'm saying? And eggs ain't even that good for the human body and the human sustainability, if you know what I mean. So I just have to put that out there.
African
Hey,
millennial.
I'll
If you are
explain to you.
correct with what you
There's
said,
actually a historical reason why Ghanaians love
Oh
eggs.
yeah, there's an historical
Oh,
reason to every
by the way,
degeneracy that we practice.
listen to this, right?
There's a historical reason to
African
every
millennial,
degeneracy that we practice. You don't need to stop.
African millennial.
okay.
I was
African
gonna
millennial.
say,
What's the historical
no, no,
reason? Why do you people not ask straight questions? What is the historical reason why? It's a very important question.
Yeah.
Please.
no, wait. Please, Tunaja, wait. African millennial,
Even
Agu,
interrupted the host.
African millennial, Agu, and then I would say after that, miho ye na wo no
Oh
swe.
my gosh! Yo, I didn't know that.
Have you started giving
Don't
more
worry, I'm
bushmeat?
learning.
Have you started eating bushmeat more?
No, must be in some eggs. Must be
Nah,
must be
I'm
in some
learning,
chicken feet,
and
bro.
then we
Chicken
say
feet that look
That's
like
bushmeat.
chicken feet.
If you
wu
give it,
frehe,
have given more
wu
bushmeat.
frehe.
Oh my god!
After them and after
No,
them upon my debra.
Amazing,
that
man. This is
that's
good.
good.
Nothing
That's
my
good.
bontre.
See, puntai, da ye.
Wait,
Oh
yo,
my
no,
God, the guy is learning West African
That's
languages
word.
that's
now.
that that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. I just know there's an answer
Yeah,
like
that's
last
actually
time.
good. But still, I want to know why Ghanaians like eggs. Can you somebody let her answer the question, please? Why do
AM, answer
Ghanaians
the
like eggs?
question. AM, answer the question. AM.
All right. So the reason why Ghanaians historically loved egg is because we didn't really eat meat a lot, and back in the day, if you wanted to eat a chicken, you had to kill your own chicken. Like there wasn't chicken in the store. So that's why we would eat the eggs, because you could easily hatch the egg. Another reason is because when we were going through
Oh,
famine,
that's messed.
when we were going through famines, meat became expensive, and some Ghanaians don't like fish. So what else is there? You just eat egg.
No, AM. That's not even a good excuse. Because growing up in Nigeria,
Oh my
look,
god.
do you know the amount of chickens are slaughtered? My dad used to have his own poultry, and when it comes to Christmas time and Easter, we used to cook our own chickens and that. Do you know the amount of chicken I've slaughtered? I've slaughtered
Yeah,
so many chickens. Man needs to be and ought to be serving
yeah,
life
but
in jail, bro, for the amount of chickens I've slaughtered because they won't work it at all. You know what I mean?
I
yeah,
swear, man. I
but
remember the
Don't
last
even
time
tell
I
us
went.
that.
these are affordable.
I
So
remember the last time I went to
fish,
Ghana,
meat,
man.
you're
I was
just
That's
asking
not
the
an
uncles over
excuse.
there.
Africans
Woka
cook their
bro
own
for
food all the
casa.
time.
Woka bro for casa.
Well, more you're in the game, man.
No, no.
I don't know where
Woka borofo. No. Woka
the
borofo
accent
casa.
is really
and
different.
More shut up, man. What's that?
Casa. Yeah. Wow.
Miti
Hey,
tiwi
AM,
kakara.
they love language.
More.
Bro,
Mo
this
is
is
that,
actually
forcing
awesome. I
it.
cannot cuss you guys in tea with Mo, and you guys will never know. This is great.
that's good.
No
That's
wonder
good. I
Mo is
never
saying
heard a
Jesus. Before you
Somalian
know it,
say that.
he's going to become
More
West
say
African at
Jesus.
this rate.
No,
Yes,
no,
no
no.
wonder he's saying
More say
Jesus.
Jesus.
He's very good, you know. He's actually making an effort. That's good.
No, he's actually really good. He knows a lot of
Mo is
phrases.
probably among a lot of Ghanaians. That's why he can have
Yeah, I
that
know a couple of
expression like
Ghanaians. Yeah, yeah.
Jesus.
One of my close friends Ghanaian. Yeah.
Jesus.
It's just crazy.
How do you think I know? How do you think I know about the little egg and the Juju warrior fights? I know about a lot of stuff, man. And the Jollof war, the wars that are going on, and the Nigerians saying that the Ghanaian Jollof rice has no flavor, no seasoning.
Bro,
Who said that?
Silly.
No,
The
who said that?
Nigerians,
no, like that's
Mo,
they
so.
say they
Mo,
say
who said that,
Ghanaian
bro?
Jollof rice. I wouldn't even feed it to my dog. That's what they say. I
Oh,
was
come
like,
on,
what?
man.
Wait,
No,
the Ghanaian.
no. Nigerians don't talk
And then the
about
Ghanaians
Wait,
reply, and the Ghanaians reply
Who
back and
said that
say
about
that.
who said what about Nigerian jollof rice?
And
Who
then
said
the
that?
Ghanaians reply and say that the Jollof rice the Nigerians make is the ones that the witch doctors blessed or
Mo,
something along the lines.
Mo. Tell them Ghanaians that you know to go suck their mother, bro. Tell them to go suck their fucking mother. That's
Bro,
what tell them to go do.
I don't know why you guys are
I'm
whining
learning. I'm
about
learning.
jollof rice. Jollof rice is food for poor people, bro. It's like very
Exactly.
basic food. It's like poor people's food. I don't know what you're even talking
Hey,
about at all.
jollof rice is like jollof rice. You know what jollof rice is? Is the African instant noodles, bro. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's just some very
You just
basic,
put some rice in tomato puree and it's gone.
basic food, low nutrients. It's not good. No low
But yeah,
nutritional
Mo,
value.
you need to learn Pidgin English. That then you'll be able to speak to
Yeah,
anyone.
it's just the accent change, right? And then I heard
No,
what a couple of people. I think there was a Nigerian who said, why
Mo,
do they
Mo,
say
you need
kilo? What's that?
Mo,
Why do Nigerians say
Mo.
that?
kilo day. That's
Oh,
Yoruba. Kilo day.
Oh, yeah, they say kilo day
That's
when something
Yoruba.
surprises them.
Nigerians don't say that, bro. That's Yoruba. That's a certain
That's
tribe
just
from the
Yoruba.
country.
Kilo
No, it's not
day.
Nigerian.
Kilo day.
Yeah, there's another one, the one where they surprise one. They say, "Oh, blood of Jesus."
Jesus.
No,
Well,
that's Igbo people
the
stuff.
thing is, I don't know. Maybe I think I've been speaking to a lot of young Africans on this panel. You know, to me, if you're like closer to your 40s, you should be thinking of getting into politics because trying to get someone really young to get into politics it's never gonna work. So for people like getting into their 40s and late 30s, you should be thinking of getting into politics. You know, try your best to change something. You never know. You know, so
Why do you say getting younger people into politics is not going to work?
there's a lot of distraction. Like let's look at politicians, their age gap or their age ranges. How many of them are less than 35 or even more? You don't see that. That interest
True.
is not there. That interest is not there. It's just to
My
me
my
they need
fear
to
is
get
that
that.
the older ones are already set in their ways, and
No,
the young ones can
we have
can
the
afford to look at it with fresh eyes.
see the younger ones are so many. You know that 40 years range. Well, they're the majority. You understand? We are the ones who vote those people. If it's fair election, but in Africa, it's not usually fair. You understand? There's a lot of influence with money, but at the end of the day, the younger ones are the ones who voting these older people in power. I don't know if they're voting.
What I'm looking at here, I'm looking at two documents here, one for Kenya, one for Nigeria, one last year, one this year, and they all seem to look alike with the UK government signing agreements with defense pacts with the UK government,
Oh, you
and
found
they
it,
are
Tunaja.
training our soldiers. No, this one is not about limiting our soldiers. This one is just about, claiming that they are fighting terrorism, and we are cooperating with them, and they are training our soldiers 1,000 something every year. What are they training your soldiers 1,000 something? Don't they, what is wrong with our people? Why is it that they don't train you once, and those people that they train the others? Why do they keep training our soldiers? This is highly stupid behavior. It has to prompt the question: Are we true? Are we a slave race? Really? Are we in denial here?
No, don't say that.
No,
No,
I
because
think.
this is stupid. This is the height of stupidity. Why would you be allowing foreign people to be training your soldiers continuously? If they train your people 1 year, that should not end it. You can't take whatever you've learned and train the others. Most of all these things are already there. They have manuals, they have everything. Why would you allow foreigners to be training yourself? Look at this one. They talk about Kenyans having military exercise with British soldiers. 700 something Kenyan soldiers, 5,000 something British troops. What are these people doing? I thought, and the people don't even
Tunaja,
have
why
a.
you get so pissed off? Tunaja, why you get so pissed off about
It's so
African
annoying because
military training? You're not gonna
because
put look.
these are the
Who else is
core of
gonna
our
train them?
problems. Who else is going to
Who else
train
is
them? You
gonna
train
train
them
them?
once. See, hold on. Are you stupid? Where if I train you on something, you can't train your brothers?
Tunaja,
What is
Tunaja,
wrong
you've
with our
never
people?
done anything. You never done anything to the addition of the progression of the African military throughout any country on the continent. Don't act like it's the problem of the people. It is not. It's not the problem of the military either. There are other groups of militaries across the face of the planet that have laid a greater epitome of militaristic progress. If you understand what I'm saying, the
I
truth of the
don't.
matter is that it is natural for European and American military force to go train our militaries because they have
Oh my
progressed
God.
much further than the Africans have done. You know what I mean? Like we can't sit here on
See,
YouTube and
let me tell you
complain about
something.
everything that everyone else is
Stop
doing
saying that.
that
Stop.
we're
See,
not
see,
even
stop
doing.
saying that. This is common
Jesus.
sense. This has nothing to do with whether you are on YouTube, whether you are anywhere. If somebody trains somebody today, you know how to do that stuff. Why can't you train your own people on it? Why do you have to be exposing your soldiers to foreign people single year? Oh, let's do the reverse. Why are we not the ones training them?
It's not
Why
got
is
the
it always
You
equipment.
want to
us?
train the US, you want to train the USA
Technology.
military, what pack you smoking on, bro? You want to train
Yeah,
the USA military, brother?
No.
What pack
But
you
that's the
smoking on?
point.
it's a question of
Okay, and why are they not
experience.
training Iranian soldiers? Why are they training
Experience.
North Korean soldiers? All the people that have not been controlled, why are they not training Korean soldiers? Why is it that it's
Tunaja,
They
only our
are.
people and
They
Tunaja.
are. They are.
they
They
are
are.
training
They are
who?
training South Korea. They held military
No, no,
drills with them
no.
last
I
week.
mean this in the Singapore. I mean, Singapore is no. South Korea is basically their this in the protectorate against the North and the Chinese. So that is understandable. But in the case of the
Training
Tunaja.
continent,
together.
South Korea is a
Training
small country
together is
compared to
an
Tu-
Kenya, compared to Nigeria.
Tunaja, if you ask my
training
humble
together is
opinion,
an expression of cooperation. It makes the people ready in case there is threat. They can cooperate.
Oh my God!
yeah, if you
I
ask my
don't know how
humble
people keep
opinion,
excusing
Tunaja, let me say
foreigners train
this.
my own soldiers,
If
no matter how ragtag they are.
Tunaja,
It's all about interest and geopolitics.
I'll give you my own solution for PPA when it comes to military in Africa. Okay, I will implement mandatory military service 2 years. for everyone in that country because
Of course.
all of them.
saying in
Why
Italy,
do
bro?
people? You see, look at this guy, Nelson.
You
This
not
is
talk
saying
too
I'm
much.
talking about military.
You talk
Why
too
would
much.
I talk about it? Because this is at the core of everything. You can go round and round, piece apart all over. And when I ask the question whether we are so and so, some people are triggered by it. The truth is, you have to confront it. Honestly, then what is the point of being here? We're just wasting our time. Because in the end, if you don't open your eyes to confront the truth, then you're just okay when they are not.
Tunaja, okay, I know you believe so much in personnel. Okay, I believe in technology and equipment. I think that's where to me the personnel is not important. I want to see
Which
those
one does
rockets.
evidence support? Not, I don't care about what you
Tunaja,
think or what I think.
let me
What does evidence? There has to be an objective truth out there.
Tunaja, personnel now don't win war. See, this is the thing. Let me tell you about this history of
Oh my
personnel.
God!
This
But
number.
that is, hold on. You have
Listen,
to make your. If you want to say something now, make it succinct, make it
yes.
clear. What you are
Yes.
arguing about.
Listen, yeah, this number of personnel things, this number of military personnel, it was only really relevant in the late, I think the 1600s, 1700s, where people had to go to battlefield. The more military you had, made much different. In these present days, that does not matter. What matters to me is your readiness to strike back, missiles, like rockets. To me, that's what makes the difference other than taking
Okay.
all our
Now,
energy trying to
do you
train.
have
Listen,
evidence? Do you have?
let me
Do you have
finish.
this thing? Do you have
Right,
evidence for
right.
this?
If I
This is
Of
clean
course,
discussion. I'm not
Tunaja,
asking
we
you.
need
Clean
of
evidence.
course, yes.
we need some long distance catapults, bro.
Exactly.
Some long distance
But
catapults.
let him give us
More
the
catapults than
To
axial
Niger, to
propulsion.
evidence. Let's
Niger,
be clear about
to
this. We have to
Niger.
get to something. Go
Exactly.
ahead.
Let me give it evidence. Let's take for example what is happening right now, Ukraine and Russia. I always take that as an example. When this war started, people were talking about the size of the Russian military, the number of personnel. It was like they'll say like a week or month, they were going to crush Ukraine. But the military aid, the missile, this Javelin missile air support that they've given Russia and Ukraine, it has made a massive difference. It's not the personnel of the Ukrainian, it's their weapons that have used and they are stopping Russia. To me, that is what is important. I'll give an example. A military tank, okay, it might be a military tank, is far more costly than a little javelin a handheld missile. But that
Kifaru.
thing, listen, but that thing, that little
Did
javelin,
somebody hold on,
listen,
did
that
somebody
little
stand up
javelin
say
handheld
Igbo?
missile will sort out that your expensive tank
But
easily.
okay, now you have given your evidence. You have given
Wait,
your
two
evidence.
Niger,
Now let me present my own.
two Niger,
Okay.
uncle two Niger. Wait 1 second. Kifaru, why couldn't the Americans defeat the Afghans on horseback with AK-47s?
What did you not defeat? What
Why
did
couldn't the
America
great
not
American
defeat?
army with all these rockets? Wait, they couldn't defeat the Afghans on the horseback with the AK-47 and swords. Why was that? With all their so-called technology.
Fighting a war is different from trying to occupy territory. The
Exactly.
Americans are trying to occupy
If
Afghanistan, not really fight them.
see, that's the thing, Lima. Do you think any African country, any Arab country can stop America if they really want to go and occupy a country as they did in Saddam Hussein or Iraq?
Kifaru, I'm gonna tell you something. The most
No,
dangerous
come
thing,
on.
even more wait, even more
Listen.
dangerous wait, man, let me finish.
I
The
thought
thing
this
that's
was
more
supposed to be
dangerous
a to
even
and fro. Hold on. This was supposed to be a to and fro. I don't understand what the other guy is saying that fighting this thing is not the same as trying to occupy a country. That is
that's
completely
I was about to address
irrelevant.
that.
The
I was
It's
question,
addressing
very
that
the
thing. I
relevant.
was
question that
about
was
to say.
asked, let me
It's
finish
very
now. Let me finish. The
relevant.
question that was asked was about why was that America not able to subdue that territory? Because this
Exactly.
technology is not
Okay.
enough. That is the point that I'm
No,
trying
no,
to
no,
make.
no.
Yes,
Tunaja,
yes,
Also,
bro.
Uganda, let
It's
me
not
tell you
enough.
something.
It's
Hold on.
not
Oh
enough,
my
man.
God.
It's not
Can I
enough.
make? Can I see? You have also made your point.
Come on, man.
You have also
Fucking hell, mate.
so can you stop when you get to in the case of we use it Ukraine. Ukraine first thing when the war started, what did they do? They banned all the men from leaving the country. One, and secondly, their military is over 1 million right now, and Russia is coming in with its military, knowing full well they also are extended. They have to defend their borders with China and other parts of this. Now, obviously, Russia is massive. So, and they still have to fight this in the Ukrainians. If you think military doesn't matter, Just give us what Ukraine has. Ukraine even has more than almost all African countries put together. That not put together, sorry. And all the African countries
Tunisia, what does Ukraine have? What does Ukraine have, bro? What are you
almost 1
going on
million
about? What does
soldiers.
Ukraine have?
Almost 1 million soldiers.
No, yeah, they have people. That's what they have. It's not about technology.
Oh my
It's
God,
just going
they have
about
people.
bomber class shit.
They have
It's
people
not about
and
technology. They have
technology.
people that are willing
First,
to
you have
die
to
for
have
their
people
nation.
that you. Oh my God, this
That's
guy.
what it is.
See, let me tell you something. You have people. That one you have them. You don't need to buy them. You have to use them to defend their own territory, not other people's territory. They will defend their own territory. Then, secondly, then you worry about technology. We don't even have the people. Not to mention
Tunaja, you should be more intellectual. See, I'm just going to give you this example. See, if I can identify with my technology that over in that bungalow, whatever in that area, there are 100 Ukrainian army, bro, I just need to prepare the right rocket with the right capacity for my country. I target that area and
Do you
light
know
them
how
up.
much each rocket costs? Do you know how much
No,
each
see,
rocket costs?
seriously.
no,
Kifaru?
see, listen,
Hold on.
let me finish.
Hold
Okay,
on.
now
Why
you're
is that
talking
whenever
about
I
the
want to
cost.
respond, this guy always?
Listen. You're talking about the cost, but listen to what I'm saying. I just need to know you are there. 100 of you. I need 3 operators of that rocket, and all of you 100. I'm sending all your soul to hell. I don't need to go there. That
So that
100
is
does
your
not mean you
argument
can
for
talk about
having.
the. Listen,
That's your
Kifaru,
argument
of
for relying
course.
on
Kifaru.
See,
technology.
see,
Tunaja,
Oh my
wait,
that is
God.
the
wait, man.
fact.
Guys,
High
whoa.
technology makes the
Kifaru,
difference.
Kifaru.
Okay,
See,
Lema, I'm
see,
just gonna.
hold on. You should not make it.
Lema,
Can I speak,
See,
man?
hold on. Let me.
Let me speak.
See,
Let me
hold on.
speak.
Hold on. I know you are
Hold
interested in the
on,
topic, but
on,
it's not
hold
about two
on,
people against
hold.
Kifaru. Hold on.
Can
You
you
need to
not
hold
feel
on. I'm
like
the
a
one
group
that
of
was I asked
civilized
the question to
adults,
him.
man?
See,
Jesus Nazareth.
you need to
It's called
sometimes let
Nazareth.
conversations to flow, then you can get involved. See, the point he's making now is that because I have a monitor, I can see a few people there, I can blow them up. That makes no difference because you're just talking about a few people. When you have soldiers that are aware of your tactics, they are going to adapt and you're not going to be able to defeat them. America, with all its military might and everything, they couldn't even contain this in Iraq. They had to leave Iraq. They did it. They couldn't even contain Musada. That Musada leader of the Shia group in this thing, he fought American soldiers to a standstill. They had to pull back from him.
Yeah, I
This is
did.
during the
You're
war
right.
in Iraq.
I did.
So you guys think that just having technology, men decide what the direction of war.
Yes,
The mind,
men.
an American and a Nigerian soldier has actually
Nah,
are not
Niger,
equipment. Can you let me
Niger,
finish?
Niger.
He said soldiers are not the equipment, it's the mind of the soldier. That's what makes
no.
the soldier. It's
Yeah,
not the
Okay,
equipment
okay,
that is
okay, okay.
It's
that
Let me
determination.
speak.
I can
This
prove.
is what I'm saying.
Determination.
Nah, you get
Determination.
it.
When
You can't come.
when
You
we are
can't come
talking,
with your leg to a fucking war with a bunch of drones on top of you. No matter how determined you are with your fucking rifle AK-47, if somebody has a drone and you don't, you are easily killable. You can't
That's
reduce
simple.
that.
you have
That's
just seen
simple
the
math.
example
I don't
of
know
you have
why you're
just seen the
talking.
example of Afghanistan. What kind of dead man, you guys are so slow.
Chill
You've just
down,
seen the example
Tunaja.
of
You're not making
Afghanistan
sense.
and Iraq, and you're still
Sit
saying
down. Sit down.
stupid
You're not
things.
talking sense. This
See,
guy
let
the
me
point,
Okay,
let me
fighting a
debunk
war is different
otherwise
one
you're
from
really
one
going to get
doing
me
point.
cross with you
transportation
because you're being stupid right now. It's like he's gaslighting me. What kind of rubbish is that? I'm making perfect sense. We are talking about
You are
real
not
world events
making
here.
any
You're acting
sense.
as if it's
Only
happened
let
in
me
the
know it.
opposite.
You are not making any
Okay,
sense.
did the Americans, okay, can you answer me straight question? The
Let
place
me
that said
answer
I'm not
you.
making sense.
a
Did the
Palestinian
Americans defeat
government,
the Taliban?
we hear you, but a
Did
Palestinian
Americans defeat the
government,
Taliban?
Let me
as a
answer. Keep
Palestinian
quiet and
determined
let
to
me
hear the
answer.
Israelis,
Okay, I'm going to
are
keep
the
quiet now.
Palestinians
Hey,
Answer
let
it.
me
determined to
answer.
face the Israelis? Are the
Keep quiet. Let
Palestinians
me
not
answer.
determined to
This is
face
what
the
I'm saying.
Israelis and the Jews? I'm asking to Niger, you're not
No,
answering.
I'm not answering
Are they
you.
not
I'm
You see the
determined
asking
to
problem
fight?
that
another
we're
person that
facing?
asked me a
Look,
simple question.
look, people
Allow
listen,
another
people
person to
listen
answer
to
the
this,
question.
right?
I'm saying
The problem that we're facing on
the
this panel is this,
Taliban.
right? Is Africans lack a very high level of self determination and belief to the point where we come onto these panels and we kind of like demonstrate that. And you kind of see Africans that call into the shows and they don't even believe in their own self and the level of their potential in self determination. Bro, the Afghanistans, the Ukrainians did not defeat their so-called greater powers, their greater militaristic powers because of technology. No, they've waged a war against them because of the people that they have in their country. They believe in themselves. But you see, the problem
I
that
just
you
said
got,
that
that
to
we're,
you. It's all determination. How
the problem that
determined
we're
you are,
going
man.
through, the problem that we're facing is this: a lot of Africans have that flight mentality. That's the problem. You don't have a flight mentality. You can't face.
Yes,
If you
now
can't
you're
face
talking
the
sense.
problem,
Now you're
we
talking sense,
run away
Mr.
from the
Musango.
problem. No, that's what it is. That's what the fuck it is, bro. Ukraine didn't wage a war against Russia because people had greater technology. It's not what it is.
Is Biden taking out money to help Ukraine? Why are you capping, Marama guys? These people
Bro,
are getting
nobody's helping no fucking Ukraine, bro. You
No,
don't
you're
have a
saying
clue what you're talking about.
the outcomes. I'm saying
Wait,
that is BS.
yo,
And you know
No need to call to England. So
guys, listen.
let's just leave that there.
Listen, 1 second. Imagine the Taliban was getting the help the Ukrainian was getting. They would have defeated America. Let's be honest. These
Yeah, they
Ukrainians
would
are
have.
getting help by everyone.
But America
Yes,
hasn't defeated them overall.
They basically
yes,
defeated
but what,
America. The
wait.
president of the president that America
Bro, they
placed
said
at the
they are
country
flipping
left
lamb.
the
These
country
youths
before
are so
Americans even
milk and
left.
honey, bro. These are some soft kids. They
Tunaja,
don't
man,
even
listen,
understand war, bro.
Tunaja, let me finish,
Bring
man.
these
Let me
kids
finish
on here.
talking. Let me finish speaking. Basically, war is all to do with determination. The more determined man will win. I don't care how many drones you have. Yeah, you have to be a determined man that's on the fighting. And most of these Africans, like the Mad Dog said, they've taken flight. That's what the problem is. If 20
Okay,
men come to Cameroon,
can I
That
say
is
something?
basically people. In other words,
Tunaja,
what he's saying is that
wait.
people, not technology.
Kifaru. If 200 French soldiers come to Cameroon right now, you'd be occupied all over again. No problem.
Yeah, I
Because
don't
you're not
want. Yeah,
determined.
those are just side
It's nothing to do
thoughts.
with
But this is the
it's
thing.
nothing
No,
to do with technology.
listen,
If I was gonna do a room like, bro, I want nothing to do with that, bro. You know that's true, bro.
listen. Lima,
Go on, bro.
motivation is good, okay, but
Yes.
no matter how motivated you are, okay, listen, you can be motivated and willing to fight an enemy, but if that enemy has got superior weaponry more than you, there's nothing you can do. If
He has that
Americans
advantage.
say,
He has an
listen, listen,
advantage. He has an advantage.
listen,
I agree
listen,
with that. I
listen.
agree.
Okay, listen to this. Okay, yeah, that is the advantage. That's what makes the difference. You think how
But
you know how much?
because you have
Listen,
an
let me
advantage,
finish.
Oh
No,
my
no, no,
God.
Kifaru,
Let
let me
me
address what you're
finish.
saying. No,
Oh
Kifaru, let me
God.
address what you're saying. No, you are not speaking. Kifaru, let me address what you're saying. Tunaja, let me ask you a question, right? Tunaja, you're from Nigeria. What tribe are you from again? I just want to get this clear this time around. What tribe are you from
I'm
again?
South. I'm not gonna give you specifics.
God have
he's
mercy,
the
bro.
Edo man. He's
The
Edo.
South has
He's
got
called
Just,
different
just
tribes.
Edo.
What tribe are you from?
take the south
Just
and
answer.
just take the south.
Just go
He's the
ahead.
Edo man.
You know what, Tunaja, you're grifter, bro. You're
Edo.
grifter. I think you're Yoruba, Igbo, Arusa, or some shit like that. But what I'm gonna say is this, right?
Just
He's
quick.
Kifaru, let me
Edo.
Let's
I just told you, bro. He's
Kifaru,
Edo.
Tunaja, keep quiet. You didn't answer the question. You've lost it now. Keep quiet. Kifaru, let me tell you something, yeah? Let me take you to a few sequences of historic events over the past 2 decades where I'm from the Niger Delta region, yeah? Let's say this, right? The Indians got fed up of the exploitation of their land and the destruction of their pretty much their agricultural prospects because of oil exploitation from the government and from the European giant companies, which is Shell and Chevron. So they went to war with the people. They went to war with the government. They went to war with the federal government, and they went to war with the against the workers and the managers of the Chevron and Shell, which is the exploitative companies, right? And what happened is this: at a point in time, after the criminal activities have been carried out to protect or to make a protestive statement towards the federal government and the companies, the federal government sent the Nigerian army to come fight against the people. And what the people did was this. And this is just a cap of a summary of the whole thing. What the people did is this, right? They won the war against the Nigerian federal government at local level and at international level. They won in Abuja, which is the federal government um, state, which is the federal government national court or whatever it's called, and they won at the UN as well. So the federal government owed the families and the communities some payback because regardless of the amount of technological advancement that an advantage that the federal government had over the people, The people stood as one people. They stood together. They stood as one people, as one unit. They moved and they protested. The women and the children stood against their men who went to war behind them. There was no unit of exploitation that can be penetrated. Like literally, they didn't give the federal government any chance because why? They were one people. They went to war together. They sent their men to war, and if their men ever left any space to be penetrated, guess what happened? The women and the children they filled into those spaces. You know what I mean? So once again, it boils down to the people. It's not about your technological advancement or advancement.
Listen.
It boils down to the people. That's what I'm
Oh
gonna
God,
say.
oh God.
So
See.
Kifaru
Listen,
go?
can
Can
I
I
talk now?
and there is evidence to it. Go ahead.
I'll go
Musonda,
after.
go. Musonda, speak.
Okay. So one thing that is, and this is the thing about Africans, man. Like I really don't know what is it. Is it some kind of self-esteem you want to put into myself? I mean, the idea that people are gonna go to war without believing themselves is just BS. Most of the world
Exactly.
have gone to war to protect their land, right? Because most of the world before most of this colonization were not like pussies or whatnot. I feel like we'd like to give this idea of that our ancestors was just pussies and whatnot. No,
The
most of them
Zulus were brave, but
actually
they did
lost
Let him
not have
finish, please.
land.
Let him finish talk. Let him
war,
finish, please.
right? Two, we forget that today's war is not like back then. Back then, they did not have limits of UN regulation and human rights and whatnot. Back then, like when the whites were probably going toward the Americas, they could put in fumes, right? Really poisonous gases to destroy the entire population. Most people that died, even in Southern Africa, were not just killed by arms and guns, they were killed also by poisoning their waters. If you're going to actual warfare, you will use extreme measures in today's world, right? What America is doing is not as lethal as their ancestors were, right? And this is where we don't get to the honesty. In war, there's no
It's called
fair.
conventional warfare.
Yeah, it's not fair. If they were not being fair and nice, right, they could
Mm-hmm.
literally poison every Afghani and kill them all. Their number one
Exactly.
role of going to those countries was never to win a war, whatever. It was to destabilize and destroy to a point they can't build again. The same reason they went to Libya. These people are not going to these countries in order to just take care of them and everyone. No, this is their tactic because obviously the international world is seeing them. So they have to act like they are bringing in democracy, right? Because other world figures are watching this. It's not like back then when they were taking down South Australia or when they were taking down the Americas or even South Africa. They could use extreme measures. Today, they have to be lenient and only shoot somebody who's coming to them, right? Most U.S. soldiers are not just killing willy-nilly. Killing people who are threatening them.
Why
Now
did the
imagine
why did the Afghans defeat the British then when they had all that stuff?
They did not defeat
they-
them. How did they defeat the
they didn't
British? The
defeat them.
British colonized
This
them.
was
What are you
just
talking
Afghans
about?
defeated the British, bro.
no,
The Afghans
no,
defeated the British. Please listen to me. Yes, they did.
Trump resisted and told them to get
They
out of there
fought.
with
They fought the British.
we
They
done
didn't
what
defeat.
the white masters, the one who, the puppet master, the puppeteer told us. We are done with what he wanted. We must go. That is what happened. You can believe whatever they defeated them and what. You can believe that because you have to believe that. You have to believe that you have control on whatever situation. If America
Did they
wanted
not
to
defeat the Russians? Did they not defeat the Russians? Did they not defeat the? Did they not defeat the Russians? Did they defeat the Russians? Did the Afghans defeat the Russians? You denying that as well?
With help of America.
The Afghans defeated the Russians.
With help of America.
I didn't ask you who helped us. They defeated them.
Lemma, I
America
want to ask
helped.
you this.
See,
Do you think white people are
America.
using the tactics they used back then
See,
today?
you are not even understanding the context of what we are talking about here.
He
This
doesn't.
guy
You're not
is
understanding the
see,
context, bro.
let me can you let me talk? Akifar, and you're getting on my nerves. See, the point I'm making here is that the other people have soldiers and technology. We don't have either. And this guy is talking about technology when you actually have people. That's the point I'm making. And he's arguing
How
against
do
it.
you compare technology and people? You can't compare that. That's just being stupid.
What is wrong? You have people already. They can be soldiers, like Eritrea is doing right now.
Hey, too leisure, bro. Too leisure, bro. Too leisure. We don't have people because we are too busy hiding in the West. You know what I mean?
How silly.
Me, Kifaru, we are too busy taking flights in the West and eating biscuits and hot chocolate, bro. That's what it is. We don't have people because we left them for dead. That's what it is.
Listen.
We don't believe in
know.
ourselves.
Two
What are you
Niger,
doing?
two Niger, two Niger,
No, no.
two Niger, two Niger. Listen,
A stupid
Just
argument to
take
be
two
even be
knowledge
Niger,
having.
and
two
You are
Niger,
insight.
saying
two
the other
Niger,
people have numbers, you have numbers.
two
You should
Niger.
increase your
Listen, let
own
me
number,
educate you.
and
Let me
then let the
educate you.
technology be the issue you have.
Two
But
Niger.
you are even arguing against
Two
that.
Niger.
What? I
Let
don't
me
even want to engage in that
two
silly
Niger.
argument.
Two
It's
Niger. Let me
ridiculous.
educate you. Let me educate you. I'm
You
subscribed to
better
military
do.
weapon magazines. Listen.
You better do.
You can talk all this military. Listen, military, blah blah blah. Personnel. I've seen a bomb, right? Okay.
Oh God.
If it's not due to conventional warfare, these people just need to drop that bomb and go. And all this your bullshit you are talking,
Oh
even
my God.
how listen. The number of people you're talking, how willing they are to fight, they will all perish in a split of
That's
Okay.
my
second.
military magazines.
Listen,
That's
listen,
all I can
listen,
say to
Hey,
you.
listen,
Tunaja
listen,
Kifaru,
listen,
let me say
listen,
this.
listen, listen,
Tunaja Kifaru, let
listen,
me say
listen.
this.
So all
Kifaru, I'm
what
about
you
to leave
guys are
in a
saying,
minute.
sometimes I think you don't live in this present world.
Guy has been
Now,
brainwashed by military
listen, no,
magazines.
see, look, listen to listen to this. Did you see how the Russians, okay, were going into Ukraine? These people were literally on a convoy line of military tank. Who does that? Because they knew exactly that Ukraine had no air defense. They were literally walking on a line of tanks. You would not do that
So
in a country. Listen. Let me
you
finish.
are arguing
Oh
against the
my
Wait.
God.
points that I'm making.
Oh my God.
You are
Listen,
still not arguing. You are not
Tunaja,
following the point that I'm making.
you just want to
You are
argue. You don't
totally
want to
different
listen.
points.
You
I'm
just
not
want to
arguing against
argue.
technology. I'm saying you have
Listen to
people.
me.
You need to
Can you
use your people
listen?
first.
Can you listen to
He's
me?
still
Can
not
you
arguing.
listen?
See, he's talking nonsense
Listen.
now.
Listen.
Okay, let's
Maybe
see
for
where
you
you
it's
talk about
constant.
using your
Listen.
people. No, if whatever you're going to
Oh,
say,
okay.
you better include
You just want to
using the
talk.
population. Go
I'm just
ahead.
trying to
Tunaja
tell. I'm
Kifaru, let
just
me say
trying
this.
to tell you
Tunaja
that
Kifaru,
No,
let
it's
me
just
say this,
wasting
never
right,
my
before I
time.
ever
leave.
you
I'm just
He's
going to
talking
say
compare.
this.
about weapons.
Tunaja
I agree
Kifaru,
that we need the
Tunaja,
weapons.
Calm down, bro.
I'm challenging
Calm
to
Jesus
down,
tell you
calm
that you
Christ.
down,
never
calm down.
ever argue, never compare military
Focus. Oh my God.
technological might with number of people,
Why are you
personnel,
so locked on
humans,
technology? I'm not
because it makes a
disagreeing with you
difference.
on technology.
Guys,
We need
guys,
technology
guys.
It
too.
makes
But
a
you
Kifaru,
already have
Kifaru,
difference.
Tunaja,
people.
calm
What is
down. Let
wrong
me
with
say
this
this, let me
guy?
say this, let me say this, let me say this, innit? Let me say this. What I'm going to say before I leave is this, right? Kifaru and Tunaja, you guys are both right. We need people, we need the human resource, and then we need the technological resources as well. However, the main problem that
He's
our
not
people are
right
going
because
through
he
on the
doesn't care
continent,
about the people.
no, no.
He's not right because he doesn't
Tunaja,
care about the
I'm a
people.
different person. I'm saying something else. Let me just say my closing statement and leave it, innit?
No, I don't
What
care
I'm gonna,
about my
oh my
country.
God, what I'm gonna say is this. What I'm gonna say
Okay,
is this. We need,
speak.
we need our people, our human resource, to help advance our technological resource. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. However, the problem with our people from the continent is that most of our people, like ourselves, me, you, me, Tuna, Kifaru, like most of ourselves, our people are trying to fly away from the continent. You know what I mean? They don't have any self belief, and they don't necessarily add add a positive effect to our self determination. If you know what I'm saying, that's what the main problem. That's what I'm gonna say. So just to put that in there, because you guys are arguing the same point, however, from two different facets of the argument. So with
For
that said, like I said,
what
the
men
first time when I came into the panel, I said this in it. I said the whole of African nations have gone through through more wars than Call of Duty in the last few years, and they hit back to me with what about the Niger Delta region, so day and all that talk there. Look, I understand that my people in our region we've gone through a lot more wars as well, or we've gone through as much wars. However, as it stands, you cannot necessarily prove that there's um physical war in where I'm from than there is in certain part of the nation. So that point still stands. With that said, we the Niger Delta region has added to the progressiveness of the continent and the African Union or the organization of the African Union. Like I said, also as a group of people, we need to chop our own corners. As a group of people, we need to come together and look at ourselves in the mirror and we go, look, we've got same problems in certain parts of the continent, whether it be from the horn, whether it be from the north or the east, west, or south of the continent. We need to come together as a group of people and acknowledge our problems. I don't necessarily expect anyone to be in their feelings over anything. If I call your region out, don't be your feelings over it, because if you call my region out, I'm not gonna be my feelings over it. I'm gonna actually admit that, you know what you did was actually correct. Well, you called my people out because we've added
negatively to the progression of our people from an economic and political perspective. So therefore, if I call you regional, don't be your feelings about it. We have to have more serious and stricter conversations around the economic and political progression of our group, of our people and our continent overall. You know what I mean? So don't be your feelings over little
Okay.
statements that people make and little
The
callers that
point
people make.
I was making is this.
I'm gonna
The
say
point I
this.
was making is this
People,
simple point. You've
with
been
that
talking
said,
for a while. Can I interject? Yeah,
Tunaja,
go ahead.
you can't keep quiet. You keep quiet. You're not entitled to speak
You've
over
been talking
anyone.
for a while.
With that
I
said,
can't just say I
no, no,
can't
no,
have
no,
people
no.
just waste my
Tunaja,
time. Just going on and
Tunaja,
on.
calm down,
Made your
calm down.
point.
Tunaja, calm down. Tunaja, calm
Go
down.
ahead.
With that said, you lot are arguing the same arguments from different perspectives. Hopefully, you find your solutions and your answers within yourself. You know what I mean? I'm
That
just
is the
gonna leave
scary
that
thing.
there.
I agree with you on
I'm just
that.
gonna leave
To
that there
Niger,
and
to Niger.
let
Let
you
me
lot
speak, bro. To
understand
Niger.
that. Yeah.
Let me speak, bro.
Now you want to speak.
But
What is
To
wrong with
Niger,
you? You
you
see that
find
I
your answers
seriously
and
want to
solutions
speak.
within
Then
yourself.
when he finishes,
to
you want to
Niger,
jump
So
in. Come on, wait.
you've
See,
been listen,
wait.
you've been
See,
blabbering. Listen,
when
you've
you
been
were talking
blabbering.
about other things,
Whoa,
I
whoa,
kept
whoa,
quiet
whoa,
for a while
whoa,
to go
whoa.
and take facts out.
To Niger, you've
I
been
need to
blabbering.
finish
To
the point.
Niger, man, come on,
See,
man.
can you
You've been
stop? If
listen.
I would just finish talking,
You've been
this
talking
guy
for 20
spoke.
minutes, to Niger. Shut the fuck up, man. What the
Me.
fuck, bro? Let people talk.
Can you just stop?
To Niger, let
Can
people
you just
talk.
stop?
To Niger, let
If
people talk.
you all
Let
just
people
came
talk.
here
To
to just
Niger.
insult me
To
today, you
Niger.
are being
To
silly
Niger.
because I'll still
This
get to make
guy,
my
man.
point.
Do you like hearing your own
I
voice or
was
something?
talking.
Do you like hearing
Yes,
your
I
own
like to
voice?
hear my voice. I hear to hear my own voice, but I need to make the
Bloody
point
hell,
that I'm
man!
making.
You just
It's
slabber
very
and
very
blabber,
simple.
man. Give people
So
a
the
chance,
point
man.
I'm making is that the point I'm making is that
I'm the
we
one who took
already
the
have people. Can I finish
this
talking?
guy, bro.
Can I finish talking? You will
Bro,
get
you're
your chance to
talking the
talk.
same shit. You're talking the same shit every
Okay,
time. You say the same
I'm
shit.
talking the same. Okay,
The
let me
fuck,
say the
bro?
same thing.
Fucking
Time
hell,
it.
man.
If it is 30 seconds, you can stop me. Okay.
Go on.
The point I'm making is very simple. If you have you have two sides. You have people and you have technology, and we need both of them. But we have technology, and I'm saying use the people you have, like Eritrea has done, as many countries in the world do. And he's arguing again, you don't need that, you just need only technology. That is my issue.
No. My issue is that the number of personnel we have, we should keep them and invest more in technology. But you want everyone in the country to become a soldier. That's just the problem.
You see that?
That's
That's
my
exactly what.
argument.
Why do you disagree with what I just said? You don't care about you are thinking the number we have is enough.
No.
When the US
Nigeria,
has
listen,
2 million soldiers, the US with all their
what was
technology,
it?
most advanced technology in the world, has 2 million
Nigeria, come
soldiers.
on, don't have this stupid argument. You know what
That is
was the
stupid, all right.
listen? Yes, because you look at the number of military bases in the Americas have worldwide. They need to
How
feed
do
those
you
people.
explain Singapore then?
Listen.
That
Oh
has 5
God!
million population.
Now you have gone to Singapore.
How
If
do you
I give you
explain
the number of the population of Singapore and this somewhere else.
Kifaru. Guys, listen, Kifaru. You know a drone
I
is
don't know whether
absolutely
this guy
useless in the
understands the concept of numbers
Wait,
even.
man. To Niger, 1 second. To Niger, 1 second. A drone is useless if you was to operate drones in the jungles of Congo. You know it'd be useless, right?
Yes, it's not going to be more. It just depends the kind
Exactly.
of drone.
So you
Yeah.
will all listen. Basically, bro, you will always need soldiers, no matter what, no matter how much technology you have. Even if you bomb a country, you still need to bring troops into the country, right? To control the country. Exactly. So you wait, man. Let me finish, man. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish, please. Technology only gets you so far. We're not saying we don't need technology. Yes, we need technology, but sometimes a determined man is more important than technology. Believe me when I
I
tell
know
you this,
this is
bro.
modern warfare where we're not in the 1800s. That is what
Listen,
you guys
we're
should know.
yes, it's modern warfare, but listen to me. I've just proved to you in modern warfare the Afghans defeated the Russians in modern warfare, and you can't say they haven't because they did. They chased them out their
Look,
country
see, okay,
with
this is
all
the
their
thing.
yes. Listen, let me finish tonight. Sometime as well, war is to do with terrain. You know, if you live in a certain terrain, certain
Yeah,
missiles and they
no one
become
is going to
useless.
argue that. Those are exceptions, Lima. Those are just you're trying to look now for exceptions and terrains, things like that. That makes
Yeah,
sense. But all things being equal, okay, I don't even need to argue this. Who's got the higher technology? It's not only drones. Military technology comprises of everything. You know,
yes, you're
surveillance,
right. Yep, I agree.
surveillance. You know,
We're not saying we don't
intelligence.
need technology.
Can I
We're
say
not saying
something?
we
Yo,
go on.
to
Yeah,
the
I don't
brother
think
that
what you
was
just
saying
bring. That's all I
the
want to say.
Afghans fed the Russians. Israel is vastly outnumbered by all the Arabs fighting them, but the Arabs have never won. Why? Technology. You may have
The
a
size,
million
the
men.
size of their military.
You may have a
Israel is
Let
still
him
million
bigger
men
than
finish. Let
them.
him finish.
facing 10 men,
Let him
but the
finish
million
talk.
men
Let
can
him
be
finish.
wiped out with a tactical nuclear weapon. Numbers don't matter if you are not technologically advanced. You
That
may
is
be
just a
Israel has
determined,
basic
but you're going to
basic
die. You're
sense.
Israel,
just going to send those men to
Israel has
slaughter.
Israel has 8 million soldiers.
How
Leave
many
them now.
Arabs are
They
there?
just, they just keep
How
saying this, but they
what's
don't
the population of the Arab world?
have. That is
How
what we are
many
arguing against. That's why I'm saying that we need to build our
numbers don't
numbers.
matter?
Oh God,
Numbers are not
they
Israel,
of
don't.
importance.
Tunaja,
Israel,
They
you're,
get
you're,
it
you're,
Israel
from
has
you're,
telling
8
you
million
Tunaja, you're
men
not
to
soldiers.
don't
opening
act.
your brain.
The
You're not
Arabs
thinking
are
properly.
farmers. They are busy being farmers instead of being soldiers. They are busy being herdsmen instead of being soldiers. That's why Israel was able to defeat them.
You're not thinking
Come
properly
on.
today, Tunaja. You're not
How
thinking
many wars
properly.
have they fought? They were not farming, they
I
were
think
fighting
you
wars.
should be called
But they
gas them up,
lost.
Kiparu. Because at this rate, you're just gassing me up right now.
No,
Ridiculous.
no. I'm just wanting to
Yeah, I just
understand.
looked at the numbers.
Soldiers.
Apparently, Israel has in population is let's say 9 million, and Palestine is 4 million. So I guess they have more than the numbers. Look it
Do
up.
you know how Palestinians are determined to fight Israel, but they can't, bro? Know how much determined they are to fight and
Of
win.
course, it's a
They don't.
sliding scale. It's
Listen.
to
Let
a
me
point.
finish. These people are taking
You
stones
not count anymore.
and shooting Israel's military tank. Come on, stones and
Israel
rockets,
is a
and
military.
you say
Israel is a
what you
nuclear
guys
They
talking
power.
don't
about?
know, but like we keep stirring.
Oh
Julius once
God,
said such stupid things like,
they're gonna win with stone
we're
because they're
so friends.
determined.
Like,
What are you
fuck,
talking
bro, you
about?
deserve to die if you throw a stone, my man, in a guy with a gun. You deserve to die. I'm sorry. Bro. Some of y'all deserve to die if you throw a stone to a soldier with a gun. Even mine workers, look up Marikana if you whoever's on this thing. Look up Marikana's massacre. They were throwing stones to policemen and they killed them all in South Africa, bro.
Do you know what? I was thinking on Kezo's chat because it's very uncommon that we have this kind of things on African Millennials chat. That's interesting.
Exactly. But yeah,
But
look, I get what you're saying about determination, but at the end of the day, technology does play a way bigger of a beneficial if
thank
you are
you.
acting to stop somebody, especially modern day technology, right? If I'm talking about even on land, right? If you are throwing stones to a guy with a tank, how much, like, what kind of damage you do? You know what I mean? No matter how you talk you as a Palestinian, right? Unless you have some, even a bazooka or something, you're gonna have to have some level of thing to equate to being able to beat back. You can't just be determined with your gun and your
Yeah,
rifle. You'll be like,
I'm just
I,
wanting.
this is the kind of stuff Musanda will agree with. This is the kind of stuff you're going to agree with. This is ridiculous. All we are saying is that
What
you
is wrong
have
with
to
it?
have the people to back up the technology. Every nation, and I don't even understand how this is blinding to you people. America has 2 million soldiers. No African country has that.
And so
What is
what?
wrong with how is that? Is that not telling you something? They have the most advanced military technology. They still have more men than us.
Yes,
How is that not
you tell
telling?
him.
Okay,
so
good.
yeah,
Do,
Goodness.
do you know
that's a
Tunaja?
fact.
Do you know how
Do you know
many
that?
Tunaja? Do you know how
No,
many
wait.
active?
Wait. At the end of the day, no matter how many soldiers you have, you even though you can deter one nuclear missile, but if you have like I think Russia has like what 6,000 nuclear missiles, no matter how many soldiers you have, you can't beat that. You know, you just
Musanda, I thought you were smarter, Musanda. Musanda, listen,
no.
a
I'm saying
nuclear bomb is whoa, 1 second. A nuclear bomb is for deterration, yeah, bro. It's not really for if you fire a nuclear bomb, it can affect a lot more people than the place you hit. You know that, right? Letting
how
off a
big it is.
nuclear bomb is
No. I mean, yes, you're
bro,
right, but in terms of how big it is,
exactly.
this is what they have 6,000.
So
No. Listen, if
you can't just let off a nuclear
Russia's
bomb, brother. Come
6,000
on.
rockets are not for gonna destroying the entire New York, right? They won't make 6,000 of them to destroy the entire planet. They'll just make for specific regions, obviously, because obviously, if you want a region, you don't want all of it. That's why they'll make so many rockets. Those rockets, obviously, as a collective, could do a big damage. But the reason they have so many in small pockets is because they want to destroy, but not to such a big extent where you don't have a country anymore. That's the point of what do you think they have so many rocket missiles? Like, what's the point if one can destroy an entire country? Why would they need
That's
from me?
modern warfare, rocket missiles, bro. All these guys are talking this your military personnel. That's good and fine for you. No,
Rocket missiles
Kifaru,
don't rocket
Kifaru,
missile don't
Kifaru,
start for you
wait,
inside the
wait,
bush.
wait, Kifaru, Kifaru.
No, he's a
Listen,
soldier, right? Just call me Brian. He's a soldier. He actually confirm what I'm saying. He was a soldier for the
how many
US.
soldiers? Why does China have 10 million soldiers and North Korea have 5 million with all their nuclear weapons?
And with all their technology.
Yeah,
This
just
is
answer
what
this question.
this is one
No,
Why
they
does
don't
why
want
does what
obvious.
they don't want to resort to
why
nuclear. I will read you. People don't want to resort to nuclear because even with that small region, you're still hitting the plantation. I'm not saying nuclear does not do any damage. I'm saying they don't have rockets to do to if they wanted to destroy a country they can, but they do have small circuits of a point that it can just hit a certain region. It depends, bro. It depends on how much uranium you put inside your nuclear, bro. If you
and
can't
again,
just
it's due to threat level. Countries who feel threatened are having more military. That's just a fact. You could see the graph, you could see the data. It's all over the place.
So you don't feel threatened there.
Listen to what I
Because
said.
they feel more threatened than us.
Listen.
Oh
To
my
Nigeria,
God.
I don't think if you're trying to understand, you just want to argue. I said,
I'm
countries, listen to me. Just try and listen. Open your brain, open your mind,
That's why
relax, breathe
I asked
in.
that question. Are we not
Listen,
threatened?
breathe.
You made a statement and I reported
Okay,
by
I'm going to
addressing the
answer
very
you.
statement you made.
I'm going to answer you, but before answering, I'm going to say it again. Countries who feel threatened have more military. It has been there's data to prove that. Do Africans feel threatened? Yes or no?
how many men in the Cameroon army, Kifaru? 40,000,
Wow.
We
right?
just no 38. Listen, up to Nigeria,
Even
according to you, do
to Niger,
Africans
did you
feel
hear that? To
threatened?
Niger, a country of 40 million has 38,000 soldiers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
because
wonder
see,
why? This is our attitude.
listen, because they don't feel threatened. That's my problem.
Of
If
course,
Yeah,
they're
if
but
gonna
you
get.
can,
that's
if
why I asked whether we are a slave race. Because
if
if you don't
no,
feel threatened
see,
after
Exactly,
our history, something is wrong.
listen. I'm asking you a simple question. Do they feel threatened? So I'm trying to explain why they have to feel threatened or not. Do they feel threatened? Yes or no? They don't feel threatened. If these people get feel threatened, the number of military in their country is going to increase exponentially. It's going to happen. That's why it's always been. Instead of you
How
taking
about
all your money
Ethiopia?
trying to
How
feed
about
this,
Mali? Does
Mali,
Mali not feel threatened?
they feel.
Burkina
You've
Faso,
seen you've seen
Nigeria,
their military has increased. It has increased.
Oh,
it hasn't. It's
guys,
barely anything.
yeah. So closing statements. I gotta go, man.
Yeah. This is men's
Tired.
talk now. I know. Yeah.
Oh shoot!
No, it's all right, African.
Oh
Yeah,
man! Oh, the shade.
yeah. Of
Like,
course, women should not be talking about war. There's nothing wrong about men's fight wars. So we'll protect the women. So that's why we're talking.
yeah.
How it's
Before I
gonna be
want to
fought.
ask everyone, what do you guys think is winning? Do you actually think Russia is losing now? Because people are saying it's getting desperate and nuclear and
That's
all this.
propaganda, bro. Russia's is all propaganda.
No, is it
Demon,
losing?
it's a propaganda thing.
Is Russia losing?
Propaganda.
Or is it are they losing or winning? Well, what's the answer there? I'm asking for between those two.
Stalemate. It's a stalemate.
No, it's in the middle. So those
African
annexed
millennium,
countries that they
African
actually
millennium.
because
Before
I
you
think
leave, just show us this and this page, please, so that we'll see something there. I think I was reading this. It said the quality training of each soldier receives is vital. The commander's ability to consistently devise effective tactical strategies can be pivotal. But one measure of a country's military strength is the number of soldiers it can deploy.
What did you say?
One of the most fundamental measures of a country's military strength is the number of soldiers it can deploy.
That's just one of it.
Not technology. Not technology. See, okay, leave it.
They say one of.
The most fundamental.
Did they say
Now,
the
when
most
they tell you that it's
fundamental or
one of the
one of
most
the
fundamental,
most
yes.
fundamental?
See, let me read it again. One of the most fundamental measures a country's military strength is the number of soldiers it can deploy. And the nature of the countries describe it itself, and that is what the most advanced countries have the biggest military, and you're still surprised. I don't
You have
understand
the
how
technology
this is
to
even a
back that
conversation at
meditation.
all.
You guys are just talking some nonsense. That does not make sense to me at all.
Tildy, if you from your argument, they shouldn't have the need for so many men. They should rely only on technology. But yet they still have more people in their military than us that don't even have the technology. We need more. It's like you're going to a gunfight you're going to a machine gun fight with
before you're
pistols, and you go
shouting
with
and
one
get
pistol. You should go
before
with
you're
more
going out
pistol.
before you're
No,
going out of your
see, the reason
emotion.
why I'm shouting, if you call it shouting,
Listen.
what you are hearing is frustration. Because when I'm
Don't
having
be
discussion that I
frustrated.
expect us to already understand, it frustrates me. We already,
Okay,
this is like,
Tunaja,
we shouldn't, this thing should be like, oh, you said this, okay,
I
let's
want
move
to
on to the
ask
next
you,
thing.
Tunaja, let me ask you a question. When on history has it been proven that a country with a high military won any war? Give me an example.
Most of the wars. Most of the
Give me
wars. Let's start
example.
with that.
Give me example.
Like Russia against Germany. Like Russia against Germany. US against Germany.
Not only
US against Japan. Go. Let's keep naming them.
Wait. Come again, Tunaja.
Russia against
what? Against Germany.
US against this in Japan, US against this in Germany, Russia against this in Germany.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
How
The
do
people
you
with
US
larger
win
numbers
Japan?
win.
How do you listen? How do you US win Japan? Thank you. By nuclear bomb. What are you talking
but
about?
They were already winning the war. They were not in retreat. They were already winning the war.
You're talking rubbish.
Okay, if I'm talking, I think this is official now. See, I think the way Kifaru, the way I look at you now will be different. Because clearly,
Why? Because
this
I
is
don't
not
accept
even.
with
This
you.
is not. No, this is silly. This is silly.
I don't need to accept
Why
with you
wouldn't you just
100%.
accept? See, if you say something that I agree with, I'll just accept. Why would you just argue for the sake of argument?
I don't accept with what you say. That's why I don't agree.
Because it doesn't make sense. Okay, let me see. Okay, now because you clearly know can you not know that America defeated this in Germany? How can you not know that Russia defeated Germany? It's obvious.
Millennia, can I ask you this? Why does Thomas Sankara look gay?
And you know that America was winning the war against this thing. They defeated Germany. They didn't use nuclear weapons. They didn't.
Tunaja, we need to go on your channel and continue this argument. African millennial needs to go home or go sleep, whatever.
You probably disagree with military experts that posted this information online.
Why does he look gay? Before I go, why does Thomas Sankara look gay? I want to ask this. Why does he look gay on your back? Do you hate Burkina Faso this much?
Polished. That's it. Okay.
Fuck, bro. Like,
seriously, we need to seriously answer the question whether we are a slave race. That's something we seriously need to answer.
He looks like a beggar guy about to ask you for money or something, like a straight guy, like
no, he looked like a gentleman. He does not look great.
The only one that looks good is what's this guy? The guy on the corner, top left, and then Thabo Mbeki underneath there.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying that if somebody moisturized their skin too much, then they're gay?
This guy looks gay. Let's be honest. On this picture, this is a gay thing. I don't know why would you do it like this.
Oh my God!
No, it's just the posture of the camera. I think it's just the angle. It does not look like that, to be honest. This one looks strange.
He looks gay. Don't say strange. He looks gay, bro. He's about to kiss the pedal or something.
Okay. Yeah.
What is Bushman saying? Bushman is saying that Bushman is saying that economy is only.
One second. So closing statements and Bushland can go. We're gonna go from the bottom to the top, so it's gonna end with Tunaja. Does he have anything to say? Okay, so then we're gonna go to Musanda.
Yeah, man. Ish, man. Stop the nuclear talk, Tunaja, man. Why does everything have to end with nuclear?
Shut up.
So next.
Is that all you got to say for yourself? Talk about me. Come on, man. Come on, speak for yourself. You must have something to say for your country. You come here to just talk about me.
Kefaro, did you have a closing point?
Yeah. So this topic was all about Somali before and drought and whatever. And what I'm going to say about the African, well, we just went to so many other topic. But what Punta Princess was saying that the ARICOM or whatever are not helping the Somali to fight. Well, these people are in Somalia for peacekeeping mission. It might be many things. It might be providing security for the expat working there, trying to build your country. It might be providing road for. It might just be so many other things. But at the end of the day, if the Somalis themselves want to stop Al Shabaab, they should be the ones in the front line because they are the ones who know Al Shabaab. The little girl was trying to explain it because Al Shabaab is not like a military. This is like terrorist group and they carry out sporadic and guerrilla warfare. You can't fight guerrilla warfare with I don't know, you need people on the ground to understand them, and they should be the one reporting who's Al Shabaab or who's not. But as the little girl was saying, people know them, but they don't want to report them because they're scared that they're gonna take your children or kill you, whatever. So if they're not ready to do that, try to report these people and help your country, then what then there's real much less help the international community can give to them. Then again, I just want to make another statement on this military war thing. I still believe 100% that this is a modern warfare. This is a modern time. The number of military personnel sounds good, sounds like you're ready, but I've seen military people who are just like numbers. They just count numbers. They don't really fire. They hide. When there's war, they're not really there to fight. But the missiles, the rockets, make great example. I just want to give an example. When there was the war in Kuwait, when Saddam Hussein was hiding in a bunker, and he thought there was nothing they could do, there were American military soldiers. There was this coalition, big army, but they couldn't get him. The American had to design a special missile that can penetrate the bunker of Saddam Hussein and they smoke him out. It was the power of technology that won the war and took Saddam Hussein out. It was not the number of military coalition that they had. They helped, but the technology has a big effect. And I think we should try to get it and try to perfect it. That's just what I'm trying to say.
Good thing.
Oh, yeah. About AMISOM. AMISOM mission is limited. I think from what Punta Princess was saying, she seems to be maligning them because they are not doing their job. They were doing what they were sent there to do. And by and large, if anything, they seem to have succeeded in whatever they were sent there to do, because they transitioned from AMISOM to ATMIS, which is a transitional process where they hand over to the Somali military, which technically is supposed to be a good thing. And instead of that, it was an opportunity for her to lambast fellow African countries again. And so on that, I think she probably needs to look into, check more facts before she starts, expressing some prejudices against fellow African distinct countries. And regarding this military talk, it's a very, very simple thing. And how it became something that is even a debate is, I feel like it's almost like, because clearly all the countries he just mentioned about smoking people out have more soldiers than us. I don't see, if you are going to a machine gun fight and you decided that, you know what, I'll go with one pistol, you have a problem. Because you don't have a machine gun doesn't mean you should go with one pistol. You should go with as much pistol as you can. We don't have high technology yet. It doesn't mean you don't have the people. All the countries that have done the same demonstrate the same progress that they make. Countries with larger militaries tend to be more stable. They don't plan coups. Even when they do, it fails, like in Turkey. It's an obvious fact. Look at all the countries with large militaries, even the one where they call their leader God, like North Korea, they can't even remove them from office. They can't even, that guy is running his country like a pantomime, and he's still in office, and the country has become a nuclear power, and nobody can mess with them. and we are still arguing as our people. Hence that question sounds like a very, very triggering question. How can our people sit here and ask whether you need more people? Obviously, we need more people, and we need the technology. That's why I agree with what Chris Farrow is saying. I'm not in dispute with that. What he disputes with me is that we don't need the people when other people already have the people. Like people like him are the ones that tell me that, oh, how about Dubai, United Arab Emirates? They don't have a big military. Yes, they do. When people say that they don't understand how those people build the United Arab Emirates that they have today, 1990, United Arab Emirates, in terms of their soldiers, one soldier to about 25 citizens to defend, almost like Eritrea. 1990, that's the foundation that they used to build the country you see today. And our people, you have a nation like 20 million people having 7,000 soldiers, and we think that is a country. Instead of us to be asking the deep questions, we say we don't need them, we need technology. How are you going to get how you're going to build? If you create any technology on the ground, they will just walk in and take it away. You think it doesn't happen? I've been in a course where they actually attested to that, and not in an African country, in Canada. Canada discovered a new kind of flight and all the aircraft and all the rest of it. Americans went there, took the whole technology, everything, mothball, took the engineers, and that was the end of that project. In Canada, that is not in Nigeria. If they can do it to Canada, what will happen in a country like our country? If you don't have the people like the way Iran does, the way that North Korea does, the way other countries that have managed to repel, these people have done. So this is not even a debate. I would have thought this was a common sense thing, and it turns into a gassing situation. And I'm not even disagreeing with him. Instead of him to explore what I've said, he just started going around the point as if even the country he's mentioning have more soldiers than us, and they have the best technology in the world. Why do you think they have the need to have that many people with all that? Ask yourself that. Thank you.
No problem. All right, so guys, that concludes the stream. The Somalia topic was actually really interesting, probably because I learned a lot. So we'll do East Africa community next month, probably. Next stream is gonna be the Woman King movie review, and it's not gonna be about who looks masculine. It's gonna be an actual review, because thinking about it, the review went down. So originally I said 6, 7 out of 10. Now it's about a 4 or a 5, maybe 3. Yeah, the review went down because just looking at what Dahomey actually did, it was too Hollywood. But anyways, Somali, very interesting. You know, something I like really about Somalis is their official language is Somali, and people might not think that's a big deal, but if you're in a continent where I think at least 40 countries speak either English or French or Portuguese, that's a big deal. As the official language, so they have other languages, of course, but Somalis going to school, the Somali language, that's pretty cool, you know. Now, if Somali wanted to add English to their country, like the official language, that would be cool. But see, this is the problem. At least other countries haven't even had the opportunity to do that, you know, especially a country like Ghana where 60% of the people speak tree. Why don't you just add tree? You know, I'm not saying you have to take out the English, but why don't you just add the tree? Anyways, someone was like, oh, it's gonna start tribal war. Ghanaians are not tribal. It's not gonna happen. So anyways, and by me saying Ghanaians are not tribal, I'm comparing it to other Africans. Like, yeah, just to make it make sense. Ghanaians are tribal, but not to the point going through a civil war. Not that, okay? But anyways, yeah, the conversation was very interesting. I learned a lot about Somalia, a bit about East Africa, the AMISOM. All I can say, if Somalis really don't like the troops, they should probably just end the contract. Now, people were saying, "Oh no, it's because of the UN or the AU." My bad, the AU that's forcing people to go there. I don't know. I feel like if the Somali president really thought that they were doing that bad of a job, the contract would have been canceled. So I'm not sure about that. Um, I do remember asking, what do people expect these other troops to do? And the question was, they expect them to die in Somalia? No, I don't think a lot of people here, to be honest, would want to die for another country other than their own, even their own country. They probably wouldn't want to do that. So why would they want to die in another country, protecting someone's honor? That's no one should be expecting that at all, because that's not what human beings do. But another thing about Somalia, oh yeah, the drought. That was what the whole stream was about in the beginning. The drought, the drought, the drought. I still stand by the fact that the presidents or the officials should be held accountable for this. They are aware of this and they've been aware of this, and they're using other things that are happening in Somalia to like they bring more attention to other things so that people forget that it's actually their fault that this is happening. So that's the saddest part for me, is just knowing that these governments, and Puntide even said it here, that guy's always in Europe, he's in Uganda right now, he's always in other countries, never his own. Interesting. What else? What else? What else? What else? Okay, so then later on, we started speaking about war. And what I'll say, right, is I don't think I agree with Tunaja's talking point that a bigger military means, you're automatically gonna win. When it comes to the military, it all depends on the training, maybe the morale of the people, but I really do think it depends on the training. There are a lot of countries in the case of Africa that have huge military, but the equipment that they're using is outdated. So I don't think that's gonna be a good thing in any case. I think I agree more with technology and training and who is training you, because I mean, if Russia is training you, what are you really learning? You know what I mean? So that I'm kind of more gearing towards more of that. Thanks Mo for letting us know about the London Accord. I'm gonna look that up. I also didn't know why these countries didn't have a lot of soldiers, but now I'll look into that. And yeah, I think that's everything. If we had more people like Moses, West Somalia will be free. The clan wars, Al Shabaab will be a bloodbath if Amazon just leave now. Oh, so you're saying that Amazon is actually stabilizing there a bit more? I give Somalia up for speaking. Huh? Okay, so you'll give Somalia props for speaking their own language. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and Mira, Mira, don't lie to me. I know you're not 22. You're not. You're mentally not 22. Again, not saying that you're not intelligent, but you don't look 22. You don't speak like a 22-year-old. You're not 22. I know you're probably super young, like probably in your teens. But yeah, it doesn't matter. You're still welcome. Thanks for calling in. You know, it was really nice having a perspective of Somali in Somalia. It's very, very interesting. Definitely can't wait to hear more from you. So yeah, that's everything, guys. Thanks for being here. Puntai Princess is gonna be live either today or tomorrow. I'm sure she's gonna give more tea on the Amazon. So I'll see you guys then. Bye.